Starting with a song of the world, collapsing singer ignites the music scene. Yihan crosses over to become a universally reviled flop celebrity and is forced to bind with the school building system. To survive, he must earn money by performing and build 66 public welfare schools, or face certain death. From then on, Yihan wastes no time and gets to work. He kicks off with a performance of The World, makes a mark, writes Bubble for Deng Ziqi, stunning the audience. His rendition of Fate is a Bridge outshines the young idols. A song, Childhood, turns spicy snacks into a hit. Chinese Youth Speak becomes the anthem for the college entrance exam. Not good at singing? No problem, digital life is here. Just as Yihan is about to turn things around with his talent, a massive flood disaster strikes. He is criticized for donating too little, and the entire internet turns against him. Some people rejoice, while others slander him. Everyone thinks he's finished. Until one day, he unexpectedly appears on the scene of the disaster, and transforms into a key member of the rescue team. The whole internet explodes. From then on, the once blacklisted Yihan becomes the beloved white moonlight of the entire internet. Chapter 1: Security. Whereas the security. Mr. Yihan, is it true what they are saying online? Is it you who was caught in the bar having a late-night meeting with a mysterious woman? Some say you're into drunk driving, gambling, and being a diva. Do you have anything to say in your defense? My head hurts. Yihan slowly opens his eyes, groggy and disoriented. The noise around him is overwhelming. He instinctively rubs his temples. The next second, he freezes. Who are all these people standing in front of him? They are holding microphones and cameras, staring at him with intense focus. Their eyes are filled with curiosity, excitement, and even a hint of greed. It feels like they are inspecting an item for sale, evaluating his worth. This gaze makes Yihan feel uncomfortable all over. He feels like a lamb ready for slaughter, as if those eyes could devour him at any moment. Yihan's mind starts to race. Hadn't he already died? Why are these people journalists? How did he end up here? Damn. The surreal situation fills Yihan with a deep sense of unease. As the curse leaves his mouth, a collective gasp rings out. Immediately followed by the continuous sound of camera shutters. The journalists can't contain their excitement. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Yihan. This is absurd. Yihan rolls his eyes inwardly, but puts on a surprised expression. What? You guys didn't know, he says, feigning confusion, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The reporters are stunned, confusion written all over their faces. Did they miss something? What should they know? Why do they feel like they've been dismissed? Unconsciously, they are drawn to Yihan's mysterious smile, and they move in closer. Yihan's lips curl into a sly grin. Damn, it's a plant. The room goes still. Half a minute later. Someone can't hold it in anymore and bursts out laughing. Is he joking with them? The reporters finally snap back to reality. In unison, they pull out their notepads. With furious expressions, they furiously scribble in their notepads. Yihan leans in to take a look. Shocking. Yihan uses foul language at the press conference. Confirmed. Yihan's character is questionable. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral collapse? Very good. They know how to grab attention with titles. Still muddled, Yihan catches a few key phrases. He is starting to get an idea of what is happening. If he is not mistaken. He is crossed over. He is now in the body of a notoriously disliked celebrity. This artist's reputation is so bad, they have more haters than he can count. While Yihan is still processing, the savvy journalists eagerly shove their microphones closer. A barrage of questions comes his way. Mr. Yihan, please answer our questions directly. Is the rumor true that you've been involved with multiple women at once? Can you follow the netizens' request and leave the entertainment industry once and for all? Seeing the journalists' relentless stares, Yihan finally can't hold back and apologetically reminds one of them. Sorry, but your microphone is about to go into my mouth. Seriously? Can you give me some space? Yihan's mind races with frustration. The reporter finally realizes, awkwardly stepping back. But they still don't give up, holding the microphone high. Can you speak now? Just as Yihan is about to speak, a sharp pain hits him again. His face pales, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Ooh. Yihan clutches his head, unable to suppress a groan. Little did he know, this action frightens everyone around him. They look terrified, quickly backing away. Look! Yihan is about to explode. Yihan is attacking. Where's the security? Where is the security? Although Yihan merely raised his hand, the journalists seem terrified, screaming like they've seen a monster. The room descends into chaos. Yihan's face is filled with confusion. Am I really that scary? It was just a simple gesture, why are they so terrified? It turns out that, to many people, Yihan is quite scary. Including his assistant, who has been nervously tugging at his sleeve. Bro, calm down. Don't say anything stupid. If you do, you'll be trending on social media again. And there is something he didn't dare say aloud, otherwise, your already awful reputation will get even worse. Yihan waves it off. Don't worry. I'm not going to be like before. If he is right, the original owner of this body had a terrible temper. No wonder they caused so much trouble in the industry. But not him. Yihan grins wickedly. I'm now, Nikulu Yihan. What? The assistant freezes, gasping, unable to process the words. Before he can react, Yihan suddenly jumps to his feet. Bro. The assistant's voice trembles. Bro, what are you doing? He knew it. Yihan is like a bull that can never be tamed. He used to take on 10 reporters at once. Now, 10 wouldn't be enough to handle him. Great, another round of scolding on the trending topics. Yihan stands tall, surveying the room. He locks eyes with the 2 reporters leading the chaos, giving them a look that says don't mess with me. The assistant starts to sweat nervously. Oh no, Yihan is about to get angry. What is going to happen now? Will they end up on the news for this? Panicked, he tries to make one last attempt to save Yihan's reputation. Bro, don't be impulsive. Please, don't be impulsive. Just then, click a shutter sound. The flashes go off, and the cameras zoom in on Yihan, capturing his every expression and movement. The reporters are ecstatic, smiles on their faces. They've finally succeeded in provoking Yihan. They've got tonight's material. Their headline is set, Super Yihan explodes at press conference, assaults reporter. At this moment, Yihan has become a golden mine in front of these reporters. Every time there is dirt on Yihan, the article shares go through the roof. So they are especially fond of interviewing him. Money? Oh, they want money. As everyone eagerly anticipates Yihan's explosive reaction like before. An unbelievable scene unfolds. Yihan takes a deep breath. A calm smile spreads across his face. How do you describe this smile? Let us just say. It's creepy. The reporters have never seen Yihan like this before. He is shedding all his hostility, and it seems like nothing in the world can affect him. It's like the calm before the storm. The reporters grow unexpectedly tense, exchanging uneasy glances. No one dares to provoke him further. After all, they know Yihan's temper all too well. But today, something is off. One of them wonders, what is going on? Yihan seems different today. Wasn't he supposed to explode by now? How is he holding it together? In the midst of everyone's confusion and anxiety, the press conference falls into an eerie silence. No camera shutters, no gossip. Even the assistant shuts his eyes, unable to bear watching. This next scene is too painful to look at. Chapter 2, Your Entertainment Industry. My entertainment industry seemed to be different. At this critical moment, a voice full of apology broke the silence. Sorry, I really need to pee, I'll go to the bathroom first. All they heard was a few thud 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 sounds, and then Yihan just ran off. He ran off, leaving everyone with a graceful back. Leaving a group of people staring at each other, still not understanding what just happened. He just left like that, someone stammered. Damn, I thought he was about to do something big, another person couldn't help but complain. Everyone thought Yihan was holding back something huge. But turns out he was just running off for a bathroom break. The press conference fell into an eerie silence. Yes, under the pressure from the reporters, Yihan had no backbone and made a quick escape to the bathroom. Crouching behind the bathroom stall door, Yihan carefully listened for any sounds outside. Luckily, the reporters weren't mad enough to chase him into the bathroom. Yihan wasn't stupid. He hadn't even figured out what was going on yet. How was he supposed to deal with those sharp-eyed reporters? One wrong word and he'd be on the chopping block. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling uneasy. He started to recall what had happened. Yihan was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, and he had never even seen what his parents looked like. When he turned 18, he was diagnosed with leukemia. Without money for treatment, he died at just 23. Then, his eyes closed and opened again, and for some reason, he found himself in this parallel world. Ironically, the body he had crossed into also bore the same name, Yihan. However, the Yihan in this world was a notorious artist. His infamous actions included, but were not limited to, getting arrested for drunk driving, gambling with a group of people and accumulating huge debts, insulting his assistant in public. Recently, it was revealed that he had been seeing 5 women at once, putting him in the limelight once again. He wasn't sure if it was the entertainment industry's fault. It seemed like every few days, Yihan would make it to the trending list. Of course, it was always for being scolded. In the first couple of years of his debut, Yihan had gained quite a few fans thanks to his good looks. But due to a series of reasons, he became known as one of the most hated figures in the industry. At first, everyone called him Little Sweetheart. Later, he became the despicable scumbag. But actually, he was rather wronged. If he had really done anything to tarnish his public image, the country would have banned him long ago. There was no way he would still be around. Yihan wasn't a bad person by nature. He just hadn't been through much hardship growing up, so he didn't have a strong guard up against others. Plus, his personality was direct. Those who were targeting him only needed a few words to expose his flaws, and then it was an endless cycle of getting him trending for all the wrong reasons. Thinking about this, Yihan couldn't help but worry. What a terrible start. How could he go on like this? Beep, school construction, system successfully bound tilde. Suddenly, a sweet little girl's voice echoed. Yihan was startled. He looked around but couldn't find the source. Who's there? Who's talking? Host tilde, I'm your system tilde, the sweet, childish voice sounded again. Yihan realized the voice was coming from his own brain. System. Since when did systems come with voice packs? How advanced? He was taken aback. By the way, what kind of system are you? Yihan asked, curious. The system finally became serious. Now let us officially release the mission. Host's ultimate goal, build 66 public schools. Next. Wait. Yihan immediately interrupted, did you just say 66? What is this? He couldn't believe his ears. No, host, it's 66 public schools tilde. What the heck? Yihan was a bit speechless. Other systems are all so glamorous, like chosen ones or all-around kings, and yet here I am, stuck with building schools. He had thought he was handed a script for the entertainment industry, but now he was a construction mogul. Yihan was so annoyed that he couldn't even speak properly. I want to disconnect right now, immediately. However, the system responded with the sweetest voice saying the harshest words, sorry, host, you cannot disconnect. It was so dismissive. Har. Yihan tried to resist. Can you at least give me a golden finger? Something like, a skill that could make me 200 million overnight. If that was an option, he could live with it. The system, sounding apologetic, responded, sorry, host, we don't have that feature. Then, what about the newbie gift pack? You must have that, right? That's also not available. Oh. The system's voice became noticeably anxious. This one can be given. Almost forgot. Yihan twitched his lips. His system was truly something else. So absurd. So ridiculous. But he couldn't laugh. Next, issuing, newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack, issuing. Progress 100%. Heavenly Sound, installed, Chinese Song Library, installed. Heavenly Sound, skill, host's singing ability enhanced to 100%, matching national team standard. Chinese Song Library, skill, all songs from the original world become the host's resources. Any song created or sung by the host will be automatically copyrighted. Please use wisely tilde. This parallel world had many differences from the original world. Although it was called Longwood Dragon Country, everyone was still born and raised as Chinese, with many historical overlaps. Strangely, cultural works in this world were underdeveloped. Many songs and movies that were hits in the original world had never appeared here. Heavenly Sound and Chinese Song Library. These two skills seemed useful. At least they would give him a chance to make his mark in the entertainment industry. Yihan was reluctantly satisfied with the gifts. A gentle reminder, although the host has crossed over, the cancer cells in the body have not been fully eradicated. Only by completing the system's task successfully building 66 schools can the host fully recover. Yihan finally understood. Even though he had crossed over, that didn't mean he was completely free from his past suffering. To stay alive, he had to follow the system's requirements. That meant constantly making money for charity, building schools. After struggling for a while, Yihan accepted this fate. At least he was still alive, and anything was possible. He never wanted to feel the hopelessness of lying on a hospital bed waiting to die again. Yihan, always the optimist, quickly adjusted his mindset. Black or red, fame is still fame. The entertainment industry was so lucrative he must have a decent bank balance, right? Building schools. Piece of cake. Yihan was full of confidence. So, how much money do I have for building schools? Beep system checking for the host Hilder. Current balance, 3,520.00. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. Warning, when your lifespan drops to 3 days, your physical condition will decline sharply. Please hurry Tilder. How much? Yihan thought he had misheard. 3,005? Are you sure there's no unit missing? Is this the normal worth of an artist? A star's appearance fee isn't usually high? Was it like breakfast allowances of 200 yuan, daily pay of 2.08 million, and tens of millions for a movie? What did that guy, Wang Chuanjun, say again? Right, he said he had only 1 million in his account when he was at his poorest. How come Yihan was left with just a few thousand? Your entertainment industry, my entertainment industry seemed to be different. But the system didn't answer Yihan's question and immediately changed the subject. Although the host's starting funds are insufficient, before successfully building the schools, the host can accumulate health points to extend your lifespan. Health points. What's that? Donations and certain actions can increase health points. Health points can be exchanged for extra lifespan. So, Yihan, a leukemia patient with only 3,520 yuan and 7 days left to live, had to build 66 schools to survive. Yihan couldn't believe it. Was this crossing too difficult? Was he really here to change his life, or was he just here to die? Bro. 2 knocks echoed on the bathroom door, and Yihan snapped back to reality. Chapter 3, 5 female guests, 3 ex-girlfriends. This voice, so familiar. If Yihan wasn't mistaken, it was the original assistant and manager, Zhu Tongshan, also known as Pig Head. Once Yihan confirmed this, he opened the door with a sense of relief. Zhu Tongshan was the chubby guy who had just been sitting next to him, desperately pulling at his sleeve. Bro, let's run while those reporters haven't noticed. Quick! Zhu Tongshan whispered, acting sneakily. After enduring the torment of the system, Yihan didn't even know how to describe his feelings anymore. From Zhu Tongshan's point of view, Yihan looked as if the sky had fallen, the pain written all over his face. Zhu Tongshan immediately became nervous. Bro! What's wrong? Pig Head, why the hell do I only have so little money left? Yihan asked weakly. Bro, did you forget? Zhu Tongshan said, looking like he'd seen a ghost. A few days ago, you helped a friend pay off gambling debts, and transferred nearly 2 million from your card. Right, Yihan finally remembered. The original owner of this body was quite miserable. He could have lived as a rich second-generation heir, sitting back and letting the money roll in. But instead, he foolishly chose to dive into the entertainment industry, taking the irreversible path of fame. There's an old saying, don't worry about rich second-generation heirs wasting their money, worry about them starting a business. And here we are, a business venture nearly caused him to crash. He had a reputation for being easy to smear, with controversies constantly trailing him since his debut. Some rumors online weren't even worth believing, like the one about him gambling and racking up huge debts. In fact, it wasn't him at all, it was his good buddy Zhao Meng from outside the industry. Zhao Meng got hooked on gambling a couple of years ago and owed a fortune, too scared to let his family know. Being the loyal friend that Yihan was, he dug into his pockets and paid over 6 million for Zhao Meng. What kind of person could be this generous and still be bad? To put it simply, he was just naive with too much money. As a result, rumors about Yihan's gambling debts spread like wildfire. Moreover, he de-offended many people when he first started in the industry. As time passed, more and more blackmail stories piled on him, making his reputation in the industry stink. Every time Yihan thought of that 6 million, it made his heart ache. He treated Zhao Meng like a brother, but Zhao Meng saw him as a fool. And after taking the money, Zhao Meng had cut all contact. Right. Bro. I remember. Zhu Tongshan slapped his forehead, face lighting up. There's still money left on the card. There's still some. Hearing this, Yihan's eyes instantly brightened. Really? How much is left? He knew it. As a top celebrity, how could he be that poor? Zhu Tongshan was even more excited, waving his hands. There's still 4 digits left. 3,520 yuan. We should be able to get some instant noodles and eggs tonight, right? Inside, Zhu Tongshan felt the bitterness his bro hadn't had any commercial gigs lately, and he didn't know how long this money would last. Instant noodles and eggs might be a luxury. Poof. Yihan spat out a mouthful of blood. So, the system hadn't lied after all. There was only a bit over 3,000 left. Bro, let us run. The reporters will be back any minute. Zhu Tongshan urged again. Yihan snapped out of his daze. Zhu Tongshan was right, now wasn't the time for him to overthink. Right, let's go, pig head. We can't stay here. Let us get home and figure it out later. Yihan grabbed Zhu Tongshan, and they dashed toward the back door. Found him. Yihan's over here. Just as they were about to break through the back door, the reporters spotted them. In an instant, reporters swarmed in their direction. Pig head. Run. Yihan yelled hoarsely, sprinting as fast as he could. Damn it, on the first day of crossing over, I'm being chased by reporters for 3 whole streets. Now, Yihan lay panting on the couch. Zhu Tongshan was already sprawled on the floor. Bro, we're done for, you're definitely going to trend again, Zhu Tongshan said in despair. This assistant really knew the original owner's situation well. Yihan opened his phone, and the top 3 trending topics were all about him. Yihan curses at reporters during an interview. His character is questionable. Yihan runs 3 streets to avoid an interview with reporters. Yihan makes an excuse to escape, but what was he really doing in the restroom? Yihan finally understood why the original owner had such a bad reputation. These entertainment reporters' mouths were sharper than knives, everything could be twisted into something negative. What was even more entertaining than the trending topics were the comments under them. I knew something was missing today, turns out I hadn't seen Yihan's scandals. Now I feel better. Har, I can't go a day without seeing news about ye dog. I thought one of the big monkeys from the zoo had escaped. Yihan was the type of guy who could live off his looks, but in the comments section, there wasn't a single decent photo of him. They were all unflattering shots. What kind of terrible reputation did he have? Yihan rubbed his forehead in despair. But despair wouldn't help now. He had important matters to attend to. With that in mind, Yihan sat up, becoming serious. Pighead, I need to ask you something important. Go ahead, bro, Zhu Tongshan mumbled from the carpet, still looking like he was half dead. Any programs or endorsements looking for me lately? Ones with good pay. It was time to start his money-making plan. Programs. Endorsements. Zhu Tongshan burst into laughter. What are you thinking, bro? You're at the peak of controversy right now, what program would want you? Besides, even if a program wanted you, those haters could shut it down with their insults. Zhu Tongshan wasn't at all shy about being blunt, and even added a mocking tone to his words. Looking at his manager who seemed to be laughing at him, Yihan couldn't help but wonder how the rumor about him publicly insulting his manager had spread. Who exactly insulted whom? Was the report all wrong? Furious, Yihan kicked Zhu Tongshan. Stop worrying about that. Just check. Zhu Tongshan, finally getting serious, recalled, well, there is one. Really? Yi Han's eyes lit up. I knew it. As a blacklisted celebrity, how could I not have any gigs? At times like this, even the haters can help. The days of making money hand over fist were coming. Zhu Tongshan took out his memo and showed Yi Han, this one, if you're not married. Not married? Isn't he that a matchmaking show? Yi Han said skeptically. Zhu Tongshan slapped his thigh. That's right. They want to invite you as a male guest. He said smugly, and you'll be the type to have the lights turned off the moment you step on stage. Well, fine, you've got me there. But right now, Yi Han didn't care much about that. Any show that could make money was a good show. How much is the appearance fee? Zhu Tongshan held up 3 fingers. Yi Han's eyes lit up. 300,000. 300,000 was great. The plans for the school could be moved forward now. Zhu Tongshan shook his head. No, no, no. Then, 30,000. Yi Han asked, testing the waters. Again, Zhu Tongshan shook his head. It's 3,000, Han Ji. He didn't even know if he would get a meal next month following Han Ji around. Sigh, it's tough. 3,000. Yi Han's eyes widened in disbelief. At this rate, he'd have to work for years to make it. Har. He chuckled awkwardly and immediately gave up on that option. Anything else? There's also the Run GE show, they offer 5,000. Run GE, that's good. Yi Han's eyes sparkled. Run GE was so popular. But, was the guest appearance fee really this low now? Zhu Tongshan shattered Yi Han's illusion with one sentence. Well, they just want you to play an NPC, wear an ugly monster mask, and chase after the guests. Okay, this was even worse. Yi Han waved his hand decisively and rejected it. Is there anything else? How about this one? A dating show male guest, you'll be on screen properly. Yi Han took a look, and the appearance fee was a whopping 200,000. Now, he was stammering, speaking incoherently. This one. No, wait. Zhu Tongshan slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering something. Wait, you can't go on this show. Why? Yi Han felt his frustration building. Finally, there was a decent show, and now he couldn't even go on it? Because? Zhu Tongshan made a constipated face. You forgot? Out of the 5 female guests, 3 are your ex-girlfriends. Han Ji, you're really hopeless. Yi Han carefully looked at the names on the list, Xiaoye, Xinshan, Linger. Well, every past relationship was quite a story, and it was too painful to recall. Can't go on this one, can't go on that one. Yi Han wailed and collapsed back onto the sofa in despair. What else can I do? Zhu Tongshan hesitated. Actually, there's one more, the appearance fee is 150,000. Does this one have one of my ex-girlfriends? After all the blows, Yi Han was totally deflated. Not because of that, but this show you definitely can't go on. Zhu Tongshan was already not hopeful. Because it's a singing show. Although Han Ji started out as a singer, it had been a long time since he'd sung. If he went on stage now, wouldn't he be roasted alive? What? Before Zhu Tongshan could finish, Yi Han slammed his thigh. Okay. I'll take it. I'll go. Zhu Tongshan, still in disbelief, stared at him. Han Ji, are you sure? You? When Han Ji first debuted, he was indeed a sensation for a while. But not long after, he was dragged down by scandals, and his opportunities to perform grew fewer and fewer. After years of this, who knew how much his singing skills had deteriorated? This show, called Voice Without End, combined songwriting and singing skills. Not only did contestants have to write their own songs, but their singing skills also had to be solid. The show invited Han Ji likely for his past popularity. He might end up becoming a laughingstock to others. Zhu Tongshan watched Han Ji, who was all excited, with a worried expression. He could only silently keep his concerns to himself and quietly pray, Han Ji, I hope you stay safe. Chapter 4, Yi Han, get out of here. 3 days later. Backstage at Voice Without End. Yi Han was making his final preparations. By preparations, he was mostly just daydreaming. Occasionally, he would listen to their unfiltered discussions from those around him. Is that Yi Han? How did the production team invite him? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Voice Without End was a music variety show, and this time, it invited several musicians from the industry to compete. There were a total of 15 contestants. They would battle through solo performances, guest collaborations, and 1v1 formats. Each episode required contestants to perform their original songs, and the audience would vote on whether they should stay or leave. Yihan Shol and T have even been on the invite list. However, when a contestant backed out last minute, Yihan, the scandal-ridden celebrity with built-in buzz, was called in by the production team to drum up some discussion. "Gee, why are your lips so pale today? Are you okay?" Zhu Tongshan looked at Yihan with concern, handing him a bottle of water. Thinking about it, Yihan felt a headache coming on. When he first transmigrated, he had only 7 days left to live. So, he donated the meager 3,500 yuan he had to a charity. To his surprise, this cursed system was a scam. 3,500 yuan only extended his life by 1 more day. Now, calculating it, he only had 5 days left. His health was deteriorating. If he couldn't raise money in the next couple of days, his body would significantly decline. The consequences didn't he even bear thinking about. "I'm fine, don't worry," Yihan shook his head. Zhu Tongshan was about to say something else when a staff member interrupted. "Teacher Yihan, it's time to go on stage." Yihan took the microphone from the staff member and walked toward the stage. Zhu Tongshan hurriedly followed, reminding him, "Gee, you can't do the same thing you did before, arguing with the judges or their host. If the audience boos, you have to hold back. Otherwise." All right, I know," Yihan waved him off, giving Zhu Tongshan a back view. Zhu Tongshan helplessly shook his head as he watched Yihan leave. Han Ji was fine in every way, except his temper was too straightforward, and he tended to offend people. "Next, let us welcome our next contestant Yihan." The hostess' impassioned voice rang out. Yihan calmly walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped on, the once thunderous applause at the recording site suddenly fell into silence. A moment later, murmurs started again. "How did he get here? Why is Yihan here? I don't even want to watch the show with him on it. Can I leave now before it gets worse?" The whispers from the audience reached Yihan's ears. There was no doubt about it, he wasn't welcome. Even the 5 judges sitting in front of the audience had unpleasant expressions when they looked at him. TSK, his popularity was terrible. Yihan remained unfazed and calmly introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Yihan. It's great to be here on Voice Without End." However, the audience continued to make noise, and no one paid attention to him. After their host, Xiao Meng, exhaustedly tried to calm the crowd, the audience finally somewhat settled down. Xiao Meng sighed with relief and, as usual, began to follow the program format. "Do any of our judges have something they'd like to say to Yihan?" Only then did Yihan shift his gaze to the 5 judges. Oh, there were quite a few familiar faces. The man sitting in the middle was an older, serious-looking man. His name was Fang Wenshan, a famous composer in the industry with a lot of authority. It probably took quite a bit of effort for the production team to get him to sit on the panel. To Fang Wenshan's left sat a man and a woman. One was Wang Sulong, a popular singer-songwriter in recent years. The other. Yihan's heart skipped a beat. The sweet-looking girl was staring at him with an incredibly resentful gaze. "No way, Wang Xinling is here too." As a notorious playboy, Yihan had caused quite a stir in the industry and attracted attention from many women. Wang Xinling had been one of them. The story between them, well, that was a long one. Feeling guilty, Yihan quickly avoided her gaze. And sitting to the right of Fang Wenshan, Yihan squinted his eyes. This was a dangerous signal. If he remembered correctly, the man glaring at him with clenched teeth was none other than his senior Huo Chenyu. They both came from the Central Conservatory of Music's music department and were mentored by teacher Wang Lei. But compared to Huo Chenyu, Yihan had always been more favored. During university, Huo Chenyu had subtly targeted Yihan, and over time, it became clear that Yihan was outshining him in the industry. Now, they were meeting again, Yihan as a contestant, and Huo Chenyu as a judge. It seemed Huo Chenyu wouldn't let Yihan off easy. Sure enough, before Fang Wenshan could speak, Huo Chenyu eagerly turned his attention to Yihan. "Let me introduce you to my good junior, Yihan. Everyone, please take good care of him." When Huo Chenyu said, "take good care," he emphasized it with a particular tone. Finally, he had caught his chance. During university, Yihan was better at everything than him. Then, when they debuted, Yihan took all the good opportunities and resources, leaving Hua Chenyu with nothing. Now, the tables had turned. Hua Chenyu was a judge, while Yihan was covered in scandals, about to be critiqued by him. He must feel incredibly frustrated. Hua Chenyu was delighted inside. The sharp-eyed netizens quickly picked up on the tension. What's going on? Why does it feel like these two have some past grievances? Har har har, this is going to be fun to watch tilde. Yihan must be offended a lot of people, and Hua Chenyu is probably one of them, right? Deserved tilde tilde tilde. Facing Hua Chenyu's sarcastic remarks, Yihan remained calm. Well, thank you, senior. Teacher Wang was just mentioning you the other day. Hua Chenyu was momentarily surprised. Teacher Wang mentioned me. What did he say? So Teacher Wang still valued him. Yihan gave a mysterious smile. He asked me. He asked when you, senior, would bring the child over for him to see. What? While everyone was still puzzled, Hua Chenyu visibly panicked. What nonsense are you talking about? Yihan tilted his head innocently. I'm just relaying what Teacher Wang said, nothing else. Senior, please don't be so nervous. With a look of guilt, who would believe he wasn't hiding something? Perhaps Hua Chenyu's loyal fans didn't know yet. Their idol, the so-called clean freak, Hua Chenyu, hadn't even had a relationship yet, but already had a child. It seemed like he was actively answering the nation's call. The audience was still in confusion, while the judges were struggling to stifle their laughter. You have to admit, Yihan was bold. Who in the industry didn't know? Hua Chenyu appeared innocent, but was full of secrets, just nothing had been exposed yet. And here he was, acting like he was pure and spotless. Some netizens started to catch on. I'm getting the feeling Yihan is saying something hidden between the lines. A child. Wait, I have a bold guess. What are you all guessing about? Yihan is just trying to smear our Hua. Hua Chenyu's hardcore fans remained loyal. Hua Chenyu's face turned ashen, and he was sweating bullets. He shot Yihan a furious glare, but didn't dare say anything further. If he upset this guy, Yihan might spill all of his secrets. Just wait, you. He could only swallow his anger, forcing a smile and turning to the camera to explain. Har har har, Yihan was just joking with everyone. Now, let us hand the stage over to Yihan. He then turned to Yihan, adding with a forced smile, Junior, you better perform well, okay? Each word seemed to be squeezed out of Hua Chenyu's teeth, the tension palpable. But Yihan didn't care in the slightest. A simple remark from him had already broken Hua Chenyu's composure. How had he not progressed at all over the years? Seeing the situation was getting tense, the host quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Of course, it's always emotional when juniors meet their seniors. Now, who is curious about what song Yihan will perform for us today? This question snapped the audience out of their excitement over the drama. Who wanted to listen to Yihan sing? Just looking at him was an insult. The crowd below started chanting in unison. Get off! Get off! Get off! Yihan, get off! Get out! Amid the cacophony, Yihan remained unfazed and picked up the microphone. Welcome everyone to enjoy my original work. Qianxia. Chapter 5 Singing Qianxia, every word is her. The audience didn't give face at all. Few people were willing to raise their hands and applaud. What good songs can Yihan sing? Get rid of him. This is the first time I hate live broadcast so much, can I fast forward? Family, I will exit for 5 minutes, and I will come back after Yihan finishes singing. The staff in the background were panicked, the data dropped too much, right? What should I do, director? The number of people online in the live broadcast room has suddenly decreased by 50,000. But, the number of barrages has doubled. All of them were condemning Yihan. And the director seemed to have expected this situation. Inviting Yihan here is to increase the discussion. With more people scolding, the show will naturally become popular. After Yihan finishes singing, quickly push the hot search to the top, and then find a group of water army to spray him, and increase the attention. As for Yihan's life or death, he didn't care. The director looked at the monitor intently. Amidst the doubtful eyes, Yihan made an okay gesture. Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed, leaving only a beam of light on the stage, shining on Yihan. At the same time, the heavy sound of wind instruments sounded, bringing an indescribable sense of mystery, as if opening a grand and glorious story chapter. The noisy recording scene became quiet involuntarily. The person who was just clamoring for Yihan to get out was like being strangled by the throat and lost his voice for a while. The smooth piano accompaniment joined, and the prelude added a touch of tenderness. The multi-layered melody suddenly enriched the emotions of the song. On the judge's seat, Fang Wenshan's expression suddenly became serious. The look he gave Yihan was even a little surprised. This young man, it seems, is not that simple. Yihan took a deep breath. The magnetic voice slowly resounded throughout the stage. When the smoke of war rises, the search for love is like the waves washing away the sand. Meeting her, it's like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. Swing the sword to cut off the horizon, let go of the longing. In my dream, I am obsessed with you tilde tilde tilde. Boom. A few silky transitions connect perfectly. The emotions in the song are expressed in 1,000 turns. Just for sentences, but it makes the people present scalp numb. Fuck, is this Yihan singing? Is it lip syncing? When did Yihan sing so well? Don't tell me, it seems to be really good. The live broadcast room was boiling all of a sudden, and everyone was talking about it. In their impression, Yihan has never sung a serious song. Compared to music, people are more familiar with his various black materials. But today, he seems to have suddenly opened up. For a while, the ridicule in the live broadcast room became less. Everyone was busy listening to the song and didn't care about posting barrages. I thought the main theme of this song was Chinese style, but the surprise was not that great. The penetrating voice resounded throughout the venue. Don't care about generals, ministers, princes, or the eternal future. Just ask for love to resolve the chaos in this world of mortals. Love should be eternal, and be gentle like water. Who cares who rules the spring and autumn period? Not only Chinese style, Yihan even added rap. He created an extremely clever balance between classical and modern pop. The string music is gentle and soft. The wind music is passionate and strong. The crispness of the guitar and the depth of the bass are perfectly integrated. The rhythm of the song is full and powerful, but also lingering. Just like the emperor and his beloved concubine in the song, one is strong and the other is soft, they cooperate very well, and they are a perfect match. What surprised Fang Wenshan even more was not only the arrangement, but also the lyrics of this song that were particularly attentive. The first few sentences vividly portray the emperor's heroic spirit. But in this heroic spirit, there is a bit of tenderness. What he sang was not only a song, but also a story. The picture emerged in everyone's mind unconsciously. The enemy country invaded, smoke rose everywhere, and the country was at the point of life and death. It was at this time that he met the lover who could stay with him for life. But there must be a country before there can be a home. For the sake of peace and tranquility, for the eternal peace of the country and home, he must go to the battlefield. Soldiers, fight for our country. He sat on the back of a horse in armor. He read the oath passionately. On the high city wall, his lover was watching him reluctantly with tears in her eyes. Why fear the wind and sand when there is love in life? Grey hair cannot keep the beauty. Abandon the picturesque country in exchange for her smile. It is better than this life of empty worry. Finally, he led the army to roar past. But he, who has always been resolute, was too weak to look back. If I could, I would like to abandon this huge country and hold hands with you to the end of the world. Unconsciously, everyone was completely immersed in Yihan's singing. Their eyes were locked on Yihan singing on the stage. Tears were already rolling in their eyes. The abundant emotions in the song almost overwhelmed them. Finally, someone couldn't control the impact in their hearts and let the tears flow. Director. The number of online viewers has increased again. It has exceeded the expected number. The background data has changed again. The number of viewers is increasing, soaring at a terrifying speed. The director couldn't restrain his smile. Buy more entries quickly, we must seize this popularity. I didn't expect Yihan to bring him such a big surprise. In the past, his impression of Yihan was that he was a mindless traffic star, but he didn't expect that he was actually a powerful one. He picked up a treasure, right? Yihan's singing became more and more passionate, pulling people's emotions to a climax. But when he sang the last paragraph, he suddenly lowered his tone. The smoke of war rises, and the search for love is like the waves washing sand. It seemed to whisper softly in the ear, more like a confession before the death of a lover. The fighting on the battlefield was extremely fierce. Looking around, there were broken limbs and arms everywhere, and the bones of soldiers everywhere. He supported the hilt of the sword and knelt on one knee, maintaining his last character. Meeting her, like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. But the sight in front of him became more and more blurred. In a trance, her face appeared. The scenery was just right that year, he and she met, and they fell in love at first sight. The spring breeze brought a pear blossom around him, as if saying goodbye for the last time. The emperor finally ran out of energy and fell to the ground. Swing the sword to cut off the horizon, let go of the lovesickness. In my dream, I am obsessed with you. The last two sentences are heartbreaking. If possible, I will give you the next life. In the next life, I don't want this country. I just want to stay with you forever. The song is over. But the whole venue seems to be shrouded in an invisible sadness. Time seems to freeze. The emperor's tenderness, heartbreak, and family and country loyalty in the song are integrated together. It can't be simply summarized by the word, good to listen to. It was only 3 minutes long, but they seemed to have watched a whole epic movie. Everyone was immersed in the aftertaste of the song and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Finally, Yihan bowed, thank you. Everyone came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. Everyone raised their hands in tacit understanding and applauded Yihan vigorously. The audience applauded loudly and could not calm down for a long time. The audience conveyed their inner shock to Yihan in a pure way. Many people even cried and their eyes were red, and their emotions were difficult to control. This song made me know Yihan again. There is nothing to say, my vote is for Yihan. Oh my goodness, has this guy evolved? What shocked them more than the impact of this song was Yihan's transformation. Today, they seemed to have met a brand new Yihan. Their host was stunned for a while, and hurried to the stage at the urging of the director. To be honest, he almost cried just now. Yihan's performance was so wonderful. Yihan, do you have anything to say to everyone? Yihan picked up the microphone with difficulty. This song is called The World. He paused for a moment involuntarily. Just when he was singing, he suddenly felt dizzy and the pain in his body swept over him. Yihan, who died of leukemia in his previous life, certainly knew that this was a symptom of the disease. The system had warned him. Although he would not have obvious cancer symptoms now. But the pain caused by cancer would not decrease. The shorter the lifespan, the more severe the pain. Yihan endured the pain and continued. Although it is the world, every sentence is about her, and the emotions are self-evident. There are still sharp-eyed netizens who found that something was wrong with Yihan. Why are Yihan's lips so white? He looks so bad. It's scary, is he feeling unwell? Oh my god, this guy must have smoked. Don't talk nonsense, this is not a rumor you can just make up. Yihan has a bad character, it wouldn't be surprising if he really smoked. The live broadcast room gradually deviated from the original style and fell into a new round of quarrels. And on the stage, it was the mentor's commentary session. This was the first time Fang Wenshan was so eager to speak. I was very surprised by Yihan's performance today. Whether it was the arrangement or the lyrics, it completely exceeded my original understanding of this program. Fang Wenshan did not hide his appreciation at all. He was not interested in this program at first. It was only after the station director invited him 3 times that he was barely persuaded to be a judge. These days, music variety shows are mostly gimmicks, and there are very few people with real strength. Fang Wenshan had no expectations at first. But Yihan really amazed him. Fang Wenshan's words made Huo Chenyu's expression twisted. He didn't even bother to let Fang Wenshan finish, and couldn't wait to interrupt. This song is indeed not bad, but there are still many flaws in it. Chapter 6:2 or 3 things I have to say with Wang Xinling. Fang Wenshan has always been respected in the industry. Others always rush to pass the microphone to him, and no one really snatches the microphone from him. Huo Chenyu's sudden interruption made him frown immediately. But Huo Chenyu didn't even bother to look at him, and he kept on pouring out his own opinions. This is a creative program. Innovation like rap alone is not enough. In my opinion, we should add a chant, for example. Huo Chenyu said happily, and he howled, R tilde, and demonstrated one on the spot. This operation is really confusing. The mage is too disrespectful, isn't he? Teacher Fang hasn't finished yet. He's always like this, I'm used to it. I'm dying of laughter, what the hell is he howling about? Huo Chenyu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the host Xiaomeng. Thank you Teacher Hua for your comments. Teacher Fang, please continue. After hearing this, Fang Wenshan's expression became a little better. Xiao Meng broke out in a cold sweat. I've heard that Hua Chenyu has low emotional intelligence, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid. But Hua Chenyu doesn't care about so much. Jealousy almost overwhelmed him. It was like this before, everyone praised Yihan, and only had Yihan in their eyes. I thought Yihan would be devastated by his bad reputation now. I didn't expect his performance today to be so brilliant. Would Hua Chenyu feel comfortable if he didn't say a few bad things about him? But fortunately, Yihan's popularity is very low now, and no one should vote for him. Yihan, still lost. Hua Chenyu was secretly happy in his heart, waiting for the final live voting. Our first round of voting will be composed of 500 judges on site. According to the rules, as long as the number of live votes exceeds 80%, that is, 400 votes, Yihan will be able to successfully advance. Next, 1 minute of voting time, start. The first episode of the show can only be voted offline, which makes the audience watching the live broadcast very unhappy. I still want to vote for Yihan. Why is there no online channel? It's boring. Strongly request to open the online channel. 400 votes are not difficult to say, but also not easy to say. At least among the 8 singers who appeared before Yihan, only 3 successfully advanced. The voting channel will be closed soon. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Voting is over. Compared to the audience who were nervously waiting for the results, Yihan was the calmest one. Even Hua Chenyu looked a little more anxious than him. It's not that Yihan is not anxious, he is just confident in his own level. Today's stage is perfect even for a regular singer competition. He is so confident. Sure enough. Let us congratulate Yihan. 488 votes. The highest number of votes so far. Advanced. The audience cheered. Yihan. 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 Although many of them didn't like Yihan before. But at this moment, they were all happy that Yihan could stay. How is it possible? Hua Chenyu was furious. He kicked the table leg with hatred, his face full of jealousy. Fang Wenshan on the side looked at him with contempt, and the disdain in his eyes could not be hidden. The gap between people is really big. Yihan left the stage amid everyone's cheers. As soon as he walked to the backstage entrance, Zhu Tongshan rushed up impatiently. Brother! You are awesome. Did you practice singing secretly behind my back? He knew that his brother Han had this ability. But now Yihan was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Zhu Tongshan almost knocked him to the ground. Zhu Tongshan then realized that something was wrong with Yihan. Yihan's lips turned pale. His forehead was covered with big drops of sweat. The body was still twitching slightly. It was as if he was in great pain. Brother, what's wrong with you? Zhu Tongshan hurriedly helped Yihan to the side. Several staff members were looking at them from the side. But they didn't show any intention of helping. Zhu Tongshan, who was isolated and helpless, could only find a plastic stool to help Yihan sit down. He went to get a cup of hot water. But after Yihan drank the hot water, the complexion didn't get much better. Zhu Tongshan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Brother, shall I take you to the hospital? But Yihan shook his head. Ask him an irrelevant question. When will the first installment of the money be transferred? Brother Han. It's already so late, why are you still concerned about this? Zhu Tongshan didn't expect Yihan to ask this. In the past, Brother Han never cared about how much money he had. He only went on the show based on his mood. What happened recently? The word money is always in his words. But now Zhu Tongshan can't think about so much. Brother Han's health is the most important thing. How about I call an ambulance? Yihan waved his hands weakly. No, just take me home. Only Yihan knew that he was weak now because his body warned him that his remaining lifespan was too low. It was useless to go to any hospital. He had to donate the announcement fee as soon as possible. Zhu Tongshan wanted to persuade him, but Yihan had already closed his eyes. He had no choice but to support Yihan, and the two of them slowly moved out. The staff around them avoided them. That scene was miserable no matter how you looked at it. Yihan! Yihan! Hearing this voice, the figure that was hiding in the dark and spying suddenly shrank back. The hurried high heels were getting closer and closer. Zhu Tongshan could only stop. The person coming was Wang Xinling. Wang Xinling looked at the weak Yihan in surprise, with a worried look on her face. What's wrong with him? Wasn't he fine just now? Teacher Wang, what's wrong with you? A trace of vigilance flashed in Zhu Tongshan's eyes, and he took 2 steps back with Yihan. There was no way, Yihan had been inexplicably blackened too many times. Now Zhu Tongshan was afraid of seeing female artists. Maybe just a word would be taken by someone and posted online, attracting a wave of criticism. As soon as Yihan saw Wang Xinling, he thought of that chaotic night. He could only close his eyes and pretend to be dead. Wang Xinling was very aggrieved. Yihan, do you really not want to tell me anything? Zhu Tongshan looked at him like this. What else did he not understand? His brother Han owed another debt of love. Teacher Wang, brother Han is not feeling well now, how about, talk next time? Wang Xinling looked disappointed. Yihan, I hope you can think about our relationship carefully. After saying this, she looked at Yihan deeply and left in high heels. Zhu Tongshan was already used to this kind of gossip. But he still couldn't help sighing. Brother, what are you doing? Zhu Tongshan was speechless. His brother Han is good in every way, but he likes to attract bees and butterflies. Yihan opened his eyes only when the sound of high heels completely disappeared. Misunderstanding, it's really all misunderstanding. Yihan was really wrong this time. The incident happened a month ago. Yihan accompanied his lovelorn friend to a bar. Drunk Wang Xinling happened to bump into his arms and refused to let go. Worried about something happening, Yihan found an empty box and put Wang Xinling in it. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinling held his hand and refused to let him go. She cried while holding him, and she was so sad. It was obvious that she had encountered something. Yihan was not so hungry, so he could only wait for her to wake up in the box. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinling woke up the next day and said that Yihan should be responsible for her. She was entangled with her. It's so tearful to talk about it. I had a bad record before, and I'm afraid even a pighead wouldn't believe it if I told the truth now. Yihan sighed and held back the idea of explaining. Let's go. Unexpectedly, just as the two were about to leave, they were stopped again. Yihan, stay. This time, it was Fang Wenshan. He walked towards Yihan with a kind smile and looked at his expression. Are you feeling unwell? No, hello, Teacher Fang. Yihan bent down and stretched out his hands very tactfully. Hello. Fang Wenshan got straight to the point. I have something I want to ask you for help. Chapter 7 The King of Songs, First Release, Writing Songs for Hong Kong Singers. Write songs. Sitting in Fang Wenshan's lounge, Yihan's eyes were shining. What you need is what you get. I heard that writing songs can make money. I wonder what kind of song you need, Teacher Fang. Now Yihan's waist doesn't hurt anymore, his legs aren't sore anymore, and he feels energetic all over. The sickly look just now was swept away. Have you heard of I Am the King of Songs? The other party is the first singer of this program. I attach great importance to this song. The King of Songs. How could Yihan not have an impression? In the world he used to live in, King of Songs is the most popular music variety show. Not to mention the strength and creativity, Mango TV's marketing is first class. In the latest season of King of Songs, with the stork of a 50-year-old lady guarding the country's gate, King of Songs became popular outside Longua. I heard that the new episode will invite Adam from abroad to be the guest of honor. That would be even more exciting. But Yihan didn't wait for Adam to appear after all. One day before the new episode of King of Songs was broadcast, he stopped breathing completely. He came to this world with his eyes closed and opened. Although this parallel world is similar to the original world, there are still many differences. For example, King of Songs. In this world, the first season of King of Songs is still in the preheating stage and has not been broadcast at all. Everyone is still guessing who will be the first singers of the first season. But Yihan knew that this program would become popular as soon as it was launched. If he could write a song for the singers, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Just by selling songs, he could save money for several schools, right? After getting Yihan's affirmative answer, Fang Wenshan continued to talk. As for this singer, the situation is more complicated. She is a singer from Hong Kong Island. She is not famous in the mainland. I'm afraid many people don't know her. So this first song is very important. It determines her stay or departure to a certain extent. Fang Wenshan is famous in the industry, so the other party contacted him as soon as possible. But even the songs he wrote could not fully meet the other party's requirements. Not to mention the people under his studio. Today, Yihan sang Qinxia on the stage. Suddenly, Fan Wenshan had an idea. Why not let Yihan try? And Yihan was thinking about another question. Why did he feel that the singer described by Fan Wenshan sounded so familiar? Hong Kong Island. Come to the mainland to develop. Not very famous. Yihan thought of someone. Teacher Fang, this singer, is it called Deng Ziqi? Fan Wenshan slapped his thigh. Right. I didn't expect that you actually know her. Fan Wenshan was quite surprised. Although Deng Ziqi is very famous in Hong Kong Island, she is indeed not well known in the mainland. I've heard of her, just heard of her. This is Deng Ziqi, the queen of giant lungs who became famous in the mainland with the king of songs. A potential stock. A golden thigh. In Yihan's mind, he even knew what kind of song he should write. He patted his chest and assured Fan Wenshan, Teacher Fang, don't worry. I will definitely make her satisfied with this song. Faced with Yihan's solemn promise, Fan Wenshan hesitated. You don't need to confirm the specific details. Why did Yihan suddenly look like he was sure of victory? He obviously didn't even tell Yihan what type of song Deng Ziqi wanted. But Yihan's focus was completely different from his. Teacher Fang, can I ask you something? How much can you give for this song? Making money is the kingly way, okay? Now Yihan's mind is full of money. Because no money equals no life. His heart is still throbbing and aching. Fan Wenshan was stunned by Yihan's question. Such a direct guy is quite rare. But he didn't care much about Yihan's recklessness. The other party is very sincere and is willing to give 2% of the song share plus 450,000 copyright fees. This price is considered high in the industry. But he didn't expect that Yihan would try to get more for himself. Teacher, can you discuss with the other party and raise the share to 3%? Oh, Fan Wenshan didn't know how to respond. If the song is really good, I will try. Fan Wenshan was slightly unhappy. The song hasn't been written yet, why are you talking so much? Young people can't just think about money. I didn't expect Yihan to be so pushy, can we settle the bill as soon as possible? Looking at Yihan's eager eyes, Fan Wenshan doubted his judgment for the first time. Is Yihan short of money? Are all the rumors on the internet true? For the first time, he questioned his own judgment. He had a good first impression of Yihan. This young man is quick to react and smart. More importantly, he is very talented. But he didn't expect Yihan to talk about money all the time in private. This made Fan Wenshan a little disappointed. He held back his anger. Everything depends on the quality of the song. What to do? Suddenly, he didn't have any hope for Yihan. Why did he feel that this young man was so unreliable? Fan Wenshan almost wrote the word regret on his face. But Yihan was a bit nervous and didn't feel it at all. He was still patting his chest to assure, Teacher Fang, don't worry. I can definitely do it. Yihan was full of confidence, and his little abacus in his heart was clacking. A song costs 450,000 yuan. It takes about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan to build a school. Isn't this easy? What he lacks now is not songs. What he lacks is people who ask him to write songs. Then he will ask Fan Wenshan to help him promote it. He. The money is rolling in. Fan Wenshan saw Yihan laughing at the air somewhere and shook his head helplessly. This young man doesn't seem to have a good brain. Chapter 8, a song written in 3 hours. Could he be a genius? That night, when Fan Wenshan received the music score sent by Yihan, he regretted his choice. Why did he have such high expectations for Yihan in the beginning? Who gave him the illusion? It was only 3 hours since the two said goodbye. Just 3 hours. Yihan sent the music score. Can a song written in such a short time be a good song? No doubt. This is impossible. Write a song. First you need inspiration. Then you need a careful conception. There are also various details such as arrangement, lyrics, etc. Just finding inspiration is enough. A good inspiration. Maybe it comes inadvertently. Maybe you can't think of it even after thinking hard for a long time. Not to mention the subsequent arrangement and accompaniment. Some high-level composers usually don't work easily, and it takes half a year to write a song. Is Yihan teasing him? What's more outrageous is yet to come. Behind the music score, there is even a bank card number. Teacher Fang, if there is no problem, please transfer the money to this card. This sentence almost made the usually calm Fang Wenshan's face turn liver-colored. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Is Yihan crazy about money? Fang Wenshan, who didn't have any expectations for Yihan, is now only disappointed. Sure enough, choosing Yihan was a wrong decision. I'm old, and I can't judge people anymore. Fang Wenshan shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid Yihan's song, The World, was not written by him at all. Thinking of this, Fang Wenshan lost the desire to even look at the music score. Forget it, just treat it as a joke. Fang Wenshan comforted himself while clicking on the picture. He wanted to see their masterpiece that was completed in 3 hours. What caught his eye were the 2 big words, bubble. Well, the song title is not bad, it doesn't seem to be chosen randomly. Fang Wenshan reluctantly showed some interest. He continued to read on. But as he read on, Fang Wenshan was stunned for a second, and then slowly sat up straight. His expression also changed from careless to serious, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He read the whole sheet of music in disbelief, then pulled the picture to the front and started reading again word by word. The more he read on, the more complicated his eyes became. At this moment, Fang Wenshan had only one thought in his mind: this song is not simple. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, his hands trembled slightly, and he could not suppress his excitement. He took a deep breath and carefully examined every note and lyrics on it, as if he was exploring a treasure full of surprises, and he didn't even dare to blink. Gradually, Fang Wenshan's face showed an expression of almost ecstasy, and he couldn't help but hum the lyrics. Beautiful bubbles, although a flash of fireworks. All your promises, although too fragile. This is so well written. Isn't the love that people pursue just like this bubble, beautiful and fragile? No. It's not just love. This is a deep thinking about life and truth. Fang Wenshan has forgotten everything around him. Completely immersed in this world of music. After reading the music score twice, Fang Wenshan closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, all kinds of inspirations for the production of this song have emerged in his mind. There is no doubt. This will be an extremely amazing work. And he will be one of the witnesses. Genius. Yihan is definitely a genius. In just 3 hours, he created a song that others couldn't write in 3 months. It even completely matched what Deng Ziqi was thinking. From any angle, this song is the best choice. Without any hesitation, he sent the sheet music directly to Deng Ziqi. Leave a message, I think you will like this song. Fang Wenshan took off his glasses. Still frightened. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. Yihan's era is probably coming. Ding. The phone notification sounded again. It was from Yihan. Teacher Fang, if you need anything in the future, please come to me. If you have friends, you can introduce me tilde. Good guy, this kid is advertising for himself. Fang Wenshan's just brewing emotions were broken at once. Okay. I'll find you next time. On the other side, the Dahao Hotel. Room 1108. A beautiful woman was sitting on a large sofa. She held her phone tightly in her hand. Her fingers kept operating on the screen, as if she was sending a message to someone. Finally, the phone rang. She looked at the caller ID. Her eyes revealed an unconcealable worry and nervousness. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind. She pressed the answer button with a slightly trembling hand. An angry voice came from the microphone. Deng Ziqi. What do you want to do? The woman was so frightened that she put the phone away. Yes, she was Deng Ziqi. The person who called her was her agent, Zhang Dan. She had just come to the mainland and had no fixed property, so she could only temporarily live in the hotel arranged by Mango TV. But she came here without telling Zhang Dan. She only brought 2 assistants she trusted. Hearing the other party's rebuke, Deng Ziqi's eyes became much clearer. The King of Songs is a good development opportunity, why did you secretly help me reject it? Her voice was extremely calm. But after hearing this, the other party seemed a little panicked. The arrogance just now also disappeared. Ziqi, you misunderstood, don't you have a lot of announcements to arrange? Besides, you are not famous in the mainland now, and it is easy to be influenced by public opinion when you suddenly appear on the show. I am doing this for your own good, come back quickly. Oh, every word is for her consideration, but what about the reality? Deng Ziqi smiled ironically. For so many years, she almost vomited after hearing these words. Deceptions and lies again and again. She has long been discouraged. She said coldly, "What if I don't come back?" Zhang Dan's voice suddenly became sharp. "No. You must come back. There are 2 more programs to be invited to appear, and 5 endorsements to be filmed. If you don't come back, the company will face huge compensation." These words made Deng Ziqi feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Money. 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 All he talked about was money. I don't know when it started. Zhang Dan would take endorsements and activities without permission, and never discuss it with her again. These activities would even delay her performance schedule. But the consequences were all borne by her. Last month, Deng Ziqi also discovered that Zhang Dan actually secretly registered a trademark with her name. Deng Ziqi felt that she seemed to have become a cash cow in Zhang Dan's eyes. She wished she could make money for him 24 hours a day until he used all means to squeeze out all her value. The hoarse voice on the other end of the phone did not convince Deng Ziqi, but made her more sober. She calmly expressed her decision: "I will not come back. You signed all those contracts. You will bear the consequences yourself." Zhang Dan's anger was clearly transmitted to every corner of the hotel through their microphone. "Deng Ziqi. Who do you think you are? Without me, you are nothing. You, Deng Ziqi, are just a tool to make money. Tool to make money." This sentence kept lingering in Deng Ziqi's mind. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Deng Ziqi's mouth. 10 years of friendship turned into a tool to make money. How ridiculous. She decisively pressed the hang-up button to isolate Zhang Dan's hysterical insults on the other end. "It's no big deal." Deng Ziqi raised her stubborn eyes to the ceiling and wiped away her tears. The King of Songs is a very broad stage. She doesn't want to be mechanically controlled by Zhang Dan anymore. She wants to break those shackles and live her own life. Ding. It was a message from Fang Wenshan. Deng Ziqi swallowed all the negative emotions. Clicked on the music score. Chapter 9: How many times do you have to get out of the entertainment industry? The next day. Fang Wenshan Music Studio. Deng Ziqi was waiting in the conference room early. She came to sign the contract. The song Foam that Fang Wenshan sent her yesterday. She felt like she had found a treasure. The moment she finished reading the music score, she knew. Only this song can make her, a newcomer, stand firm on the stage of King of Songs. At the same time, she also wanted to meet the person who wrote the song for her. Although they had never met before. But this person was like a confidant. Perfectly integrated her thoughts and ideas into the lyrics and melody. Isn't that fragile and beautiful bubble just like herself who is now alone? With a creak, the door opened. A tall man walked in. His appearance was like a bright light. It instantly illuminated the whole room. Deng Ziqi slightly opened her red lips, her eyes showing surprise. Could this be Yihan? But why is he so young? Did he write Bubble? Deng Ziqi's mind was simply a mess. Fang Wenshan followed Yihan and greeted Deng Ziqi with a smile. Ziqi came so early. Let me introduce you, this is Yihan, the author of Bubble. Yihan, this is Deng Ziqi. Hello, Sister Ziqi. Yihan took the initiative to extend her hand. Under the high bridge of her nose, her lips slightly raised, revealing a touch of confidence. Deng Ziqi then reacted and shook hands with Yihan. The two looked at each other, and Deng Ziqi was involuntarily attracted by Yihan's eyes. His eyes were like a deep lake, full of mystery. It made people want to explore the secrets. Fang Wenshan coughed twice after noticing the unusual atmosphere between the two. Deng Ziqi woke up as if from a dream and let go of his hand. Her face was a little hot. What happened to her? It was so embarrassing. I have printed the contract. Please check if there are any problems. Fang Wenshan handed the contract to Yihan. Yihan was very satisfied. 3% of the profit, 450,000 copyrights. The profit will be discussed after the song is put on the shelves, and the copyright fee can be deposited into his account today. Great, getting closer and closer to the goal of the first school. Yihan looked at the contract and laughed foolishly. No problem, I will sign it now. The shiny banknotes were waving at him tilde. Then I will make you a pot of tea. Fang Wenshan walked out of the reception room with a smile. Yihan quickly signed the contract and handed it to Deng Ziqi. Sister Ziqi, happy cooperation. Deng Ziqi signed without hesitation. Although Deng Ziqi was smiling, there was a trace of melancholy between her eyebrows. Yihan, who was always quick-witted, couldn't help but said, Sister Ziqi, you don't seem very happy. Deng Ziqi's heart tightened. Is it so obvious? Or Yihan is too sensitive? A touch of emotion surged in her heart. Deng Ziqi widened her smile. No, I am very happy to have the song bubble. That's good. Yihan was relieved. Sister Ziqi, you will definitely be able to fight for your own world in the mainland music scene. Hearing this, Deng Ziqi was very nervous. But no one knows me. The singers of King of Songs are all excellent. Can I really stay all along? She has been worried about this. As far as she knows. As a music variety show with huge investment. The singers invited by King of Songs are very strong and well known. She is a singer who is unknown in the mainland. I am afraid that no one will like her. But even so, Deng Ziqi wants to give it a try. She doesn't want to continue to be treated as a tool by Zhang Dan. She wants to live her own life. She wants to stand on a bigger and broader stage. She wants to shine and sing loudly. But Deng Ziqi has been suppressed for too long. Such words. She even has no one to complain to. Yihan's encouragement. Let her long frozen heart begin to loosen. It turned out that there were people who believed in her. The suppression, control, PUA in the past almost made her lose herself. Yihan was still so determined. He nodded vigorously. Believe me. You can do it. Not only can you stay, but you will also be popular in the entire music scene. In the future, I will hold my own concerts all over the country. Ding. Your account with the last digit of your card number 9921 has received 450,000 yuan in cash. When Yihan received this message, he was so happy that he almost burst into tears. 450,000. If I had known earlier, I would not have donated the 150,000 yuan appearance fee for The Sound of Sounds. Otherwise, 15 plus 45, a total of 600,000 yuan. The school can start construction, right? He was still a little too anxious. When the appearance fee arrived, his remaining lifespan had been consumed to only 4 days. At that time, the whole person was in great pain. Yihan could only donate the money and exchange the 7 charity points rewarded by the system for 7 days of life, and his body functions were restored. Yes. The system is so pitfall. At the beginning, 3,500 yuan was exchanged for 1 day of life. Yihan thought that 150,000 yuan would at least last for half a month. As a result, he completely underestimated the degree of the system's black heart. 7 days, only 7 days. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. When he thought about how he was on the show and selling songs, but couldn't even save up half the school's money, Yihan suddenly felt hopeless in his life. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and Yihan lazily pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Zhu Tongshan on the other end of the phone was extremely flustered. Brother. Go online and check. Something happened. Yihan stood up suddenly. Unbelievable, what happened again? Why does he have trouble every day? Am I being scolded again? Yihan began to imagine various reasons, and then successfully calmed down. Isn't it just scolding him? He is used to it. Yihan even comforted Zhu Tongshan. It's okay, I'm your brother, you can scold me if you want. Zhu Tongshan almost knelt down to him. This time it's not easy. They all said that you took drugs. Although he knew that Brother Han would not do such a thing, it was difficult to extinguish rumors once they started, so he was so anxious. What? Yihan was really nervous at this moment, and even had a hint of anger. It was fine if they spread rumors about him this and that, but now they dared to spread such a big shit on him. They really don't take his life seriously. Yihan went to Weibo angrily and saw that, as expected, all the content was related to him. This time, not only the first 3, but also the first 10 had his name. Hashihan is addicted to drugs. Hashihan get out of the entertainment industry. Hashihan should be banned immediately. The most popular entry had a line of words written on it. Yihan must have taken drugs. Yihan laughed in anger. Is it so cheap to spread rumors now? You can't bully people like this, right? He took a look around and probably understood. The cause of the incident was that someone released a video. The content of the video was the part where Yihan was weakly supported by Zhu Tongshan in the backstage. In the picture, Yihan was pale and Zhu Tongshan was panicked. At first glance, it seemed that it was really true. If Yihan was not the person involved, he would probably be fooled. How come I was filmed as if I was really sucked? He himself was suspicious after seeing the video, not to mention those netizens who were watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. Without any suspense, this was the 282nd time that netizens called on Yihan to get out of the entertainment industry. Chapter 10. Hello everyone, I am doing a live drug test. The person who posted the video did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Yihan's face turned frighteningly pale when he was singing. I noticed something was wrong a long time ago. I didn't expect that he couldn't even stand steadily after stepping off the stage and fell directly onto his assistant. Isn't it obvious? Yihan must have inhaled it. Yihan, this scum, must be banned. He spoke with certainty. There were also a few people who claimed to be TV station staff who came out to add fuel to the fire. I was there at the time, I can prove it. I was one of the staff members, and Yihan was really abnormal at that time. Let's all testify together. Yihan definitely inhaled it. Under the video, a large number of people followed suit to denounce Yihan. TSK, that seems like something he would do. Can anyone report this with real name? Just go in and start sewing. I just changed my opinion of him today, but this happened. I'm so disappointed. At first, this video was not exposed. Many netizens even praised Yihan. Because he performed very well today. It's hard not to be amazed. What's the result? It hasn't been long since then and another scandal has broken out. This caused Yihan's popularity with the public, which had just begun to improve, to quickly collapse again. And the collapse was even more violent. Watching this group of people spreading rumors with such confidence, Yihan finally understood the meaning of the phrase, 3 people make a tiger. Some rumors don't even have any evidence, but they can be spread as if they were true just by a video. As a public figure, he realized for the first time the horror of public opinion. After quickly traveling to this world, Yihan has always been happy to be able to be reborn. But it was not until this moment that he truly understood. Living well in this world is not as easy as you think. The entertainment industry is a complicated place, and someone would stab him in the back from time to time. But he is not a lamb to be slaughtered, and he will not be slandered as foolishly as his original self. The purpose that Yihan believes in is always. Others threw mud at me. I'll hit him to death with mud. Then dig up his ancestral grave. You can't extort 88,000 from him. I would like to say hello to his whole family. So, if he can produce evidence to prove that he didn't smoke. Can these rumor mongers eat shit live? At 2 o'clock in the morning, Huo Chenyu was still too excited to sleep. God really helps him. Yes. That video was shot by Huo Chenyu. Although he didn't know whether Yihan actually smoked it, the video was in his hands now, so couldn't he say whatever he wanted? Huo Chenyu thought, Yihan's reputation is so bad anyway, no one will believe him no matter how he explains. No matter what, Yihan will definitely have to go through a wave of public opinion storm, and if he is lucky, he may even be banned. The more Huo Chenyu thought about it, the happier he became, and he laughed so hard while holding his phone. In front of him, there appeared a scene of Yihan crying, kneeling down to apologize, and announcing that he would completely quit the entertainment industry. Just then, the urgent ringing of the phone interrupted Huo Chenyu's fantasy. TSK. Huo Chenyu pressed the answer button impatiently and yelled at the other end, "What are you doing so late at night?" The person who called was one of Huo Chenyu's followers. "Brother Huo, something seems to be wrong now." Something is wrong? What could be wrong? Huo Chenyu picked his feet calmly. "Why are you panicking? Just tell me what's going on." However, the other party was not calmed by his words, and his tone became more anxious. "Brother Huo, Yihan has started a live broadcast." Huo Chenyu clicked his tongue impatiently. "Just start the live broadcast, what does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with his pay?" I don't know what he was thinking about, but he showed an extremely obscene smile. Could this kid be so poor that he is begging for rewards through live streaming? The other party interrupted Huo Chenyu excitedly. "No. He is broadcasting live. He went to the police station to do a hair test." "What?" Huo Chenyu jumped up from the bed and said in disbelief, "He went to the police station. Yes. There are now more than 100,000 people online in that live broadcast room. How could Yihan go to the police station? How dare he go to the police station? Didn't people in the industry always say that he was taking drugs? Could it be false? Hua Chenyu panicked. He hurriedly opened the social platform, and the first content pushed by the system was Yihan's live broadcast. At this time, Yihan was standing at the door of the police station, introducing himself to the camera with a serious expression. Hello everyone, it's 2:15 in the morning. This is the Zhenqiao police station in Hudu, which is where I will do the hair test next. In order to clarify some rumors, the entire testing process will be broadcast live on the same frequency. Even through the screen, Hua Chenyu still felt a sense of fear for no reason. Yihan actually meant it. The room was clearly well air-conditioned, but beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. He never expected that Yihan would directly counterattack this time. If Yihan finds out that he is the mastermind behind this. Hua Chenyu swallowed unconsciously. Brother Hua, what should we do now? The other party didn't hear Hua Chenyu's response for a long time and began to urge him in panic. Don't panic. Hua Chenyu's voice was shaking. Quickly delete the post before things get out of hand. His mind was completely confused, and he kept muttering to himself, spend money to delete it, no matter how much money is, it must be deleted completely. Hopefully it's not too late. But the other party hesitated. No buts. Right now. Immediately. After hanging up the phone, a feeling of fear came over me. Fortunately, he just gave the video to his subordinates to operate, and did not do it himself. Yihan shouldn't be found, right? Hua Chenyu stared at the live broadcast on his phone, not daring to even blink. Yihan's attitude also surprised the crowd of onlookers in the live broadcast room. Originally, they were still enjoying the melon and discussing whether Yihan would be banned this time. No one doubted the authenticity of this information at all. After all, in their eyes, what could Yihan not do? He was just a scumbag. But who could have thought that Yihan turned around and started a live broadcast, saying that he wanted to prove his innocence? And it's very simple and crude. Police station. Drug test. The story seems to be getting more and more interesting. Are you serious? You are so stubborn, the rumors will be broken by themselves. Not necessarily. Maybe he directed and acted it himself. It should be hype, right? Yihan, stop struggling and just be banned. There were many people who mocked Yihan in the live broadcast room. However, when the camera followed Yihan's footsteps and walked straight into the police station, everyone was dumbfounded. In the past, he rarely came out to clarify some of the remarks made against Yihan. Everyone thought that Yihan was too guilty to admit it. This is the first time Yihan has fought back with actual action. Yihan, this is serious. Chapter 11, when someone throws mud at me, I kill him with it. Early morning. The police officer on night shift was still diligently sticking to his post. When he saw Yihan come in, he began to ask questions as usual. Yihan was not vague and went straight to the point. Hello, police officer. Someone spread rumors that I was taking drugs. I hereby voluntarily apply for a drug test. These 3 sentences were concise and to the point, but they scared the police. It is normal for them to send police to arrest people after receiving reports, but very few people take the initiative to apply for drug testing. Is this guy kidding? He glanced at Yihan in front of him. He has a ruddy complexion, is full of righteousness and vitality. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with drugs. Why are you here to join in the fun? Is this a place where you can mess around? Until I saw the camera following Yihan. The police seemed to understand something. Could this be some internet celebrity who wants to be famous? He secretly despised them in his heart. People nowadays will do anything to become famous, and they even dare to mess with the police. The police officer on duty immediately frowned. The police station is not a place for you to play games. You will be detained for 15 days for illegal disturbance. He thought Yihan was an internet celebrity who would do anything to become famous. After hearing what the police said, netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it anymore, and a string of words, ha 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 ha, floated across the screen. The police officer scolded me well. Yihan, please stop hyping it up. Yihan, just be banned obediently. Don't struggle in vain. The sewing machine is your true destiny. The story seems to be getting more and more interesting. Yihan felt very wronged for being wronged by the police, but fortunately he was well prepared before coming. Yihan took out his ID card and a letter of guarantee from his pocket and placed them in front of the police. He stood straight with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I will never occupy public resources. I just need an appraisal to prove my innocence." The policeman then realized that the young man was not joking with him. His expression became serious. He picked up Yihan's ID card and looked at it again and again, then said, "Wait a moment, I'll go verify the information." After saying that, he walked into the office behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yihan grinned at the camera, revealing a dangerous signal. "I don't know how the law currently deals with people who spread rumors. I'll ask the police later." At this time, the number of online viewers has already exceeded 100,000. Yihan's determination to prove himself and not give up frightened everyone. Things have developed to this point, and everyone has to accept it even if they are unwilling to do so. Being able to apply for a drug test for himself, Yihan clearly hadn't taken any drugs. Otherwise, how could he be so tough? This time, Yihan might have been tricked. It's so funny. So many people believe a video like this. I suspect someone is targeting Yihan specifically. I thought Yihan was going to be banned. This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. You are so bold. Spreading rumors will lead to a prison sentence. See the last sentence of the barrage. Hua Chenyu, who was hiding behind the screen and peeping, began to tremble all over. Sentenced? No way. This is really a big deal. There are a lot of intrigues in their entertainment industry, and they use both overt and covert means to fight for resources. But everyone knows the limits and won't make a big fuss. But he never expected that Yihan would dare to broadcast the test live. When did this guy become so tough? Who knows what's up with him? A few minutes later, the policeman came out and said to Yihan, "Come with me to go through the formalities, and we'll go directly for the appraisal later." The camera was facing a scene where professional appraisers had collected Yihan's hair and placed it into a container. The test results will be available in 6 minutes. This means that Yihan only needs to wait for these short 6 minutes to get the truth. What the result is doesn't really matter anymore. They've come here to authenticate it themselves, so how could it still be fake? But this matter is not over yet for Yihan. While waiting, Yihan took the opportunity to talk to the police. "Uncle Police, if the test results show that I did not take drugs, what will happen to the person who spread the rumor? Those who spread rumors and cause social panic will receive public security penalties, including fines and administrative detention. If a crime is constituted, criminal liability will be pursued." Every word was clearly recorded by the camera and went in. It also reached someone's ears clearly. Is it that serious? Hua Chenyu was frightened and walked around the room in a panic. What should I do? What should I do? Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Hua Chenyu trembled and his eyes were dazed. Press the answer button only after seeing the caller ID clearly. The other party was very embarrassed. "Brother Hua, I can't delete it. The number of reposts has exceeded 100,000. Fuck. Hua Chenyu cursed. "What's the point of keeping you, a bunch of trash? Brother Hua, listen to me." The other party wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Hua Chenyu. "If you can't do this well, get out. I'll try my best. I'll try my best." The other party had no choice but to apologize humbly and hung up the phone in a hurry. Hua Chenyu paced back and forth holding his cell phone, praying silently in his heart. It shouldn't be found on him, right? Definitely not. Hua Chenyu comforted himself. At worst, I can spend some money and find connections to suppress this matter. 3 hours later, our police report appeared on the internet. Looking at this new hot search, Hua Chenyu's heart almost jumped out. He clicked it with shaking hands. After police investigation, the rumor of #D is false. The person involved, Yihan, has ruled out drug use. The police will further investigate those who spread the rumors. Currently, suspects including Yao and Liu have been identified. The police will severely punish those who spread rumors and affect public order. The suspects mentioned in the statement are the 2 people arranged by Hua Chenyu to release the video. Fortunately, he was not found. Hua Chenyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just tell me, how could he be involved? I thought Yihan was so capable, but it turns out he's just a paper tiger. Hua Chenyu lay back on the bed with lingering fear. I can't sleep, so I'll go online and check. He was bored and logged into his second Weibo account to lurk, and cursed a few words under the messages related to Yihan. Support the blogger. Yihan should be banned. I have met Yihan once offline, and he looks a lot like Zhu Barji. You're still listening to Yihan's songs? That's so tasteless. In this way, Hua Chenyu had a lot of fun. It wasn't until the list was updated that he saw his name at the top of the trending search list. According to insiders, the popular singer Hua Chenyu is suspected to be pregnant before marriage, and the mother of the child is another popular female singer in the music industry. The evidence is solid. Hua Chenyu widened his eyes in disbelief and slowly uttered two words, "Damn it." Chapter 12. Yes, we do have a child. Hua Chenyu? Unmarried but with children. How is that possible? When people first saw this news, not many believed it. Especially Hua Chenyu's die-hard fans. Their brother Hua is the only bright white moonlight in the music industry, a white lotus that emerges from the mud without being stained, and the most self-disciplined model singer representative. How could someone do such a thing? It must be a rumor. Others didn't believe it, but Hua Chenyu himself was almost scared to death when he saw the news. Because every word in this rumor is true. He does already have a baby. The child's mother is Zhang Chen, a female singer who debuted on a music talent show and has been very popular in the music scene in the past 2 years. What innocent young handsome guy, is that just a character created by the company? He has so much money and capital, why can't he have fun? The degree of openness of their private lives as celebrities is not something that ordinary people can access. As for their personalities, of course they do whatever it takes to attract fans, otherwise how can they make money? But, when talking about this child, Hua Chenyu gets angry. He has no interest in Zhang Chen. However, the woman begged and pleaded to be with him, so Hua Chenyu reluctantly played with her for a while. I thought it was just a fleeting romance, and that we would part ways and everyone would be happy. Unexpectedly, that silly woman Zhang Chen went abroad and secretly gave birth to the child. When Hua Chenyu got the news, the child was already several months old. He hasn't had enough fun yet and is forced to become a father. How unlucky he can be. What can you do? You can only swallow your anger and accept it. Hua Chenyu could only accept this son with tears in his eyes. Although they deliberately concealed this news, most people in the circle knew about it. But Hua Chenyu didn't expect that it would actually be exposed. Hua Chenyu knew without even thinking who was the one who was trying to trip him up this time, and cursed fiercely, "Yihan. Are you looking for death?" But he had no time to take revenge on Yihan now. I don't know what means Yihan used, but he released a lot of photos and evidence, causing this matter to ferment more and more. Now many people are asking him to come out and give an explanation. In the blink of an eye, the trending searches about Yihan taking drugs had passed, and then came the overwhelming. Hua Chenyu is happy to be a father. The pure character collapses. It turns out Hua Chenyu is this kind of person. Let us take a look at the erotic affairs of a certain male singer. There are more and more hot searches, and I don't even have time to delete them. When netizens come across this kind of big news, they jump up and down with joy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Hua Chenyu even has a son. Don't say it, don't say it. Brother Hua, accept my greeting. Everyone started to dig into the details and came to the conclusion the matter with Hua Chenyu was most likely confirmed. Even what Yihan said on the show last time was dug up. Do you remember the first episode of The Sound of Sound? Yihan even said something about Hua Chenyu taking care of the baby. I remember, Hua Chenyu's face turned green at that time, har ha har har. This dude is a real tiger. He dares to say that on the show. Netizens suddenly realized. It turns out that the fact that Hua Chenyu has a baby has long been no secret in the circle. Just when Hua Chenyu was at a loss, Zhang Chen called again. Hua Chenyu was so annoyed that he lowered his head and cursed before answering the phone. What are you doing? Zhang Chen felt aggrieved on the other end of the phone. I didn't make this trending search, you have to believe me. Hua Chenyu knew that Zhang Chen was stupid, but not to that extent. I know it has nothing to do with you, so don't worry about it. Zhang Chen started crying as she spoke, as if she was very scared. So what should we do now? Hua Chenyu only answered with 2 words, play dead. If I jump out to explain at this time, I will never be able to clear myself completely. He casually told Zhang Chen a few words and then quickly hung up the phone. Damn, saying one more word to this woman is lowering his IQ. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, a hint of obscurity flashed across Zhang Qinshan's eyes. The middle-aged woman sitting next to him came over impatiently. How is it? What did he say? The woman looked to be in her 50s and was holding a child in her arms. Zhang Qinshan shook his head. He still doesn't want to make it public. What? The woman shouted in dissatisfaction. Then his eyes rolled around, he slapped his thigh, and began to cry. What should I do? Poor my beautiful daughter. The father won't acknowledge the child even though she is so old. My life is so miserable, woo-woo. Here we go again, when will it ever end? Zhang Qinshan frowned in disgust. Mom, is this the time to talk about this? The woman continued to sob, and her crying startled the sleeping child in her arms. She picked up the child and complained while crying, you have to think of a way. You can't let that young man take advantage of you for nothing, right? At least, give you an identity. Zhang Qinshan understood. This is what her mother really thinks. Before, Hu Qinyu wanted to settle the matter with money, but her mother refused to agree. It sounded like she was only thinking about her, but in fact, only Zhang Qinshan knew that her mother was very ambitious. Hu Qinyu's family is so rich, they have accumulated assets from several generations of their ancestors. It is obvious that they are a wealthy family. Her mother wants her to marry into a wealthy family so that she can gain status through her son. But how could Hu Qinyu like her? A sarcastic smile appeared on Zhang Qinshan's lips. In this case, she has to earn a future for herself. Zhang Qinshan made a certain decision. She opened her phone, edited a line of text, and clicked publish without hesitation. Hu Qinyu, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. On the other side, the company gave instructions to Hu Qinyu. No response, waiting for the company to remove the trending search. Hu Qinyu's heart finally settled down a little. He couldn't lose his composure now. If he really jumped out to respond, big problems would probably arise. Not dealing with it is the best way to deal with it. Unfortunately, things did not develop in the direction Hu Qinyu imagined. At a time when rumors are spreading like wildfire, Zhang Qinshan, the child's mother, released a message that completely shocked everyone. Yes, we have a child. She admitted it. Just admit it. She admitted it so readily. After seeing this news, Hu Qinyu took a deep breath and fainted on the ground. On the other side, Yi Han, who saw the news, slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Har ha har har. Har ha har har. I'll teach you how to plot against me. Hu Qinyu must be so scared that his legs are weak now. What a pity that he is not there. At this moment, a sudden sharp pain came, and Yi Han's smile froze instantly. A bloody smell suddenly filled my throat. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Han covered his chest, his body trembling, as if hit by an invisible force. He tried to suppress his cough, but the taste of blood in his throat became stronger and stronger, and he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the system's lowly voice appeared. Warning, warning. The host's health is too low. The task needs to be completed as soon as possible. Yi Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the system interface that popped up in front of him. It showed that his health value had dropped seriously. He took a deep breath, endured the pain and weakness, and stood up. We can't delay any longer, we must take action immediately. Chapter 13. Isn't it all about fame? I understand. Jiang City. Liangshan County Charity Organization. Front Desk Information Desk. 2 employees are on duty. The older woman was holding melon seeds in her hand and laughing happily at her phone. Xiao Ju, please watch this video. It's so funny. Another young girl named Xiao Ju came over curiously and asked, what are you looking at, sister? Why is it him? What bad luck? After seeing the contents of the phone clearly, she immediately turned her head away. The disgust in his eyes was obvious. What was playing on the phone was a funny clip of Yi Han's previous variety show appearance. The woman could hear Xiao Ju's rejection and looked puzzled. This guy looks nice, smiling and has a good temper. Xiao Ju waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of disdain. Sister Wang, you don't know yet, right? This man is a celebrity, his name is Yi Han, and his character is terrible. What you see now is just his appearance. What's the matter? Sister Wang's gossiping spirit was burning so fiercely that even the movement of cracking melon seeds slowed down. Xiao Ju told the story slowly. He likes to act like a big shot and bully other artists. When he was on the show before, he acted like a big shot in public and insisted on getting an extra 100,000 new Taiwan dollars for his appearance fee before he was willing to show his face. And his private life is a mess. What a scumbag. Xiao Ju knows all the negative information about Yihan. Finally, I came to a conclusion. Sister, don't worry about it. Anyway, this person is very bad. After hearing what Xiao Ju said, the woman was also shaken. Is that so? I thought this kid had good character. After all, someone who can show his big teeth and laugh like a goose in front of the camera can't be a bad person, right? Xiao Ju was very contentious of this. Sister Wang, you are too naive. This is all a character he created himself. Yihan is just a scumbag. Ahem. Just when Xiao Ju was expressing his dissatisfaction indignantly, suddenly, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask appeared in front of them and coughed twice. The sudden sound startled the two of them. When I looked up, I was even more frightened. The man wrapped himself up so tightly that even his face could not be seen. It's broad daylight, it's so scary. When someone came to visit, Sister Wang hurriedly began to clean up the melon seed shells on the table. Xiao Ju responded to the visitor, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing that the two had finally noticed him, the man breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, I would like to meet the president of your foundation." Hearing this, Xiao Ju looked at the man carefully. "TSK, did you buy all those clothes on Pink 60? You don't even dare to show your face, I guess you don't have much money. You still want to see the president?" Quickly analyzing the man's situation, Xiao Ju put on an official smile. "I'm sorry, sir. The president doesn't see guests without an appointment." The man was stunned for a moment after hearing this, appointment. Seeing him like this, Xiao Ju's smile was obviously tinged with contempt. "Yes, we have to make an appointment in advance to meet with the leaders." She secretly complained in her heart, "What do you think this place is? Who is the president? Who can I see whenever I want? Pauper. I should have said hello in advance. Can you check it for me?" Xiao Ju's smile froze. Why is this person so annoying? But she still maintained her politeness. "Okay, I'll check it for you. You need to tell me the name." The man froze for a moment. "Do you have to report it?" Xiao Ju rolled his eyes in his heart. Where did this fool come from? How can she check if she doesn't tell me your name? After hesitating for a long time, he was urged by Xiao Ju. The man gritted his teeth and gave his name. "My name is Yihan." Yi Han? Hearing these two words, Xiao Ju and the woman next to him looked at each other. They both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be such a coincidence? I was just complaining about Yihan. And now the real person appears. Impossible. Yihan is from Shanghai, how could he appear in this place for no apparent reason? It must be just a coincidence that they have the same name and surname. Yihan managed to withstand the inquiring looks of the two women. That's fucked up. Fortunately, he was fully armed when he went out today. What could be more shocking than hearing someone scold him in person? In fact, he was there when the two of them were chatting just now. The feeling of being bad-mouthed to your face is very unusual. In fact, Yihan came here today to choose the school address. Based on the information he collected, Jiang City is a poor city, and many children in mountainous areas have difficulty going to school and cannot even afford to send their children to school. So he decided to build the first school he donated here. But Yihan never expected that he would still have haters in this remote Jiang City. Yihan's reputation has become so bad. Breathtaking, breathtaking. If he had a choice, he would rather not have this kind of fame. After some exploration, Xiao Ju reluctantly turned on the computer. Who cares which Yihan he is, she does tea like him anyway. Wait a moment. After saying that, he began to operate the system. While typing on the keyboard, she also stole glances at the man in front of her. Don't tell me, even though I can't see his face clearly. But it seems to be somewhat similar. Oops, found it. I didn't expect that this person could actually make an appointment to meet with the president. Their president is so snobby. It seems that this man should be quite rich. He, another sucker. Xiao Ju's smile now looked more sincere. Come with me, President's son is waiting for you in the office. Okay. Yihan followed Xiao Ju's footsteps. Along the way, the decoration of this charity organization came into view. In this small poor county, the decoration of a charity organization is so luxurious. Yihan couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Isn't Jiang City very poor? He just drove over. Some sections of the road were so bumpy that it was impossible to travel. How could a charity be so magnificent if it couldn't even afford to repair the road? Before he knew it, Yihan was brought to the door of an office. Xiao Ju knocked on the door. Dong dong. Come in. The office door was opened, and a middle-aged man lying on a chair with his legs crossed came into Yihan's sight. He looked very leisurely. The most attractive thing is the man's plump body. In Yihan's opinion, his big belly was not much different from that of a pregnant woman in her 6th month. And the few remaining hairs were combed shiny and greasy. Yihan couldn't help but frown. Is this what the president of a charity foundation looks like? He is fat and strong, almost like a pig. President's son, this is Mr. Yi Hanya, who you had an appointment with before. Mr. Yi. Sun Chuanyang recalled and vaguely remembered such a person. Said he wanted to donate money to them. The god of wealth comes to your door. Please come in, Mr. Yi Han. Sun Chuanyang sat up from the recliner with difficulty. The recliner made a creaking sound, which sounded very miserable. Xiao Ju, go make a pot of tea. After watching Xiao Ju leave, Sun Chuanyang sat down at his desk. Mr. Yi Han, please take a seat. You're welcome. Yi Han followed Sun Chuanyang's gesture and sat down opposite him. The golden watch exposed from Sun Chuanyang's cuffs was very eye-catching. Yi Han was stunned. Dai Laoli, so rich. Sun Chuanyang crossed his hands on the table and said in a masterly manner, I heard that Mr. Yi Han wants to donate a Hope Primary School in our county. For some reason, Sun Chuanyang's expression made Yi Han feel uncomfortable. It was a greasy feeling of oppression. Yes, today I mainly want to visit the site to see which area needs help the most. Hearing this, Sun Chuanyang was very moved. There are not many good people like you, Mr. Yi Han, nowadays. On behalf of all the people of Liangshan County, I thank you. Then he changed the subject. I wonder how much money Mr. Yi Han wants to donate. Yi Han was about to open his mouth. Sun Chuanyang raised his hand to stop him. Hey, don't rush to talk, take a look at this first. He handed over a stack of documents. The top document is titled Specific Implementation Rules for the Love Project. It is probably a document of some relevant measures of the county regarding charitable acts. Yi Han took it and read it carefully. But after seeing the contents clearly, Yi Han frowned tightly. Agency fee, 800,000. Charity publicity fund, 300,000. Staff hard work fee, 200,000 yuan. It lists various cost details, but has nothing to do with actually building a school. And most of them revolve around this institution. The agency fees, publicity fees, and hard work fees, all added up to more than 3 million. What's funny is that Yi Han only managed to see the content related to the Love School when he turned to the end. There were no more than 2 lines of text, containing only one scribbled sentence. The cost of building the school is about 600,000 yuan. Yi Han understood. It only costs 600,000 to build a school, but you have to give the institution around 3 million. He cursed in his heart. With that much spare money, he could have built several more schools. What kind of charity is this? It's just a place that sucks people's blood. Yi Han slammed the file shut. His face was dark, and he maintained his last bit of calmness. What does President Sun mean by this? Sun Chuanyang looked as if he was not surprised. Mr. Yi Han, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Don't you rich people like to do charity to gain a good reputation for yourself? I understand. I understand everything tilde. Chapter 14 Master. Come home and have a look. Sun Ruanyan's words. It exploded in Yi Han's ears like thunder. Yi Han threw the document back on the table. At this moment, Yi Han finally understood and saw clearly the true face of the person opposite him. So the money I donated will never reach those in need, right? Not so much a charity. It's better to say that this is an exchange. Use money to buy your reputation. Naked transaction. Facing Yi Han's excitement, Sun Chuanyang shrugged indifferently. The details are clearly written in the document. He excused himself. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you said. 20% of the funds will still be donated. It was obvious that he was no stranger to such operations. Although Yi Han knew a lot of inside information about this type of charitable foundation. But he never imagined that the money making in this industry had reached the point where no one was shy about it. For the sake of money, I don't even care about my dignity. He understood. Why is it a small county town that can't even afford to build roads? One of these charities would be so luxurious. Why an ordinary head of an institution? Being able to wear something that others can't earn in several lifetimes. All of this is made up of money that should have been used for the poor. Don't you feel guilty? Yihan was so furious that he stood up suddenly. The moment he faced the ugliness, he realized how cruel the truth was. Har har, you misunderstood us. Sun Chuanyang changed his posture comfortably, lying more leisurely on the backrest of the office chair with a moderate hardness and softness. We do charity. But we have to eat too. Labor is so expensive nowadays, and the cost of maintaining the institution is very high. Sun Chuanyang seemed to approve of his actions. The only thing missing is the words, "What can you do to me?" written on his face. Seeing Yihan's resistance, he persuaded him, "You get the good reputation you want, and our foundation has also fulfilled its responsibilities. It's the best of both worlds." Hateful. Yihan wanted to slap Sun Chuanyang in the face with the document. Is this how you do charity? Do you know how many people this money can help? Some people can't even get enough food. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Yihan never thought that they even dared to clearly mark the price. Such behavior will only discourage those who truly want to do charity. And those who really need it get no help at all. Falsification of accounts, false expenses, corruption and bribery. These problems are probably just the tip of the iceberg. It seems like you don't plan to donate this money anymore. The two of them couldn't reach an agreement, and Sun Chuanyang's face darkened. In that case, I'll leave you alone. What's the point of competing? Isn't that what everyone does now? Where did this young man come from? It's so funny. At this moment, Yihan's anger seemed ridiculously naive in the eyes of the sanctimonious Sun Chuanyang. Yihan stood up and left. A black-hearted foundation like yours will be punished sooner or later. Sun Chuanyang laughed and said, "Then I will wait for you to punish me." Yihan opened the door angrily. Xiaoju was holding the teapot and was about to knock on the door. The moment he saw Yihan's face, Xiaoju took a breath of cold air. Is it really that Yihan? Why is he here? Xiaoju still didn't understand the situation. President's son, this tea. Humph, does he deserve it? Sun Chuanyang sneered from behind, pour it out, some people don't deserve to drink such good tea. Yihan strode away without looking back. Xiaoju took away the tea set angrily. Yihan left the foundation like a gust of wind. What a bastard! Thinking of what Sun Chuanyang had just said to him, Yihan was furious. He couldn't help but pound the steering wheel. Until the moment the truth is revealed. He then realized that this world was even more cruel than he had imagined. When he came, he was full of joy. But now, he only feels disappointed and confused. What makes him even more frustrated is that there are many foundations like this one in Liangshan County. In fact, it is a very common phenomenon. Many foundations are doing charity work openly, but are actually making huge profits in secret. The presidents and vice presidents are all fat and powerful. I wish even my teeth could be made of gold. No. He couldn't just stand there and watch. Since he witnessed this filth with his own eyes, then he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Thinking of this, Yihan slammed on the brakes and made a phone call. The call was answered quickly, and the tone was very excited. Master, you finally called me. Yihan got straight to the point. Uncle Zhao, do you know the Liangshan County Charity Foundation in Jiang City? Liangshan. The other party was very confused. Young master, why did you go there? Don't ask so many questions. Help me check that foundation. Although he was puzzled, this was the first time the young master asked him for help. The man agreed quickly. Okay, leave this to me, don't worry. If you find anything wrong, it's best to find a way to expose it. Yihan's voice was frighteningly cold. This time, he was really angry. Master. The man on the other side hesitated for a moment. Everyone in your family misses you very much. Why don't you find a chance to come back? Although the master doesn't say it, we all know that he cares about you. Hearing this, Yihan's eyes showed a trace of emotion. He has an identity that most people are not aware of. His father, Yi Zhining. The man in power of the Yi family built his own business empire single-handedly. And he, Yihan, is the only son of the Yi group. His family once had high hopes for him. According to the original plan, he should have taken over the family business after completing his business studies abroad, until he became a qualified successor to the Yi family. But he returned to China secretly without telling his family, and entered the music department of Longhua Media in order to pursue his dream of music. This goes against the life Yi Jining had planned for him. After learning the news, Yi Jining became furious and even wanted to sever the father-son relationship with him. I was still persuaded by the whole family. But the relationship between father and son also reached freezing point. Ever since Yi Han made his debut, Yi Jining has always ignored him. Yi Han was also very tough and never took the initiative to contact his family. Such inside stories are rarely known. Uncle Zhao was the assistant Yi Jining once assigned to him. After the relationship between father and son broke down, Yi Han never used this person again. But now, bow your head when it's time to bow your head. No matter how you look at it, it was my fault first. Master. Uncle Zhao wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Yi Han. Don't worry, I will go back when I have time. There is no overnight hatred between father and son. His father is just disappointed in his son. Only after he really entered the entertainment industry did Yi Han understand Yi Jining's good intentions. When he first bound himself to this system, Yi Han even had the idea of going home to live off his parents. If he goes back to inherit the family business, will 66 schools still be a problem? However, as soon as he came up with this idea, it was suppressed by the system. Warning: the source of funds for the host's school construction must be related to the current entertainment industry, and no external conditions or assistance may be sought. Simply put, you just have to stay in the entertainment industry and make money, and don't think about looking for external help. So Yi Han was done for. Uncle Zhao was visibly delighted when he got his reply. Okay, master, just take care of yourself and leave everything to me. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Zhao let out a long sigh. One has a stubborn temper, the other cares about face. 3 years. No one is willing to bow to anyone else. This father and son. Uncle Zhao shook his head helplessly, prepared to deal with the matter that Yi Han assigned to him. On the other side, Yi Han opened the address book and found the phone number with the note, "Old man." He hesitated for a while, and just as he was about to click, he threw the phone aside in annoyance. He knew what the result would be without even making the call. His father would definitely laugh at him with a few cold words, then ask him coldly if he had anything else, and hang up if he didn't. Forget it, let us go back and fight again. Yi Han took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, feeling that the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. He restarted the car and prepared to move on. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yi Han looked around blankly, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. Where on earth is this place? It seems, he just got angry. And then, I took the wrong road. Yi Han got out of the car and took a look. There are farmlands on both sides, and there is no village in front and no shop behind. Looking further away, there are endless mountains, like a barrier, completely blocking the way out. Damn, where am I driving to? Yi Han walked around the car and grabbed his hair in confusion. I wanted to turn on the navigation, but when I took out my phone, there was no signal. What a fucking shit. Yi Han sat down on the ground, not caring about his image, and lit a cigarette. Now that's a problem. In such a deserted place, even if I shout at the top of my lungs, no one will respond. But having said that, he is still pretty amazing, for being able to find such a remote and desolate mountain. Just as he was looking around, he suddenly noticed a pair of worn-out cloth shoes in front of him. The edges of the cloth shoes turned white and were stained with khaki mud. There was a hint of a few toes breaking through the cloth shoes. Baby? What are you doing? Looking up again, a dark-skinned old man's face appeared before my eyes. The old man's face was covered in sweat, and his old eyes were full of concern. Kid, are you okay? My Mandarin is very poor. Simply expressing his concern. Yi Han felt warm in his heart. Old man, do you know which direction to drive to Shanghai? I think I'm lost. Can't find a way? The old man also became panicked. I don't know where Hudu is. Look at me, I've never even left the county. He looked at Yi Han with embarrassment, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to help Yi Han. Yi Han understood. It's probably not a good idea to put our hopes on the old man. It's okay, I'll ask someone else. Having said that, Yi Han felt worried when he looked at the mountains in front of him. I'm afraid there won't be a third person within a radius of 10 kilometers. The old man is also anxious. What should I do if my child can't come home? It will be dark soon. He slapped his forehead and suddenly had an idea. Why don't I take you to ask the village chief? He knows a lot more. Village head. As the head of a village, he must have a lot of experience and must have traveled far, right? Yihan's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Then please lead the way. Chapter 15, First Encounter with Dasan Village. Yihan parked the car on the side of the road and followed the old man. The old man doesn't speak Mandarin well and his hearing is a little deaf. Yihan said 10 sentences, but he could only hear 2. Yihan could only speak to him in a hoarse voice. Grandpa, how are we going to get there? What? The old man looked confused. I say. How do we get out? Oh. Once we climb over the mountain ahead, we'll be at the mountainside. What? Over a mountain? Yihan stopped suddenly. He asked again in disbelief, over this mountain? Yes, the old man nodded again. Wouldn't this mean walking from day to night? Yihan originally wanted to back out, but seeing the desolate surroundings, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the old man forward. Before they had walked far, Yihan was panting like a cow. But the old man was walking in front of him carrying a hoe as if nothing had happened, and he was walking very fast. Wait for me. Yihan sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. It's too difficult. Kid, hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. The old man stopped and waited for Yihan. He has walked this mountain road many times and has long been accustomed to it. But for outsiders, it is indeed difficult to climb. Yihan gritted his teeth and stood up again. Let's go. Let's just consider today as an exercise. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yihan finally saw the outline of a village. It was hard for him to imagine that even after all the development of Dragon Country, there were still villages in such remote mountain valleys. Just by looking from a distance, the poverty and backwardness are clearly evident. This village doesn't even have a proper plaque. There are 3 words engraved on a big stone at the entrance of the village. Dasan Village. This should be the name of the village. Hidden in the mountains, it is most appropriate to call it Dasan Village. Yihan looked around at the surroundings. This village is very run down. The road is bumpy. The weeds on both sides are almost taller than people. The crops in the fields were also sparse. Going further ahead, you can vaguely see houses. Except for 2 cement houses that looked okay. Most of the others are tiled houses and are very old. Although the village is shabby, the surrounding scenery is beautiful. The green mountains and clear waters make people feel relaxed and happy. Yihan, who was used to the hustle and bustle of the city, was immersed in this scene for a moment. I don't know how much time passed. A voice broke Yihan's thoughts. Old Liu, your eldest grandson is this big now. I don't know where this aunt came from. Holding a little girl, she stared at him curiously. The old man next to him waved his hands repeatedly. How could that be possible? I just met him at the foot of the mountain and I can't find the way. Now the aunt is even more excited. Out of town. Where are you from? In front of the powerful aunt, Yihan was very honest. Aunt, I'm from the next city. The next city. The aunt's eyes sparkled. How old are you? Are you a student? I'm 25 now. I finished all my books. The aunt's simplicity infected Yihan. His voice also became lighter involuntarily. It's good to have books to read. The aunt seemed very envious. The kids in our village don't even have a proper school. Yihan's heart moved, and he grasped the key information. Where do the children in the village go to school? The old auditorium. Yihan wanted to ask something else, but the old man who had been leading him suddenly stopped. Baby, we're here. In front of Yihan stood an old tiled house. The paint on the door has peeled off, and it is obviously old. Yihan couldn't believe it. Is this the village chief's home? Liu Shujian. Liu Shujian. The old man didn't answer him, but shouted at the door at the top of his voice. Come on, come on. I saw a bronze-skinned middle-aged man running out in a hurry. In his hand he held a large enamel bowl. What's wrong, Uncle Liu? The old man pointed at Yihan. The kid got lost on the road and doesn't know how to get there. Lost. The man walked over and glanced at Yihan. Hello, Village Chief Liu, my name is Yihan. Yihan took the initiative to extend his hand. Looking at Yihan's white hands. The man hesitated. Then he wiped the corner of his clothes with his free hand. This is what stretched out. Hello, hello. I am the head of this village, my name is Liu Shujian. He pointed at the old man next to Yi Han again. This is my cousin, everyone calls him Uncle Liu. Liu Shujian also worked outside in his early years. Looking at Yi Han's demeanor and dress, you can tell that he doesn't belong here. Where are you going? Where is the car parked? Yi Han finally found a savior and spoke quickly. The car is parked 1 kilometer before the village entrance. I'm from Shanghai and I'm going to Liangshan County to do some business. Who do? No problem. I'll go show you the direction. Liu Shujian planned to take Yi Han on this trip personally. Thank you so much. Yi Han followed the village chief. Gurgle gurgle. Just at this moment. But my stomach growled in a very uncooperative way. This voice made Liu Shujian and Liu Bo laugh. Yi Han was in great distress. I originally wanted to buy some food in the county town. As a result, he was so angry at Sun's rumors that he has not had a single bite of food to eat until now. Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, can you come to my house and have a bite? Liu Shujian extended the invitation with good intentions. No, how can I do that? Yi Han waved his hands repeatedly. But Uncle Liu had already walked in. As he walked, he turned back and waved to Yi Han. Come here, kid. Come to my nephew's house and have a bite. Yi Han could only bite the bullet and follow. Walking in, you will see a lobby. There was an old wooden table inside with a few dishes on it. On one side of the table sat a stout, plump woman. Feeding the child. It looks like she should be the village chief's wife. It turns out that he disturbed other people's lunchtime. Yi Han felt even more uncomfortable now. But apart from him, the others were particularly casual. Liu Shujian greeted his wife. Mother, serve 2 bowls of rice to the guests and uncle. He dusted the bench again and placed it behind Yi Han. Lunch was made hastily, you will have to eat it now. How could it be? There were 2 dishes on the old wooden table, one was stir-fried cabbage with lard, and the other was stir-fried shredded potatoes. There was also a small bowl of fermented tofu. I didn't expect the village chief's family was so poor. Yi Han was so hungry that he didn't care about anything else. He took the rice and started eating it without any manner. Smells good. Really smells good. Seeing Yi Han like this, Liu Shujian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Mr. Yi's noble appearance, you can tell that he is a wealthy man from the city. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to get used to it. Fortunately, Mr. Yi is not picky. Halfway through the meal, Yi Han suddenly remembered something. Village head, I heard that all the children in the village are studying in the old auditorium. Can you take me there to have a look later? Although he didn't know what Yi Han wanted to do, Liu Shujian agreed readily. After Yi Han had eaten his fill, the 2 of them went out together. Along the way, there were many villagers who were carrying their tools to do farm work. When they saw Liu Shujian, they all greeted him with a smile. Tree root, have you eaten yet? What are the tree roots doing? Whose child is this? He's very cute and pretty. Yi Han, who was out of place in the village, attracted a lot of people's attention. Faced with such well-intentioned curiosity, Yi Han also responded with a smile. Most of the people in the village are old people and children. There are not many strangers here. Please don't mind. Liu Shujian was afraid that the villagers would offend the distinguished guest, so he said apologetically. It's okay, I like it here. Walking on the country road, breathing the fresh air. For the first time, Yi Han felt that he was living a solid life in this world. After being diagnosed with cancer in my previous life, he lay in bed for 2 whole years and couldn't even remember what the outside world looked like. It's great to be alive, he thought. At least everything is still possible, right? Before they knew it, they arrived at a farmland. Liu Shujian on the side seemed to have discovered something and looked towards a piece of farmland in the distance. He frowned and shouted over there. Fuer! Why didn't you go to school? Chapter 16 I want to build a school for you. Liu Shujian's loud roar brought Yi Han's thoughts back to reality. He followed Liu Shujian's gaze. That is a paddy field. A child was working in the field. He held the seedlings in one hand and planted them quickly with the other hand, very skillfully. But the child looks only in his early teens. In that paddy field, he looked so weak. Hearing someone calling him, the child put down the seedlings and walked over. Only then did Yihan see his appearance clearly. His face was sunburned and big drops of sweat were dripping down. The child was breathing heavily. Look further down. The trouser legs were rolled up to the knees, revealing a skinny calf that was obviously malnourished. The child's whole body was covered with mud, like a clay figure. Yihan's heart tightened. Such a young child is doing farm work. Liu Shuzhen standing by was obviously even angrier than him. He walked forward a few steps quickly, his tone quite annoyed. Your father won't let you go to school again. The boy named Fu lowered his head, his hands tightly grasping the corners of his clothes. After a long while, a hum came out of his mouth. What a fucking thing. Liu Shuzhen was so angry that he started swearing. He grabbed the child's arm and said angrily, "Come on, follow the village chief to school. I'll go to your house and deal with your dad later." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Fu began to struggle violently. He suddenly broke free from Liu Shuzhen's hand and took 2 steps back. "Uncle Shuzhen, it's useless." It was just a few words, but Yihan could hear the grievance and helplessness. The furious Liu Shuzhen also choked. "I'm going back to farm first." After saying this in a muffled voice, Fu turned and walked towards the field. No matter how Liu Shuzhen shouted at him, he just refused to turn around. Yihan felt a pang in his heart. His family can't afford to send him to school. Liu Shuzhen's expression was obviously gloomier than before. His name is Liu Fu. His mother ran away with someone a few months after he was born. My father is a well-known lazy man in the village. He said he couldn't afford it, but in fact he didn't want to. The tuition was raised by the villagers. As a result, the children were often asked to do farm work and fell behind in their studies. Thinking of this, Liu Shuzhen wiped his face. The child is very smart. He always gets first place. Yihan also felt unhappy. What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. The two looked at Liu Fuxiao, who was busy working in the fields alone. They were all speechless for a moment. Yihan was shocked. No matter how much social news I've read, none of them have been as impactful as what I've seen. Today, what he saw was the greedy president of the foundation. He blatantly amassed wealth under the guise of charity and showed disdain for this so-called charity. But what about the people who really need this charitable fund? In this dilapidated village, there is the enthusiastic old Liu, the kind-hearted village chief, and the smart but uneducated Liu Fu. Is this world too unfair? Since it is so unfair, he will maintain this justice. Yihan wanted to do something for them. After a while, Liu Shuzhen finally came to his senses. Let's go to school first. Send the guests away before dealing with Liu Fu's father. What a fucking thing. Liu Shuzhen introduced Yihan as they walked. The teachers from the school are here to provide teaching support. There are 2 teachers in total, one teaches Chinese and English, and the other teaches mathematics and science, as well as music and physical education. There are more than 100 students, not only from our village, but also from several neighboring villages studying together. These 2 simple sentences express the sadness of this school. It's not easy for the children, and the teachers are working even harder. We all see it. But there's nothing we can do. Wait until Yihan sees what the school looks like with his own eyes. Only then did I truly understand the difficulties that Liu Shuzhen talked about. It is called a school, but in fact it is just 2 large tiled houses. Some of the children sitting inside looked only 4 or 5 years old, while others were already over 10 years old. They are arranged in order of height. I heard that each family makes their own tables and chairs. Some are big, some are small, and some are even high on one side and low on the other. Because the tables and chairs were not of uniform specifications, many children's postures were obviously awkward. The sound of reading aloud came from the classroom, with a poor accent. Although the children's Mandarin is not very good, they all read very seriously. For some reason, Yihan's eyes turned red. Ding ling ling. Just at this moment, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. The school suddenly became lively. Uncle Village Chief. Uncle Shuzhen, why are you here? Hello, Uncle Shuzhen. Several students noticed Liu Shuzhen and Yihan and immediately surrounded them. They seemed to be very close to Liu Shuzhen and were chattering around him. There were also children who glanced at Yihan shyly and curiously. Uncle Shuzhen, who is he? Is he the new volunteer teacher? Uncle Shujian, are we finally going to have a new teacher? Liu Shujian looked at Yihan apologetically and explained to the children. This is brother Yihan from the city. He is not here to teach. He is here as a guest in our village. The children were obviously disappointed to hear Liu Shujian's denial. However, when they heard that Yihan was from the city, they became excited again. Brother Yihan, isn't it fun in the city? Are there any schools in the city? Are there many teachers? Brother Yihan, please tell us. Looking at the young and simple faces in front of him, Yihan couldn't help but smile gently. Study hard, and you will know when you grow up. There is no doubt that these children were born in the mountains, grew up in the mountains, and have never even left the mountains. They are full of yearning for the outside world. The bell rang again and the children were called back to class by the teacher. Continue learning the new course. Looking at the classroom filled with the sound of reading, Yihan secretly made a decision. Are all the students from the surrounding villages here? The village chief sighed. In the past, the number of people was nearly 300, but many families took their children back home, saying that it was useless to send them to school. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, many children have to go home to help with farm work at home, so there are even fewer children at that time. Before seeing this school, Yihan did not fully realize how meaningful donating to a school was. What era is this? Who can't even afford to read books? But what he saw and heard today. But it made him realize how insignificant he was. Never seen it. Does he mean it doesn't exist? He couldn't just watch these children still trapped in the mountains. Those simple tables and chairs will hinder their development. Those worn-out textbooks cannot provide the knowledge that children should have. That small classroom cannot imprison their free souls. Now that he has seen it, he can't just stand by and watch. Yihan's expression changed several times, and suddenly became extremely determined. I want to build a school for you. Chapter 17 The brightest star in the night sky, give me guidance. What? What did you say? A sudden sentence. Liu Shujian suspected that he had heard it wrong. Build a school. That was something they dared not even think about. In fact, I thought about it in my early years. But I have no money. They can't even afford desks and books. Where can they get hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a new school? So over the years, the children have had to study in this auditorium. It was windy in the winter and rainy in the summer. It was cold in the winter and hot in the summer, but I managed to survive. But now, Yihan said that he wanted to build a school for the Dasan village. Liu Shujian was confused, but Yihan had even started to think about it. Just expand on this piece of land. The total amount of money I can take out now is not much, only 500,000. But don't worry, I will definitely raise enough money to finish the school. Listen to these powerful words. Liu Shujian then realized that Yihan was not joking. He expressed his concerns incoherently. But we have nothing to give you. Dasan village is extremely poor, what does Yihan want? Philanthropists have visited us before. But they all shook their heads and went back. Liu Shujian was still young at that time and insisted on having a reason. People can only say vaguely that building a school in a mountain village is of little significance. What does it mean to be of little significance? Liu Shujian thought about it for many years before he finally understood. Because the geographical conditions in Dasan village are too harsh, even if a school is built, it cannot be widely promoted. Such charitable acts are meaningless to the donors. You can neither gain fame nor cash it out, so you're just throwing money down the drain. Not profitable. Only a fool can do that. Yihan shook his head. I don't need you to give me anything. I just want to see these kids study well. Whether it's teaching equipment, textbooks, desks and chairs, or teachers, I will arrange everything for you. Now, Liu Shujian couldn't even speak. He looked at Yihan, then at the group of children in the classroom, his face flushed. Well, no matter what Yihan's reason is, as long as the children can go to school, it's good. He held out his big, rough hand. He held Yihan's hands tightly. Teacher Yihan, don't worry. I will definitely help you build this school. Only then did Yihan realize that Liu Shujian's eyes were already filled with tears. At that moment, he was no less moved than Liu Shujian. The children finally don't have to read textbooks in dim light in a leaky tile roofed house. Finally, the children no longer have to sit at cramped desks and struggle to decipher the words on the rough blackboard. The kids finally have a proper school to go to. Liu Shuzhen was never idle for a moment. He immediately notified the village chiefs of several nearby villages to discuss this important matter together. Before long, the news spread throughout the area. Everyone had a smile on their face and ran around to tell others. Did you know? A kind man is coming to build a school in the village. Our village is going to have a school. Are you happy that your baby can go to school now? For a moment, the atmosphere in the village was even more lively than during the Chinese New Year. Dong dong. Liu Shugen's door was knocked several times. They all rushed over to thank Yihan after hearing the news. Afterwards, Liu Shuzhen opened the door again and introduced Yihan to the villagers. The person who came this time was an elderly grandmother. She was holding the hand of a little girl who was about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl is pitifully thin. Only the pair of eyes on his face were unusually large, staring at Yihan. Shuzhen, I heard that a kind-hearted person wants to donate a school to the village, right? Liu Shuzhen pointed at Yihan beside him and smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Yes, it's the young man next to me. Our village has met a great man this time. The old lady patted the little girl without saying a word. Ingzi, kowtow to your brother. These words gave Yihan a fright. He hurriedly helped the little girl up. No need, old man. Young man, grandma wants to thank you. Unexpectedly, the old man was already in tears. She held Yihan's hand, as if that was the source of her strength. The conditions in the village are not good and it is far from the county school. It is difficult for children to go to school. The old man cried very sadly, as if he had been suppressing his emotions for a long time. The little girl next to her also began to sob. Yihan felt very uncomfortable watching this. I also felt sad. His ideas became more and more firm. He must build this public welfare school well. Today is destined to be the most uneasy day in Dasan village. As soon as the two sat down, there was a noisy noise at the door again. Village chief, please invite Teacher Yi to dinner tonight. Is Mr. Yi in there? We want to thank him in person. Teacher Yi. I killed a chicken. Come to my house for dinner tonight. The illiterate rural people chose to call Yihan by the highest title in their hearts, Teacher Yi. The simplest and most direct way for dragon people to express their goodwill is to come to my house for dinner. The villagers of Dasan village are going to hold a buffet today to entertain their teacher Yihan. Every household took out their treasured fine wine and delicious food. The sound of lively laughter lingered above the village. The banquet was ready and many people came to urge us to eat. Yihan had just agreed on a simple construction method with the village heads when he was pulled to a banquet by the enthusiastic villagers. Looking at the several large jars of liquor in front of him, Yihan waved his hands hurriedly. I have to drive soon. I can't drink. I really can't drink. The villagers wanted to persuade him, but were stopped by Liu Shuzhen. You bunch of people. Teacher Yihan said you can't drink, so you can't drink. Go crazy. Only then did Yihan escape from the vortex of drinking urging. On the other side, everyone was toasting each other and playing rock paper scissors while drinking. I haven't been so happy in a long time. The simple villagers brought the delicious dishes to Yihan one by one. Afraid that the guests could not feel their enthusiasm. The banquet lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening and was not over yet. After finally dealing with the villagers who had left but wanted to persuade him to drink again, Yihan quickly ran to the corner to take a rest. A small figure came into his sight. It was the farming boy I met in the afternoon, Liu Fu. He was still wearing the clothes he wore when working in the fields, his face was dirty, and he was sitting next to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was already drunk and patted Liu Fu on the forehead from time to time. The rejection on Liu Fu's face did not escape Yihan's sight. Liu Fu, Liu Fu. Yihan called him twice quietly. Liu Fu turned around and saw Yihan, and there was a bit more excitement in his eyes. He couldn't wait to leave the table and walked towards Yihan. Teacher Yihan, they all said that you are going to build a school for us, is that true? Yihan took Liu Fu to find a place with few people and sat down. Of course it's true. Then you will be able to sit in the new classroom and study. Looking at this boy with a childish face but a weathered look in his eyes, Yihan couldn't help but lower his voice. Liu Fu was excited at first, but soon became depressed. But my father said that studying is useless. He told me to go to the county to work when I became an adult, so I could at least earn some money. Brother Yihan, since studying is useless, why do you want to build a school? Liu Fu's eyes were full of confusion. The smile on Yihan's face froze. Heartache, anger, and helplessness all surged into Yihan's heart. He knows. Most people in this village don't have such a long-term vision. As it is difficult to make ends meet, all they can do is to solve the problem of food and clothing. So many children are forced to drop out of school and work, even if they are talented and willing to work hard. But this is so unfair to these children. Yihan took a deep breath. Liu Fu, believe me, knowledge is your way out. Only when you acquire knowledge can you understand astronomy, geography, poetry, and songs. You will then realize that this world is huge. It is not just about Dasan village or Liangshan County. The seriousness in Yihan's eyes attracted Liu Fu. Is what Teacher Yi said true? Knowledge is the way out. But his father told him that the family could no longer afford to support him to study. Teacher Yi seemed to have read his inner thoughts. Don't worry about anything, I'll take care of everything. As long as you want to read, I can solve all problems. Liu Fu looked at Yihan in a daze. The cold ice in his eyes began to break, and tears appeared faintly. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared. Teacher Yi, are you here? Everyone is calling you to go back. Yihan had no choice but to return to the banquet again. He turned back and told Liu Fu worriedly, don't give up. You must persevere. You must study. The atmosphere at the banquet was particularly warm. The people here are simple and honest, and the life nurtured in the mountains has given the villagers the talent to sing and dance. The villagers were in high spirits and sang folk songs, while some people danced around the campfire. The sounds of drinking, playing finger-guessing games, clapping and cheering were endless. When the villagers saw Yihan coming back, they all called him. Teacher Yi is back. Teacher Yi, please give us a show. Teacher Yihan, please sing a song. Teacher Yihan, please sing a song. Yihan didn't know who pushed him to the middle. Everyone consciously left him a large open space. They all looked at him expectantly. Yihan smiled brightly without any shyness. Okay. Then I'll sing a song to cheer you up. The name of this song is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Good. There was applause from the audience. No microphone, no accompaniment. Yihan closed his eyes and gently beat the rhythm with his hands. In a pair of bright eyes, they began to sing. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sigh in the heart of the person looking up. The clear singing is carried to everyone's heart by the breeze. The originally noisy village suddenly became quiet. The villagers looked at Yihan in the crowd, their simple faces full of longing. Although most of them are not well educated, can't read or even understand the lyrics. But this does not prevent them from feeling with their heart. They can understand. They can understand what Yihan wants to express. This moment is just like what the song says. They were under a vast starry sky, running without any worries. Be free and fearless. Among this group of people, the children's eyes are the brightest. Their eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. They had only seen such beautiful singing on TV played by their teacher. Brother Yihan is so awesome. In the distance, Liu Fu heard the singing and walked towards him step by step. The singing reached his ears clearly. I pray to have a transparent heart, and eyes that shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Go beyond the lies to hug you. Although I don't understand the lyrics, but the resolute power has already penetrated everyone's soul through the melody. This sentiment infected everyone present. At this moment, they seemed to be stars in the night sky, shining its own light in the dark night. Liu Fu couldn't help but hug himself. This is a protective gesture. He stared blankly at Yihan, who was surrounded in the middle. At that moment, Yihan was like the star that guided him and his salvation. Tears flashed in Liu Fu's eyes. Lack of family education. It made him a very insecure child. He wanted to know why his mother left him. He wondered why his father was so cold to him. He wanted to know more whether he could become a useful person. Yes, a useful person. Teachers always say that when we grow up, we should serve the motherland and become a useful person to the country. But Liu Fu didn't know what to do. Brother Yihan told him to go out. How to get out? Liu Fu was very confused. The Dragon Kingdom is huge. 9.6 million square kilometers. But Dasan village is on the map of Longwa. Not even as big as a sesame seed. Dasan village is very remote. It is 30 kilometers away from the county town, separated by a mountain. It takes 2 hours to climb a mountain. You have to take a bus after leaving the mountain road. The bus takes 1.5 hours. It is difficult, really difficult to walk out of the mountain village. Before I met Brother Yihan, he thought the farthest place he could reach would be Liangshan County. But Brother Yihan told him that it was not like that. There is a wider and greater world waiting for him. Liu Fu thought Brother Yihan sang really well. He sang like Brother Yihan. It's a person running desperately under the night sky. He ran and ran. It seems like it will never end. Many things can easily trap him. Unable to pay tuition fees. There is endless farm work to do. The father's love that cannot be awakened. These obstacles tripped him up. He was running more and more tired, and had less and less strength. Liu Fu hugged himself tighter and tighter. His eyes lost focus. I'm so tired, why not just give up struggling? But at this moment, the singing awakened him like a ray of light. The singing is so clear, so powerful, so tenacious. Liu Fu heard. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I get lost in the night. The brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me to you. In Liu Fu's eyes, there is light on Brother Yihan. He is like the brightest star in the sky, pulling Liu Fu forward. Out of the darkness. Get out of the quagmire. Get out of the mountains. Suddenly, Liu Fu's eyes regained their luster. Brother Yihan is here. As long as Brother Yihan is here. Not afraid of anything. Brother Yihan said. He wants to build a school in the village so that all the children in the village can go to school. Liu Fu doesn't have to worry about tuition fees anymore. He must study hard. He will walk out. He can be a useful person. In just a few breaths, Liu Fu's state of mind had changed drastically. If you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of tenacity in his eyes. This tenacity will support him to keep going. I would rather keep all the pain inside. And I don't want to forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. To embrace you beyond the lies. The villagers who were listening to the song couldn't help but sway their bodies to the rhythm. To innocent children, this song is like a magical spell. Let them forget all their worries and immerse themselves in beautiful fantasies. The adults, on the other hand, silently savored the deeper meaning of the song. They thought of their past dreams and pursuits, and a warm feeling welled up in their hearts. This song gave them hope and courage, and made them full of expectations for the future. The elderly appreciate life and recall the past through songs. Although they don't understand the lyrics, they can understand the emotions in the song. At this moment, the whole village became a big family full of love and harmony. The singing filled the air. Like the brightest star in the night sky, it illuminates everyone's inner world. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sigh of the person who looks up. The last line of the lyrics slowly fell. People immersed in it are reluctant to wake up for a long time. Yihan would not know until many years later. Amid the long-lasting applause, there was a child looking at him with longing. His song changed the life of this child. Chapter 18. The Singing King shows up for the first time and is a big disappointment. Time passed quickly and it was 3 days later. 3 days have passed since the day when the villagers of Dasan village bid farewell to each other. Liu Shuzhen, the village chief of Dasan village, is very capable and has recently begun preparations to start construction of a school. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Today, the most important thing for Yihan is to watch a variety show. Changsha. Mango Channel. The recording site of I Am the King of Singers. This is a reality show that claims to be a musical showdown between China's top singers. It is a top-level audio-visual feast of music created by the music industry's A singers, mainstays and new generation musicians. Because of this, the show sparked heated discussions online long before it even aired. Which talented singers will be invited? What kind of amazing performance will they bring? Does the program deserve the title of China's Top? Today is the day to see the outcome. As early as 2 hours before the live broadcast started, some people had already been waiting in the live broadcast room. And I heard that the price of the 500 seats for the competition on the day has been sold out to tens of thousands. Everyone is excitedly and expectantly waiting for the show to officially start. Have you heard? Many talented people have been invited this time. It's rumored online that there are Han Hong and Li Jian. Oh my god, is Mango TV going to do such a big thing? These two have no rivals in the music industry. It seems there are also former Supergirl members, but I don't know who they are. Chun Chun doesn't seem to have a schedule, could it be BB? Oh, if only it were Jinying. The number of people watching the live broadcast online has exceeded 10,000, and everyone is discussing enthusiastically who will participate in the show. Those who were named were basically very talented singers. However, some people do not have a clear understanding of their idols' singing skills. Actually, my Hua Hua was also invited, but she declined due to her busy schedule. Gooey Gooey was also invited, but she had to have a concert. What a pity. My brother seems to be the guest of honor, let's look forward to it. This group of people are not spoiled by netizens. Your pigeons are the only ones who want to challenge the master. Are they suitable? Hua Hua? Could it be Hua Chenyu? Ask him to perform the ritual. After the last "we have a child" incident, a large number of Hua Chenyu's fans unfollowed him and turned against him. Recently, whenever someone mentions this name, they will be scolded. Har 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 har, you fans are so easy to fool. Still have flowers. Did you take your brain with you when you went out? Needless to say, a melee broke out in the live broadcast room again. Thump, thump, thump. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the melodious opening song sounded on time, and finally the screen was fixed with the 4 big words, "I am the king of singers." Their host Wang Han walked to the center of the stage with a smile on his face. Hello everyone, welcome to watch our first season of I Am the King of Singers. A new upgrade of washing and care in one, Bye natural soap liquid, use Bye laundry detergent for washing clothes. I am your old friend, Wang Han tilder. A. The camera swept across the audience seats below the stage, and the audience screamed and applauded loudly. The show just started and the atmosphere was already very heated. Our singer is already waiting in the studio. Please look at the big screen. Let's follow the camera and see what the singers are doing. The camera cuts to the backstage studio, where several familiar faces can already be seen. Sun Mingyu, Xiang Wenjie, Li Jian, Hu Binbin, Xiao Jington. Yi Han counted them carefully and found that they were all a group of people who ranked high in the circle. Sun Mingyu and Xiang Wenjie are both singers who were selected from Mango TV's talent show that year, and are equivalent to Mango TV's own people. The abilities of Hu Binbin and Li Jian are unquestionable, and it must have taken a lot of effort to invite them to Mango TV. Xiao Jingting is from Taiwan. Although he is not so popular now, he has never been forgotten by the music industry because of his nickname, Rain God. Their names were called and they greeted the camera one by one. Hey, we have 2 singer friends here. Hu Binbin looked around and cued the process in a serious manner. Li Jian cooperated very well, it seems that these 2 are both heavyweights. Xiao Jingting rubbed his arms in fake fear. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Although before the show was officially aired, a lot of speculation and rumors about the first singers had already appeared on the internet. But this news has not been officially confirmed, so the audience does not know which singers will participate in the show. At this time, their host Wang Han began to introduce the singers who were about to perform. This singer, she has unparalleled singing skills. Her songs have made countless people cry and attracted countless fans. She is also the goddess in everyone's mind. The audience all showed expectant expressions. They began searching their minds for the familiar melodies, trying to guess who the mysterious singer was. However, since Wang Han did not reveal much information, they could only guess based on their own memories and feelings. In such an atmosphere, everyone was looking forward to the singer's arrival. Boom boom boom. Followed by a burst of dense drum beats. Their host's excited voice followed. Next, let's invite this singer. Accompanied by the rapid accompaniment, the door of the studio was slowly opened, as if opening a door to an unknown world. The audience couldn't help but stretch their necks. His eyes were fixed on the door, waiting for the mysterious guest to appear. The next second, a woman in a gorgeous dress walked into the studio gracefully. Her figure is like the brightest star in the night sky, attracting everyone's attention. There is no doubt that this is the 6th singer. However, due to the clever arrangement of the camera angle, even though the person appeared in front of everyone still could not see her face clearly. Who is she? This question lingers in everyone's mind like a curse. The camera is also creating this sense of mystery with ulterior motives, intentionally or unintentionally freezing the picture on the faces of the other 4 singers. They have different expressions, some smiling, some nervous, some curious, and some calm. It seems to be telling the audience that their new singer is very unique. The much anticipated female singer remains mysterious in a fog, making people want to lift her veil and find out more. Seeing the person coming, Li Jian smiled in surprise. Hu Binbin at the side was speechless, with an exaggerated expression. It was her. However, Shang Wenjie and Sun Mingyu looked disdainful. Shang Wenjie even sneered, "Who is it? I don't know him." Completely different reactions between these five people. It completely arouses the audience's curiosity to the extreme. Finally, teacher Wang Han spoke. "Welcome our sixth guest Deng Ziqi." The camera moved slowly and finally stopped at the face of the female singer. However, when everyone saw her face clearly, many of them couldn't help but show disappointment. Obviously, everyone was very confused by this unfamiliar face. Who is this person? I have never heard of him before. Mango TV actually invited an amateur to participate in the competition? This is too weird. At this time, an audience member suddenly remembered something. Haven't you heard of Deng Ziqi? She is very famous in Hong Kong Island. The others shook their heads to indicate they didn't know. Who is Deng Ziqi? I don't know him at all. I was expecting it to be a big shot from the national team, but it turned out like this. It's really disappointing. Some viewers couldn't help but complain. Because there have been rumors that the national team will send important players to participate in the competition, this has whetted the appetite of many people. But now, the singer who appeared on the stage was an unknown singer. Many netizens were confused for a while. The reactions of the singers in the studio were also very interesting. Li Jian greeted her warmly and gave Deng Ziqi a hug. "Ziqi. Long time no see." However, Sun Yu and Shang Wenjie just glanced at him briefly and sat back on the sofa. The camera recorded their conversation clearly. First came Sun Mingyu's voice, "Who is that person?" Shang Wenjie spread his hands. His expression was very intriguing. "I don't know, I've never heard of it." "Hello, I'm Deng Ziqi." To show politeness, Deng Ziqi took the initiative to extend her hands and shake hands with these singers. But when it was Sun Mingyu's turn, he just touched it perfunctorily. Shang Wenjie is even more outrageous. She was too lazy to even reach out. The word arrogance was clearly written on his face. Faced with Shang Wenjie's cold face, Deng Ziqi felt a little embarrassed. She could only stand aside awkwardly. Seeing this scene, Yi Han, who was watching the show at home, shook his head. Naive, so naive. Shang Wenjie doesn't know this yet. In the future, she will be badly abused by Deng Ziqi. Throughout the entire season of The King of Singers, Deng Ziqi will be her shadow. However, although Deng Ziqi is a talented female singer from Hong Kong Island, she is not very famous in mainland China. In this entertainment industry where people always flatter the weak and step down on the powerful, she must have experienced the fickleness of human nature, right? After a brief lull, Wang Han once again stirred the audience's emotions. Next, our last singer is even more of a heavyweight. Do you guys want to know who our last debut singer is? The voices of the audience came like a wave. Think. Then please watch the big screen with me. On the big screen, the studio door was opened again. This time, the production team did not deliberately keep the audience in suspense. A figure in a black suit slowly appeared. Before they could see her face clearly, everyone was shocked by the powerful aura emanating from her. The camera moves up, revealing a chiseled face with determination and confidence. Her short hair was neatly combed and her bright eyes were sparkling. The moment I saw her, many people exclaimed. Before others could react, Shang Wenjie and Sun Mingyu rushed forward. Chapter 19. One face, two looks. Teacher Han Hong. It's Teacher Han Hong. Ah, my dream has come true. The last guest of the premiere. It's Han Hong. A representative of the national team. A talented singer. The undisputed king. Teacher Han Hong. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. The audience stood up one after another, screaming and cheering, not hiding their love for Han Hong. Shang Wenjie strode forward to greet Han Hong. When passing by Deng Ziqi, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I pushed Deng Ziqi to the side. Hello, Teacher Han Hong. I'm Shang Wenjie. She smiled particularly brightly, bent her back slightly, and humbly stretched out her hands to shake hands with Han Hong. Sun Mingyu on the other side also ran up and tried to get close to him. Wow, they really figured out the trick of putting down the powerful and praising the weak. The dramatic reversal in attitudes between Sun Ming and Xiang Wenjie finally made netizens come to their senses. No way. Different treatment. Isn't he that a bit too rude? Ha 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 ha. I'm almost dying of laughter. Look at Xiang Wenjie's expression. Why did you deliberately bump into someone? Isn't that a bit too much? Deng Ziqi is so pitiful, she is unfamiliar with the place. Many netizens stood up to speak up for Deng Ziqi. I didn't expect that there are still many people speaking up for this low EQ duo. Who did this on purpose? Isn't it okay to show respect to your seniors? Wenjie has always been a fan of teacher Han Hong. Can't fans be a little more enthusiastic when seeing their idol? I say netizens of this generation should stop being so fussy and meddling in other people's business. As expected, the real person has low EQ and his fans are not smart either. Yihan shook his head helplessly and continued watching the show. All the singers are here. Next, it's time to draw lots to choose the order of appearance. For this kind of competitive performance, the order of performance is very important. According to past experience, the first or second ones to appear will basically be ranked last. After all, the atmosphere hasn't heated up yet, and there's no way to impress the audience. Therefore, singers generally prefer not to play in the front position. Deng Ziqi was lucky enough to be the sixth to appear. Yihan also breathed a sigh of relief for Deng Ziqi. This order of appearance plus bubble plus her singing skills. The top three are guaranteed. Why am I the first one to appear? A sudden sharp female voice attracted everyone's attention. After Xiang Wenjie drew the order, his face suddenly turned ugly and he shouted out loud. Seeing this, Hu Binbin quickly tried to smooth things over for her. A great start, Wenjie. You are the first singer of our King of Singers program. Xiang Wenjie was not comforted by these words. She looked at her own order card, then at Deng Ziqi's, and an idea came to her mind. She changed her tone and said, "Oh, I won't take advantage of this good thing. How about? Why not give this opportunity to someone else?" Xiang Wenjie put on a smile with ulterior motives and faced Deng Ziqi. "Ziqi, how about we switch?" He was so shameless that he wanted to switch the order of performance with Deng Ziqi without any hesitation. Hearing this, everyone present was a little confused. Xiang Wenjie didn't even bother to cover up. Wasn't that a bit too bullying? Being deliberately embarrassed by Xiang Wenjie, Deng Ziqi suddenly became nervous. Changing the order was not favorable for her debut. But if I insist on not changing the order, I'm afraid I'll be targeted even more miserably in the future. She looked at the assistant director behind the camera for help, hoping he could say something fair. But the assistant director turned his head calmly and pretended not to see this scene. Obviously, the director team did not intend to help her with this. For a program, controversy will bring popularity. It is already very kind of them to openly help Xiang Wenjie to mess with her. Han Hong, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She has always had a bit of the temperament of a big sister in the underworld, and she hates this kind of bullying the most. Wenjie. Han Hong cleared her throat and wanted to say something to help Deng Ziqi, but the assistant director made a stop gesture to her. Han Hong frowned and wanted to continue speaking, but was stopped by the staff behind her. This scene made the audience angry. I've always heard that Mango TV is not a human being, and now, it's becoming a reality. Xiang Wenjie made her debut in Supergirl, and Mango TV has always favored its own people. Deng Ziqi was bullied badly. In the end, it was Deng Ziqi who stopped Han Hong. She knew that sister Han Hong wanted to help her, but she didn't want to affect others because of her own affairs. With the director's tacit approval, Xiang Wenjie smiled like a villain who had achieved success. Change it. I believe in you, you can do it. Damn it. Yihan punched the sofa angrily, wishing he could punch her through the screen. I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. Deng Ziqi had no choice but to compromise. She nodded gently, okay. Before Deng Ziqi let go, Xiang Wenjie took the number 6 from her hand with a smile on his face, and did not forget to show it proudly to the camera. Did everyone see that? I'm the 6th one to appear. The tone of voice sounded as smug as possible. This immediately angered netizens. Damn it, what is she showing off for? Why didn't I find Xiang Wenjie so annoying before? This is too bullying. You will blackmail Xiang Wenjie for life. This wave of operations made Wang Han, who is always good at high emotional intelligence to save the situation, unable to hold back. He could only bite the bullet and muddle through the situation. Oh, congratulations, this first red will be handed over to our new friend Ziqi. Just like that, after the chaos at the beginning, the first episode of The King of Songs entered the formal performance session. Next, let's invite Deng Ziqi to perform her song Bubbles. I saw a line of words appear on the big screen on the stage. Foam. Singer, Deng Ziqi. Composer, Yi Han. Lyrics, Yi Han. When they saw the arrangement and lyrics, their whole audience was excited. Am I seeing things? Is this song written by Yi Han? Is it Yi Han himself? Is there another Yi Han in the entertainment industry? It's over. How could Deng Ziqi be so short-sighted? The song written by Yi Han, can you listen to it? Deng Ziqi, you chose the wrong song. Amid everyone's discussions, the crisp sound of high heels was heard. Pedal, edel. Deng Ziqi stepped onto the center of the stage step by step. She was wearing a performance dress that showed off her perfect figure, as charming as a blooming flower. Hello, everyone. Deng Ziqi slightly raised the corners of her mouth and a sweet smile appeared on her face. The light fell on her, as if she was covered with a layer of golden gauze, like an angel descending. This scene captivated the audience. They held their breath involuntarily, fearing that this beautiful tranquility would be broken. Deng Ziqi closed his eyes slightly, as if immersed in his own world. Then she took a deep breath, as if to take all her emotions into it. She opened her red lips and a beautiful song slowly flowed out. The bubbles in the sun are colorful. Just like me who was deceived, I am happy. Chapter 20, I should have known that bubble would burst at the touch of a button. There is no accompaniment brewing. Deng Ziqi's clear singing voice immediately caught everyone's ears. The alto voice is full of emotion, and it draws people into the atmosphere of the song unconsciously. I don't know why, although the melody is plain, it inexplicably reveals a faint sadness. It makes people's hearts sink involuntarily. Hearing this, Yi Han completely put his worries aside. He only wanted to say 6 words worthy of being Deng Ziqi. Dang dang dang. The sound of the piano slowly joins in, adding a thick layer of feeling to the singing. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Xiang Wenjie and Sun Mingyu, who were smiling cheerfully in the studio just now, suddenly froze in surprise. What happened? Isn't she an unknown newcomer? Why is her aura so steady? He was the first to go on stage under great pressure, and his voice didn't even tremble. Xiang Wenjie suddenly became nervous and felt a sudden sense of fear. The other singers were also obviously stunned. Han Hong, the calmest among them, nodded appreciatively. This new girl is really amazing. On stage, Deng Ziqi's clear voice has already been spread to every corner of the recording site. A feeling of sadness spread at the same time. I should have known that the bubble would burst at the first touch. It's like a broken heart, it's unbearable. It's not anyone's fault, no matter how many lies there are. Because you still love me. The pitch rises, bringing with it a heightened mood. The hearts of everyone present were shaken. Bubbles, how beautiful. Yet how fragile. Just like those vows, once so firm, but in the end it was all a mess. The once short and beautiful moment is like a bubble, shattered at the touch of a finger. Inspired by Deng Ziqi's singing, strong grief surged in people's hearts and some began to sob uncontrollably. That kind of unrequited love, that kind of heart-wrenching pain, reaches the depths of the soul. Love is a bubble if you can see through it. What's up? Why are you so sad? What's so difficult? Why are you sad? All the accumulated emotions were released at this moment. Everyone present was shocked. The depression, loss, and emptiness just now transformed into endless reluctance, struggle, and liberation. Softness turns into strength. From low to strong. Restraint turns into wantonness. Deng Ziqi is singing. Her rich emotions are all condensed in one rich lyric. It's all just a flash of fireworks. All your promises are too fragile. And your outline, it's my fault that I didn't see through it. That's why I'm so sad. The sudden burst of high notes made everyone stunned in place. It was like a flash of lightning, striking deep into the soul. The whole audience stared at Deng Ziqi, who was singing passionately on the stage, with unstoppable amazement in their eyes. Such powerful energy is contained in this small body. The various emotions contained in the melody made their hearts tremble. But that is not all. This is not the end of Deng Ziqi's high notes, a higher wave is coming. How can we find the assurance of love again? Hugging loneliness together, isn't it lonely? My scalp is tingling. Loved passionately. Badly injured. Cried in despair. What is even more amazing is the lyricist's dedication. Love is like bubbles, just a fleeting firework. It breaks at the touch of a finger. Gone in an instant. It is impossible for someone who has never experienced a broken heart to write about such feelings. Some people were already in tears. Some people were shaking all over, trying hard not to cry. Some people gritted their teeth, trying to hold onto their last bit of stubbornness. The highly infectious voice moved the emotions of everyone present. The pain and tears buried deep in my heart are nowhere to be hidden. The live broadcast screen cuts to the backstage studio. Xiang Wenjie's expression can be completely described by the word horrified. How come this new singer named Deng Ziqi can sing so well? Is this the level a newbie should be at? Li Jian standing by seemed to understand what she was thinking. She said lightly, she is the most talented new female singer in Hong Kong Island, and she has won many awards. What this means is that they completely underestimated Deng Ziqi. The intentional or unintentional targeting and humiliation just now was extremely ridiculous. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back for Xiang Wenjie. Xiang Wenjie opened her mouth wider than a duck egg, her lips trembled twice, but in the end, she said nothing. What does she say about this? I thought it was just a small fry, but it turned out to be a big devil. Yi Han, who had watched all this, went from slapping the sofa in anger to slapping the sofa in laughter. There were people who laughed with him, and the onlookers in the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha, now you're scared, right? Xiang Wenjie bullied the wrong person. Is this the fastest slap in the face in history? Yi Han came out to be praised. I have to say, Deng Ziqi's singing skills are really awesome. I'm on my knees. Really? The camera quickly cuts back to the stage. After releasing extremely tense emotions, Deng Ziqi perfectly ended with a high note that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. I thought this was the limit, but what followed was a hum that couldn't get any lower. Just like a lover whispering in your ear. The bubbles under the rain burst at the touch of a finger. The heart that was fervent at the beginning has long been silent. Say you love me, but you're lying to me. I'd rather you keep silent. A piece of singing with a perfect balance of tension and relaxation, an extreme restraint. But it happened to be after Zhang Yong's high note. The contrast between before and after was so great that everyone was dumbfounded. Without extreme control over her voice, she wouldn't be able to sing with such feeling. All the catharsis suddenly returned to calm at the last moment. Although it does not have such a strong impact, the sadness contained in it moves everyone. Maybe this is what is called letting go. But can I really let it go? Or is it like a bubble, which has already burst and disappeared? What is even more broken is the heart that is full of holes. Only those who listen to the song know the feeling. The melody slowly came to an end. But the audience didn't come out of it. They stared blankly at Deng Ziqi crying on the stage, feeling deeply moved. Thank you, everyone. Finally. After Deng Ziqi bowed deeply, the audience finally woke up from their dream. Thunderous applause suddenly broke out and lasted for a long time. Just like their mood. On the vast ocean, there are sometimes torrential rain and sometimes gentle breeze and drizzle. Endless aftertaste. The singers backstage also stood up and applauded, paying tribute to this new singer. Among them, Xiang Wenjie, who was sitting on the sofa and refused to move, turned red and white in the face, looking very embarrassed. That's all. The King of Songs Season 1. First issue. First song. Deng Ziqi's song Bubble impressed everyone. This is a real good start. Looking at the soaring ratings, the director laughed so hard that his eyes became invisible. Great. Ziqi, you are awesome. Wang Han walked up quickly, not hiding his admiration. Can you share with us the story of you and this song, Bubble? Deng Ziqi calmed himself down. A true singer. When she is singing, she may even be more engaged than the audience, just like she is at this moment. She has not yet come out of the emotions in the song. After a pause, Deng Ziqi picked up the microphone and said, I want to thank someone here. If it weren't for him, I might not have the courage to stand here. I won't bring you such a good song. Chapter 21 I am willing to stand against the whole world for you. Deng Ziqi's words aroused the curiosity of everyone present. What kind of person could make Deng Ziqi thank him so solemnly? What kind of story will there be between him and Deng Ziqi? There is no doubt that this person must be very important to Deng Ziqi. As everyone looked at him with eager anticipation, Deng Ziqi said the man's name. Yihan. Thank you. Thank you for making me stand on the stage today. Deng Ziqi sincerely thanked Yihan. Xiang Wenjie responded sharply, while Mango TV watched coldly. If it weren't for Yihan's song, Bubble, she might not have had enough confidence to stand up. When he heard his own name, Yihan was stunned. His reputation is so bad, doesn't Deng Ziqi try to avoid suspicion? But soon, astonishment turned into emotion. No matter what, he has made this friend. Then the audience got upset. What? It was Yihan. Was it the Yihan they knew? The scene of The King of Songs immediately exploded. The endless noise came into Deng Ziqi's ears. Why is it Yihan? That damn scumbag. Oh my god. How is Yihan worthy of this? Why? These people's words cannot affect Deng Ziqi in the slightest. Only by meeting someone can you understand what kind of person they are. Some people look gentle and polite, but they are actually full of bad intentions. Some people have a bad reputation, but in fact they are people worth making friends with. She was new to the place and didn't understand why Yihan was disliked by so many people, but she understood her own heart. Her heart told her that Yihan was worth it. When she was confused about the future, it was Yihan who encouraged her. It was Yihan who told her that he could do it. Just when he was most desperate, what flashed through Deng Ziqi's mind was Yihan's smile. She raised the microphone again. Yihan is a very good person. With the strength of one person, he can resist everyone's doubts. When saying this, Deng Ziqi's voice was calm but firm. Under her influence, the scene fell silent unconsciously. They looked at Deng Ziqi on the stage. There was a flash of doubt and uncertainty in his eyes, but also a hint of hesitation. Can those rumors on the internet be taken seriously? Why are they so malicious towards Yihan? Is it possible that there really is too much prejudice? Back to the studio again. Deng Ziqi was greeted with warm applause and a warm hug from Han Hong. Congratulations! This performance was so beautiful. Han Hong made no secret of her admiration for Deng Ziqi. The more she looked at this girl, the more she liked her. Hu Binbin, Li Jian and others beside her also congratulated her. Congratulations, Ziqi. Sun Mingyu came forward happily, but was given a cold look by Xiang Wenjie, who was sitting on the sofa behind him. Traitor. Faced with Sun Mingyu's sudden enthusiasm, Deng Ziqi just smiled indifferently. Some people's expression changes are incredibly fast. Looking at the people surrounding Deng Ziqi, Xiang Wenjie still sat on the sofa motionless. Har har, what are you so proud of? When she comes on stage, you will know what a true singing king is. Ziqi. Just when the second contestant Li Jian was singing, Hu Binbin happily sat down next to Deng Ziqi. What's wrong, Bingo? Hey, can I ask you a favor? Hu Binbin's smile was even a little flattering. Deng Ziqi froze for a moment, then smiled sweetly. You're too polite, Brother Bing. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Inside. Although Hu Binbin felt that he was not very righteous, he still said, can you introduce me to the composer who wrote this song for you? As competitors, it seems inappropriate to snatch someone else's composer. But for the sake of the competition, he tried his best. He really likes this person's songwriting style. It's better not to care about face or anything like that. Are you talking about Yihan? Although Deng Ziqi was hesitant, he still nodded, then I'll ask him later. Rather than enjoying the songs written by Yihan alone, Deng Ziqi felt that Yihan's talent should not be buried. The songs he wrote deserve to be heard and appreciated by more people. Okay. After getting a positive answer, Hu Binbin smiled brighter than a flower. While they were chatting, Xiao Jingting came over. What are you talking about? Deng Ziqi and Hu Binbin smiled at each other and said in unison, nothing, just chatting casually. I thought I could just brush it off, but unexpectedly, Xiao Jingting asked the same question as Hu Binbin just now. Ziqi, can you introduce Yihan to me? The camera just happened to cut to the scene in the studio, and the audience could see his silly smile at Deng Ziqi. I'm not saying anything, but Xiao Jingting's smile is so perverted. Har ha har ha har ha har, what are you doing, Binbin? I'm dying of laughter. Why is it so funny? That night, the names of Deng Ziqi and Yihan dominated the hot searches on all major platforms. Hong Kong female singer Deng Ziqi made a stunning appearance. Bubbles is so good. Bubble was actually written by Yihan. Compared to Deng Ziqi's instant fame. What everyone is more curious about is the composer of the song Bubble. As a song that has received rave reviews on the King of Songs stage. No matter in terms of creation, arrangement, or lyrics, there are no flaws. It's perfect. But the composer of this song is really incredible. It turned out to be the notorious third-tier singer Yihan. You know, the name Yihan has always been associated with various scandals. Although it frequently appears on hot searches, most of the news is negative. This is the first time that Yihan excels in his professional field. However, many people remain skeptical. Is this song really written by Yihan? Does he have this ability? Why didn't I notice it before? Given Yihan's previous negative news, everyone started a heated discussion about Yihan again. Damn it, why didn't I realize Yihan is so talented before? No way. Is this guy really the one who wrote this? Are you sure it's that Yihan? This is the first time I know Yihan can write songs. Have you forgotten? He wrote the song himself for the show, Sounds of Love, he participated in before. That's right. The Sound of Sound. How could I forget about this show? The song Chinxia originally created by Yihan. It surprised a lot of people. Some people raised questions at the time. Some people even suspected that Yihan had someone else write it for him. But if The World was written by someone else, how do we explain this song, Bubble? If Yihan really didn't have this ability, why would Deng Ziqi ask Yihan to write such an important song? A weak voice came out. You guys think? Is it possible that Yihan is quite talented? We only focused on his negative stories and ignored his talent. After all, these two songs can't fool anyone. These remarks were attacked by many people. No way. How can Yihan, with his character, write a song like this? I still doubt it. TSK, isn't the second episode of The Sound of Sound going to start airing soon? Let's wait and see the results. A word can wake a dreamer up. As a music variety show that requires extremely high creativity, all contestants of The Sound of Silence must perform the songs they sing themselves. In this situation, if Yihan can continue to perform, won't the rumor be self-defeating? And the time when the second episode of The Sound of Sound will be broadcast? Tomorrow night. Chapter 22, the second episode of Sounds of No End, is on air. The contempt of traffic stars. To further increase the difficulty, screen out the truly outstanding players. The competition system of the second episode of The Sound of Sound has been upgraded. This time, the program team held a combination competition. Singers team up in pairs and work together on a song from composition to singing. For the same song, wouldn't it be easier to see who's singing better and who's not, and what their singing levels are? The final results of the competition are a combination of fan votes and mentor scores in proportion. The singer that Yihan is going to collaborate with is called Subai. He is a pretty boy who has become very popular in the entertainment industry recently. He first debuted in a singing and dancing program called The Trainee. After his debut, he went solo with most of the group's resources, and his fan base is frighteningly large. Speaking of Subai's fans, it is also a hot topic in the circle. Why? Because they are famous for three words: crazy, fast and crazy. Crazy. Crazy and reckless in order to support idols. When Subai was in The Trainee, the program team cooperated with a certain brand of yogurt. For every bottle of yogurt purchased, fans will get one more chance to vote. Then, Subai's fans are going crazy. They bought thousands and thousands of cartons of yogurt. Just the bottle cap. No milk. Why just the bottle cap? Because there is a QR code for the exclusive voting channel on the bottle cap. One bottle cap equals one vote. When the video was exposed, they dumped bottles of yogurt into the stinking ditch. No nostalgia. This video is shocking to watch. Because of this incident, this type of idol selection activity has been criticized, and there has even been a large-scale boycott. Speaking of which, the country doesn't dare to hold this kind of program now, and Subai's fans have made a great contribution. Another one, quick. How to do it quickly. Wherever there is news about Subai's fans will arrive within 3 seconds. especially those remarks that are unfavorable to Subai. Subai's fans can scold people to the point of making them doubt their lives. And they don't discriminate based on the person, they attack indiscriminately. Last year, a very famous musician commented on Subai's poetry in a talk show. Just because of these two sentences, he was scolded by Subai's fans and quit the circle. Until now, he dare not open the comment section of his own Weibo. Not to mention those female celebrities who had scandals with Subai. Anyone who looks at Subai for even a second longer will be subject to personal attacks. Just tell me if it's crazy or not. With such a group of fans, Subai is almost walking sideways in the entertainment industry. In order to transform himself this year, Subai also participated in The Sound of Silence. At the same time, it attracted a lot of attention to the program. Yihan said that he was really interested in this influential figure. Until the moment he actually met Subai. He then discovered this person. Abstract. Too abstract. For example, now, 1 hour before The Sound of Voices officially starts airing. The other singers have already worked on their works many times and have mastered the songs they will be singing together in this episode. But this was the first time he met Subai. Not quite seeing. Because Subai was wearing big sunglasses, a big mask, and a baseball cap, his face couldn't be seen at all. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Yihan. Before the other party spoke, his pretentious aura successfully flashed to Yihan. Har, what are you showing off? Facing the hand extended by Yihan, Subai just raised his chin slightly and did not shake hands with him. He said coldly, I just looked at the song, and there are a few parts that need to be adjusted. Hearing this, Yihan's pupils shrank slightly, and a bad thought came to his mind. Could it be that you have never practiced singing? Although there was a mask between them, Yihan could clearly notice the stiffness in the guy's expression when he heard him say this. Yihan was shocked. No way. I really haven't practiced it before. How confident is this in one's own abilities? Damn it. Awesome. How to say it? Yihan knew it very well. Subai is a very popular traffic star. Must be much busier than him. While he was idle at home picking his feet, Subai was still shuttling between various variety shows. Even the song that was supposed to be created by the two of them was given to him by Subai's agent. Is Yihan such a coward? Why should he be allowed to write alone? So when the other party made this request, Yihan decisively refused. Until the other party took out 50,000 yuan in cash and slammed it on the table. Could Yihan be so spineless? Can I? No. Obviously not. So, you have to pay more. You have to pay more. After Subai's agent raised the price to 100,000 yuan, Yihan, no drag, took their $100,000. Then, he took on the job without hesitation. But Yihan didn't expect that the song he sent to Subai a week ago. He actually hasn't started practicing yet. Young people, do you have to be so confident in yourself? The consequences of blind confidence are often not very good. But it was obvious that Subai was not aware of this problem at all. Facing Yihan's shock, Subai quickly reacted and expressed great impatience. What does it have to do with you? Why do you care so much? This kind of unknown star, it's a great honor to be able to work with him, and you dare to point fingers at him? How dare you? Subai rolled his eyes at Yihan ostentatiously, pointed at the music score in his hand, and said in a commanding tone, these two parts are too difficult, you sing, and I will sing the other two parts. He pointed to two more difficult passages on the music sheet and decisively gave the difficult parts to Yihan. For Subai, it doesn't matter whether the singing is good or not. The program team's powerful audio editing function will help him sort out everything. Besides, he still has those brainless fans. Even if what he sings is shit, they can all boast of things that are unique in heaven and not found on earth. So he had nothing to worry about. All he had to do was go on stage and perform, just go through the motions. Everything that happened next was not something he needed to worry about. But he probably didn't expect that even if the plan was perfect, there would be exceptions to it. That is, Yihan. Chapter 23 Yihan Beats Online. Hello, everyone. Welcome everyone to watch the second episode of The Sound of Voices. I'm your old friend, Xiaomeng. Amid the cheers of the audience, the second episode of The Sound of Sound was officially aired. With the foundation laid in the first episode, The number of viewers in the live broadcast room immediately increased to 500,000 as soon as the program started. Our brother Subai. I'm coming. Subai. 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 Brother Bai is awesome. A large portion of the people in the barrage are fans of Subai. In view of the various horrific behaviors of this group of fans on a daily basis, many viewers were so scared that they turned off the barrage. But there were also people who weakly cheered for the contestants they supported. Wang Mingming, you are the best. Come on, Xiao Liu. Everyone, please help vote for singer number 9 tilde. Among them, there were actually people who cheered for Yi Han, which was a rare occurrence. Looking forward to Yi Han's performance today. Come on, Yi Han. Yi Han, we believe in you. Zhu Tongshan, who was watching the live broadcast in the background, was stunned when he saw these lines of words. Was he seeing things? Brother Han actually has fans too. He laughed happily and took screenshots of the comments. Wait until Brother Han finishes singing and then show it to him. Those who cheered for Yi Han were largely attracted by the previous song Jin Xia. I am simply impressed by Yi Han's strength. There is also a group of people who became interested in Yi Han because of Deng Ziqi's song Bubble. All in all, many people came to this episode just for Yi Han. After a brief greeting ceremony, Xiao Meng began to officially host today's program. Only then did everyone realize it. This episode of The Sound of Sound seems like there's someone missing. Eh? Where did Hua Hua go? Where's Hua Chenyu? Isn't he a judge? Why didn't Hua Chenyu come? What happened? Today, Hua Chenyu, who was supposed to attend as a judge, did not show up. But the program crew did not give any reason, as if they had forgotten about this person. Don't look for her anymore. Hua Chenyu is busy breastfeeding her baby at home. A groundbreaking statement. Let everyone suddenly remember. A few days ago, a large number of rumors related to Hua Chenyu appeared on the internet. Everyone is waiting for him to come out and clarify. As a result, the heroine of the rumor Zhang Chenchen herself came out and admitted it. Hua Chenyu followed closely behind. Thus was born the famous saying, yes, we have a child. Hua Hua, the most innocent man in the entertainment industry, who doesn't even dare to touch a girl's hand, has become a father so happily. This incident was widely circulated for several days, and Hua Chenyu became a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone. Because of this, he lost a lot of fans, which was a heavy loss. And the previous rumors were brought up again by everyone. Do you remember the last time Yi Han was falsely accused of taking drugs? It seems that it was Hua Chenyu who did it. Oh my god. Hua Chenyu is not attending today. Is it related to this matter? Nowadays, people who spread rumors and slander will be sent to jail, right? Har ha har ha har ha har, Hua Chenyu wouldn't have gone in, right? Although a group of Hua Chenyu's die-hard fans came out to deny it, it still couldn't stop everyone from talking about it. You know what, the audience is quite perceptive. They were right. Hua Chenyu had no time to breastfeed his baby now. Instead, he was in jail. Hua Chenyu has dug such a big hole for him, can Yi Han let it go easily? Of course not. The police followed the clues and found out that the mastermind behind the incident was Hua Chenyu. Originally, Hua Chenyu just needed to apologize and the two sides could reach a settlement. But Hua Chenyu cares so much about his reputation. He refused to apologize. Fine, then go to the police station for a few days. If Yi Han remembered correctly, today was the day Hua Chenyu came out. Well, it's a bit regrettable. I should go pick him up and make fun of him at the same time. After discussing for a while without any results, everyone turned their attention back to the show. The competition has officially begun. Yi Han and Subai were drawn to be the third to appear. And when they appeared on stage, the atmosphere was the most lively. Just getting ready to go on stage. Yi Han was frightened by the cheers. There is no harm without comparison. The last time he was on stage, the atmosphere was chilly. The audience almost booed, and some even asked him to get off the stage. But today, everyone is very enthusiastic. Could it be that my charm has finally been discovered? Yi Han couldn't help but show off. Subai on the side seemed to see what Yi Han was thinking and gave him a smug smile. I'm sorry, they are probably all here to cheer me up. That tone was as smug as it could be. As if to verify Subai's words. Subai just finished speaking. The cheers immediately became clear. Subai. 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 Endless shouts poured into Yihan's ears. Noisy. Very noisy. Yihan gritted his teeth. Hey, you deserve a beating, don't you? Yihan smiled at Subai and said, it's not certain who they will call you by later. Then he strode onto the stage. Next. Let's enjoy the song sung by Subai and Yihan. A Bridge of Fate. The two of them stepped onto the stage. Screams came from all directions. Subai. 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 Everyone at the scene was shouting Subai's name. The program crew did it for stage effects. 2 sets of performance costumes were prepared, one black and one white. Anyone with a little experience knows this. For this kind of stage, the best color is definitely white. Bright and eye-catching. So the costume team hasn't contacted Yihan yet. Subai snatched the white performance costume away. But for Yihan, does the color of your clothes matter? Not at all. He relies on his strength. And his looks. Yihan's confidence does make some sense. Although Subai was dressed very eye-catchingly, most people's attention was attracted by Yihan today. There was a golden dragon embroidered on Yihan's black performance costume. The golden dragon hovered over Yihan's entire upper body, and every scale was sparkling with golden light, looking so lifelike that it made people marvel. However, what is even more striking is the powerful aura that Yihan himself exudes. He stood there like an unshakable mountain, complementing the golden dragon. At this moment, Yihan seemed to be the master who controlled everything. The imperial aura he exuded attracted people around him unconsciously, and they were unable to take their eyes off him. In addition, Yihan is taller than Subai, and he has the advantage of height. Subai, who should have been the focus of the whole audience, had no presence at all. Oh my god, Yihan is still more handsome. Her height is a floor. Yihan's aura is so strong today. Yihan is nothing, is he worthy of being compared with brother Subai? That's right. Do you have any aesthetic sense? At this time, Subai's agent Wang Fang, who was watching the movements on the stage backstage, inexplicably had a bad feeling. She couldn't help but tell her assistant, when you post the video today, remember to make Subai taller, at least to be on par with Yihan. After saying that, he muttered, if I had known earlier, I would have asked him to wear 8 centimeters insoles today. The young assistant suppressed the urge to laugh and nodded seriously. What's going on? It feels like Bai Ji lost from the start. They both turned their gaze back to the stage. The prelude has already sounded leisurely. Get ready, sing. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 24, A Bridge of Fate. Overwhelming singing skills. Yihan silently counted down in his heart. Then the hanging heart finally died. The first 4 sentences should have been sung by Subai. However, not only did he fail to keep up with the beat, he also sang too slowly. At the same time, several people on the judges' panel couldn't help but frown. How could such a big mistake be made right from the start? Your professional level is so low. After stuttering for 2 beats, Subai finally followed the accompaniment. Qin Shi Mingyu Han Shiguan. 10,000 miles the long march has not yet returned. As long as Dragon City Flying General. Don't teach the Hu horse to cross the Yinshan Mountains . The feminine singing voice lingers in my ears. If possible, Yihan really wanted to cover his ears at this moment. Dude. Why don't you sing according to the music? Why do you drag out the sound and change the tone for no apparent reason? If you can't perform, you don't have to. This song is a war song. It should have been full of domineering spirit. But now Subai sang it like her aunt was leaking out. Who is so weak when fighting? It's unbearable to watch. It's really unbearable to watch. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the corners of Yihan's mouth are twitching. On the judges' panel, Fang Wenshan and the others looked very unhappy. This is already a real-time tuning version. Why is Subai still singing like this? How can I describe it most appropriately? Not only is it weak, but it is also redundant. This type of song cannot be dragged out at all, but must be completed in one go, highlighting the boldness and grandeur of reviewing troops on the battlefield. The purpose is to crush the enemy in momentum. But under Subai's interpretation, it seems like a group of eunuchs were forced to fight on the battlefield. Facing the aggressive enemy, she prepared for a long time, then, she took out her fist and threw a wink. As a professional musician, Fang Wenshan felt deeply humiliated. Even the audience in the audience was frozen for a moment. But they dare not say it. They dare not say it at all. Who dares to mess with Subai's fans? Finally, I don't know how long it took. These difficult 15 seconds are finally over. Yihan sighed in his heart. I'm really sorry, buddy. I really didn't mean to crush you. But, you are really too bad. Yihan picked up the microphone, and his deep and steady voice immediately came through the air. The smoke of war spreads thousands of miles across the mass grave. In troubled times, no one visits lonely graves. The sky is speechless and the ink is cold. Pen knife spring and autumn pay with blood. It caught everyone off guard. Sonorous and powerful, with a resounding voice. It even carries with it a pressure that cannot be ignored. A pressure that can lead millions of soldiers to charge. Everyone present couldn't help but sit up straight, looking intently at the person on the stage. Even their expressions became nervous. At this moment, they seemed to have become one of the soldiers on the battlefield. When the soldiers were being reviewed on the battlefield, they looked forward to the general's speech. At that moment, Yihan seemed to be wearing armor and holding a big sword. He was invincible. They are about to fight for their country. The next second, an even more bold and majestic voice came out. Love and hate cannot be sloppy, the drums of war keep beating. Use trust and make a vow that I will endure. Yihan used an angry voice. The angry voice adds a touch of charm to the song. This is a real man. This is the general. This is the battlefield. Everyone. My blood starts to boil. Their heart starts beating violently. A surge of blood is about to rush out of my throat. The emotions are hard to contain. They even wanted to stand up and applaud Yihan. However, in the next second, that weak voice appeared again. This fate is like a bridge. The flags are fluttering. If you want to leave, please immediately draw your sword and wipe out the love. The general has turned into a eunuch again. He is shouting with a thin voice. Withered. Withered instantly. The land can't wither any further. If there wasn't Yihan as a role model, perhaps this song would be barely listenable. But compared with Yihan's singing, Subai's voice seemed so weak and tired. There is no gap without comparison. This distance cannot be shortened by any audio editing tool. Compared with Yihan's voice, Subai's flaws were exposed. Isn't this a torture for the audience? I just started to get into the groove of Yihan's singing, but ended up falling back into Subai's voice. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over my head. I couldn't get excited at all. But Subai himself doesn't know it yet. He was so beautifully immersed in his own world that he actively raised his hands to interact with the people in the audience. Wang Fang in the backstage broke out in a cold sweat. Finished. Now, Subai is likely to be ridiculed by everyone. Subai was interacting happily, while Yihan on the side felt helpless. On the stage, in the corner where the camera can't reach, Yihan touched Subai lightly. Hey! Dude! Stop interacting. It's your turn to sing. But Subai didn't react at all. After being touched by Yihan, Subai glared at Yihan with his back to the camera, and then continued to wave to the audience with a smile on his face. Yihan was sweating profusely. No way. What is this guy doing? Isn't he singing this part? What is he doing there? Yes. Subai once again. Singing too slow. This time, it's more than just a little slow. He seemed to have forgotten that this piece was his. I am speechless, how can there be such stupid teammates? Seeing that the floor was about to be exposed, Yihan had no choice but to bite the bullet and sing Subai's part. The moon in Chin and the pass in Han. The long march has not yet returned. But Subai didn't appreciate it. He didn't even realize that it was his problem. But how dare this guy steal his part? Don't want to live anymore? Subai glared at Yihan fiercely again. Get it back quickly. But if Longcheng Feijiang. We will not allow the Hu horse to cross the Yinshan mountains Okay, the ones who suffer the most when listening to this song are the audience. One moment I was in heaven, the next moment I was in hell. There was no way out. It's even more terrible than ear miscarriage. Next, it was time for the chorus. Don't be sloppy when talking about love and hate. Beat the war drums. Use trust and make a vow that I will endure it. This fate. It's like a bridge. The flags are fluttering. You want to leave? Please draw your sword and wipe out the love right now. Even though it's a duet. But under the suppression of Yi Hanjin's high notes, all of Subai's weak and vain falsettos were covered up. It was another thrilling segment for the audience. On the battlefield. Draw your sword immediately. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Swords and sabers. At this time they were also on the battlefield. There was even a roar in my ears. Wear armor and defend your country. Even if they knew. In this battle, they will die on the battlefield. But they still did not look back. Such heroism, such tragedy. Many people began to shed tears silently. But the spoiling fans of Subai appeared again. Yihan is so uncultured. He can't even hear my brother's voice. What the hell? Why is Yihan singing so loudly? Yihan is too scheming, deliberately not letting Bai perform. Yihan, get rid of it. It sounds terrible. It sounds terrible. Chapter 25 Subai, you sing so badly. This lack of moral principles left the other audience members dumbfounded. Blinded by the idol's halo. It seems that Subai's fans have lost even the most basic appreciation ability. I could see that Subai's fans were cursing more and more vulgarly. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not saying, don't you have any idea how bad your brother's singing is? If it weren't for Yihan, today would be the scene of Subai's car accident. Subai's singing is so awful. I'm going to vomit. The audience's pent-up anger was all vented at this moment. He keeps scolding those fans who can't tell right from wrong. Finally, I got rid of my anger. At this time, Subai finally realized that something was wrong. How do I feel when he sings? Why are the expressions of the audience members in the audience not right? Some people even covered their ears. They really have no sense of music. While observing the expressions of the audience, Subai silently snatched the part that should have belonged to Yihan. In his opinion, Yihan just snatched it from him. Then he is trying to snatch Yihan's now. Very fair. Little did he know that someone had already cursed him in his heart. Who wants to listen to his eunuch's whimpering? Seeing Subai so excited, Yihan was too lazy to argue with him. I simply left the final part to Subai. He regrets it. I regret it so much. How could you give such a good song as A Bridge of Fate to Subai? What a waste. If I had known he would write a cheesy song, I would have left it alone. For example, something like Learn to Meow, just meow 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 is enough. At least it won't make people feel sorry. Finally the song was finished and the live broadcast room was full of cheers. Finally the song is over. It would be great if Yihan sang the last part. I strongly suggest Yihan sing it again. It feels like I was fed a pile of shit. This is the first time I know that Subai's singing skills are so bad. The always arrogant fans of Subai. Don't even dare to show your head. However, even more eye-catching things are yet to come. In order to cater to the current trend, after each group of contestants finished singing, their host will select 2 topics on their Weibo to interact with the contestants. Xiao Meng also opened a Weibo post as arranged. Let's see what's trending. At the beginning, Xiao Meng was very excited. Result. Slide down slowly. The more silent he becomes. Because he read from the number 1 hot search to the number 10, and no one dared to read it out. What's wrong with Xiao Meng? Why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Xiao Meng looks so nervous. Ha, family members, if you look at the trending searches you will know why. Subai saw that Xiao Meng was slow to speak. He poked his head over curiously. Xiao Meng's hair stood on end. If Subai saw these entries, isn't that the end? So Xiao Meng tried hard to tilt the screen of his phone away from Subai. Stop Subai from looking at his phone. But Subai perseveringly approached again. The next second, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Subai is unpleasant to listen to. Subai sang a piece of shit. Yihan's strength crushes Subai. They were all scolding him. And praise Yihan. And scold him at the same time. At this time, the crowd who had been to the Weibo forum also rushed back. I'm dying of laughter, har ha har ha. They finally understood why Xiao Meng suddenly became so nervous. Stop talking, Xiao Meng is about to break. Subai's face turned green, har ha har ha. It's so hard for Yihan to hold back his laughter. Yes, it was Yihan who was standing on the other side of Xiao Meng. Also look at those entries clearly. That's all he could say. Xiao Meng has worked very hard. Xiao Meng was scared half to death, but he still continued to host the show firmly. Oh har har. It seems like everyone is very enthusiastic. Then, we won't read the comments yet. Now let's move on to the judges' comments phase. Xiao Meng chose to skip this step. He can't afford to offend. Subai next to him almost swallowed him. Now the audience is not going to take it anymore, this is ready-made fun. Stop. I haven't seen enough. Be brave, Xiao Meng, and read it out loud. Read the trending searches. Read the trending searches. The audience below the stage started to stir. The situation was getting out of control. The director backstage gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Meng's headset, "Read it. Pick the most controversial one. For ratings. Let us do it. What else can I do since the boss has given the order?" The first trending search is. Xiao Meng was trembling and almost knelt down to Subai. Subai's singing is so awful. These words were clearly heard by everyone. For a moment, the whole place was silent. No one expected that Xiao Meng really dared to recite. And Subai looked like he was about to faint in the next second. His face was gloomy and he glared at Yihan and Xiao Meng fiercely. Immediately afterwards, their whole audience erupted in a huge booing. Damn it! Xiao Meng is so awesome. Brother Meng. There were also people who were just watching the fun and applauding. Subai's fans are going crazy. What a shit show. Shut it down. What's wrong with Subai's singing? Can you please keep your mouth clean? Who dares to bully brother Subai? Come on, Subai. You're the best. Shut up. Everyone, shut up. But who can take care of them now? Those who applaud, and those who whistle. It's no big deal to watch the fun. Subai's eyes were red enough to spit fire. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and turned away. Wang Fang in the backstage was already extremely anxious. Seeing Subai coming down, he hurried to meet him. My ancestor. Why did you come down here? Subai was so angry that his mouth was crooked. It's all Yihan's fault. It's all his fault. He wrote such a difficult song. All to highlight himself. I'm going to make him pay. Chapter 26, Don't Bite Me, I Should Show the Courage of an Older Brother Tilder. 2 hours later. The recording of The Sound of Sound has been completed. The little episode between Yihan and Subai attracted a lot of viewers to the show. Ratings hit a new high. And everyone is discussing it enthusiastically now. I never thought that Yihan could sing so well. I was on the table in the first issue of Qianxia. Comparing Subai with him, it's really too tragic. Subai was so angry that he didn't even want to record the show. Har ha 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 ha. Who on earth said that Subai sang a bunch of shit? He's so talented. But the content praising Yihan hasn't been active for long. Suddenly, the wind direction changed. From praising Yihan to scolding Yihan, and from mocking Subai to sympathizing with Subai. Haven't you read Subai Far's Weibo yet? It's all Yihan's fault. What? What did I miss again? The spectators who are always at the forefront of the eating process. Rush to Subai's blog again. Subai published a short essay. I'm sorry everyone, I didn't perform well today and let you all down. I thought this was an apology to fans. But the more I look back, the more complicated it seems. Since my schedule is full, the song that I was supposed to prepare together with Yihan will be produced entirely by Yihan. But I didn't expect that Yihan would delay sending me the sheet music of the song in order to stop me from practicing the song. As a result, I only received the song a few hours before the show was broadcast, and I had no time to practice the song at all. I would like to ask Yihan, what are your intentions? Between the lines. All pointed at Yihan. His singing was terrible, it was all Yihan's fault. Not only that, Subai also showed the chat records of negotiations with Yihan. In the records, Subai asked Yihan about the progress of the song several times in a sincere manner. Yihan impatiently rejected them with various reasons. Very bad attitude. Their evidence is conclusive. Subai's fans were furious. Someone actually dared to bully their brother Subai. I told you. Brother Subai can't possibly perform so badly. I see. Yihan didn't even give Bai time to practice singing. Isn't that too vicious? Yihan, get out here and apologize. You scumbag. Don't you understand? Yihan wants to embarrass brother Subai. How can there be such a person? He doesn't even give me time to practice singing. It's disgusting. The place where Subai fans arrived. Not a blade of grass grows. After seeing these comments, Subai, who was originally furious, finally felt a little better. Har har, you're a little too naive to fight me. His fans love this the most. Last time, a male artist snatched his endorsement. He stirred up the emotions of fans with just a few words. He scolded the brand so much that they temporarily replaced the candidate with him. What could Yihan use to compete with him? Was he worthy? Wang Fang, who was standing by, also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Subai's complexion improve. Don't worry, the navy has already been hired, and the wind direction will definitely change this time. Subai is the trump card of their company, and nothing can happen to him. Subai smiled strangely at the phone. Har har, wait and see. With someone pushing it behind the scenes, this matter suddenly became a hot topic. Subai was ridiculed for his bad singing in the beginning, but now everyone sympathizes with him. The reversal was so fast. This made the onlookers even more excited. So Yihan did it on purpose. Oh my god, Yihan is really not a good guy. Subai is a bit pitiful. I think there's still a twist to this matter, let's wait and see. Subai's words have too many loopholes. Why did you give all the songs to Yihan? Just because his schedule is full. Isn't that too much? However, after experiencing so many big scandals in the entertainment industry, everyone has learned to be smart. Let the bullets fly for a while. What about Yihan, the other protagonist of the incident? Searched for a long time. Everyone just discovered it. Yihan didn't T-post on the blog at all. No, be more specific. Yihan used to be a blogger. It's just that there was a period of time when I was scolded too badly. Just cancel the blog. To this, everyone said, oops. Yihan doesn't even have an account. It seems like we won't be able to wait for his response. Who can notify Yihan? I'm so anxious. Yihan, open another one. However, Yihan is the one that everyone is thinking about at this moment. I had no idea that I was going to be scolded again. It was Deng Ziqi who sent him the message. Yihan, I believe you are not that kind of person. These words made Yihan look confused. He sent it with a question mark. What kind of person has he become? The other side quickly sent a link. Click on the link. Yihan just found out. Some people. How shameless. The music score was written and sent out in less than a day after the competition rules of the program were announced. At least nearly a week was reserved for Subai. Now Subai actually said that he was delaying the time and not letting him practice singing? Want to put the blame on him? Isn't he this ridiculous? Drop. Deng Ziqi's message came again. Yihan, the matter is still brewing, please clarify it as soon as possible. Clarify. Of course. Yihan touched his chin, thoughtfully. Only. You can't use the usual method. That night. An account named, I am Yihan. The registration was successful without any fuss. Subsequently, this account posted its first Weibo post. The content of the blog is just a piece of audio. Yihan's caption is, welcome everyone to listen to my new song Don't Bite Me. Don't bite me. Yihan, you are hinting at something. Are you too brave? The excited crowd of onlookers were going crazy with joy. Everyone rushed to click on the recording. In the recording, the lazy male voice sings the song extremely wildly. Writing lyrics and composing music is my pleasure. But to sing a song about it is not too much of a compliment. I just sit at the keyboard. Sing your favorite songs with all your heart. This is my talent and my interest. Whoever is behind this conspiracy has bad intentions. Who is behind the conspiracy? No good intentions. This line. Too much information. This is obviously a hint to everyone. Is Subai making trouble for no reason? Yihan is really good at scolding. It turns out to be simple music. But it is entangled in imagination and is not clean. Every note and pure faith in the music. Why can't I escape the fate of hypocrisy? Although Yihan sang in a cool and elegant manner. But the lyrics reveal a hint of sadness. He seemed to be telling everyone. I just want to write songs and sing well. Why do you always bother him again and again? Is it too cruel to him? This piece of music. People who listen to the song can't help but feel sorry for him. If it wasn't really slandered. How could Yihan write a song to prove himself? I support Yihan this time. Although Yihan was indeed unpleasant before, I can't hate him this time. What should I do? I'm actually starting to feel sorry for Yihan. At the same time, Subai also learned the news. What did you say? He wrote a song? What song? Wang Fang hesitated. It's called, Don't Bite Me. Don't Bite Me. Is this treating him like a dog? Subai laughed angrily. Until he clicked on that song. Hearing the blunt and unsparing lyrics. Finally, I can't laugh anymore. I once asked myself, is it necessary to fight back so coolly? But some people make me sick just thinking about them. I should still muster the courage of a big brother. Chapter 27. What is the most profitable thing now? Live streaming. Fuck you. Isn't this just slapping him in the face? Subai just felt a burning pain on his face. With a bang, Subai smashed the phone to the ground. The screen shattered into pieces. More fragile than a cell phone screen. It was Subai's face that fell to the ground. Wang Fang on the side was angry but dared not say anything. If you want to smash the phone, then smash the phone. Hit your own. Why the hell are you hitting me? Wang Fang was heartbroken. This is her newly bought iPhone 15 Pro Max. But now, it is more important to stabilize Subai's emotions. Brother Bai, calm down, calm down. Wang Fang tremblingly handed over a glass of water. You can't all stand on his side just because of one song, right? Hey. Wang Fangjin really guessed wrong. Yihan's song is much more useful than Subai's long speech. Just one sentence. If Yihan doesn't have the confidence. Dare you write such words to diss Subai? Are you trying to kill yourself? It's not just this song. Zhu Tongshan also registered an account. Yihan Studio. Explain all the details clearly. Call records, recordings, chat records. I also asked someone to authenticate Subai's fake records. This time, Subai was almost laughed to death. So his singing is really bad, it's confirmed. How confident is Subai in himself that he doesn't even want to practice singing? Not practicing the song is fine, but you're actually putting the blame on Yihan, isn't that a bit too much? Zhu Tongshan recited these comments to Yihan with great emotion. Yihan couldn't even eat the melon seeds anymore and laughed wildly while slapping his thigh. Clan. You're killing me. Brother, you are a genius. You are a genius. Zhu Tongshan had never expected this. Brother Han actually dared to write a song to scold Subai. Although no names were mentioned. But you can tell who it is at first glance. That's right, don't you see who your brother is? Yihan started to show off. Ding ling ling. Just then, Yihan's phone rang. Interrupting their conversation. Caller ID, Liu Shuzhen, the head of Dasan village. Yihan quickly answered the call. The village chief called. I'm afraid it's something important. Teacher Yi. Good evening. Have you eaten? Yihan glanced at the clock on the wall. At 11:30 p.m. Is it time for a midnight snack? Isn't this obviously just making conversation? Eat it. You must eat it. Oh. That's good. The village chief seemed uncomfortable. Yihan became anxious when he heard this. He had a bad guess in his mind. Village head, is there any problem with building the school? There was silence on the other side. A long time. The village chief sighed. It's like this. Because our village is in a bad geographical location, it's difficult to transport the materials here. No construction team is willing to take over our project, unless we double the price. When he said these two sentences, the village chief was obviously very nervous. He feels sorry for Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi gave him such an important task, but they are dragging their feet. But when Yihan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't have enough money, you can earn more. But the school must be built soon. Yihan immediately thought of the miserable situation he encountered when he arrived in Dasan village. Isn't it? For this amount of work, they are very kind to ask for twice as much. It seems that building a school is not enough, we also need to build roads. The village chief panicked as he didn't hear Yihan's voice. Teacher Yi. Otherwise, I will communicate with them again. If all else fails, gather all the strong laborers in the village and build the house first. There must be a place for children to study. Speaking of the last sentence, he even said a little humbly, can you please not give up the donation? Yihan felt a pang in his heart. It turns out that this is what the village chief has been worried about. Don't worry, I won't give up donating. My determination is the same as yours. Well, double is double. I'll transfer the funds to you as soon as possible. But I need you to do me a favor. When Liu Shuzhen heard that Teacher Yi needed help, he suddenly became excited. You say? I'll go through fire and water. Teacher Yi is a great benefactor of their village. Is there anything I can't help with? Please help me contact a few nearby villages and find some villagers who are familiar with the road conditions. I plan to build a road. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. How does that sentence go? Want to be rich? Build the road first. Only after the road is built can the villagers go out. Only then can they make money and become rich in the true sense. Yihan really thinks he is a genius. But when he saw the balance on the card, I can't laugh anymore. All the money earned went to charity. I have 300 yuan left in my pocket now. Still repairing the road. Pockets are cleaner than face. No. Yihan's mind raced and he came up with another idea. What is the most profitable thing in this era? Internet? So how can we realize cash most quickly through the internet? Of course. Live streaming with goods. Hello? Is this Mr. Chen? Do you need a live broadcast expert recently? Oh, no need. Don't we need it? Don't we need Yihan's live broadcast? Zhu Tongshan's voice immediately became sharp. Oh, well, you have no taste. He put down his phone in frustration. Brother, I've been making calls all morning, and not a single business is willing to cooperate with us. Yihan didn't expect this either. His resources are so poor now. No one even wants to live broadcast. My face hurts so much. He originally thought that although artists like him who are very popular may have a bad reputation, at least they have popularity and traffic. Not to mention the rush to buy, there must be a lot of merchants invited. He even came up with a beautiful blueprint for rectifying the live broadcast industry. After all, there are good and bad live streaming sales now, and many scandals have been exposed. Some big anchors have no shame, and they even have no conscience. As long as the commission is high, we will accept your order regardless of the quality of your products. The product was hyped up to the sky and sold in tens of thousands of orders. What's the result? The fruit I got was rotten. Clothes fall apart after being worn twice. The eyebrow pencil costs 79 and it's still considered cheap. This is a counterexample to the anchor who has lost his conscience. Yihan said no firmly. What's the result? Now comes the funny part. Yihan wants to unfold a grand blueprint. But no one wants him. But, brother. Looking at Yihan, Zhu Tongshan seemed to want to say something but stopped. You seem to have become a different person recently. Yihan's heart tightened. Could it be that Zhu Tongshan discovered it? He smiled calmly. What's changed? Zhu Tongshan didn't smile, but kept staring at him. Yihan felt uneasy when seeing this. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore. Zhu Tongshan laughed cheerfully. Become more handsome. That's a must tilde. Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Tongshan reminded him. His transformation has been so obvious recently. It should be restrained a bit. At this moment, Zhu Tongshan was thinking about something completely different. Brother Han seems to be very short of money recently. Could he have borrowed it from another friend? Why? Brother Han is good in every way, except that he is too righteous. He gets hurt easily. The two people have different thoughts. It was finally broken by Yihan's words. Let's find a way to contact the live broadcast manufacturer. Zhu Tongshan looked miserable. Brother, we have found all the manufacturers we can. In these businesses, 50% of the people died when they heard the name Yihan. The unit price of 30% is like paying a beggar. There is still 20% left. Don't answer the phone at all. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Bite. Just at this moment, the system that had been silent for a long time in Yihan's mind actually made a move. It has been detected that their host is in trouble. Do you need to exchange skills? It's still that sweet voice. The corner of Yihan's mouth twitched, and he communicated with the system through his thoughts. You finally came out. He had reason to suspect that the system had been pretending to be dead in recent days. There is no movement at all. Har har. The system is at the host's service at any time. The system's voice revealed a hint of embarrassment. Yihan remembered what she had just said. Exchange skills. What skills can be exchanged? You can't just find a few manufacturers for him. But Yihan obviously underestimated the power of the system. Option 1, a well-known spicy snack manufacturer, 10% of the profit, 20% of the health value exchange. Option 2, internet celebrity clothing brand, 20% share, 30% health points exchange. Option 3, high-end cosmetic series, 30% of the profit, 40% of the health points. Yo-ho. There is such a good thing. Then you must choose the one with the highest score. I choose the third one. Ding, sorry host, your current health value is not enough to redeem option 3. Then let's go with the second one. The more money you can make, the better. However, the system apologizes again. Your current health value is not enough to redeem option 2. Are you kidding him? So, how much health do I have? Ding host's current health value, 23%. Only 23%. This means that after he redeemed his skills, he still had 3% of his health left. And then I will feel as weak as a dog. Maybe even worse than last time. Yihan closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Exchange. What is his life worth? His mission is to quickly build a school in the mountain village. With just one word of exchange, he actually expressed the aura of heroic sacrifice. Bite. Skill exchange successful. The host obtains the right to broadcast their Weilong brand live once. Deduct 20% of the health value, and the remaining health value is 3%. Warning, when the health value is less than 1%, cancer cells in the host's body will spread and vital signs will drop sharply. The system just finished speaking. Yihan just felt dizzy. It felt like all the strength in my body was sucked away. Zhu Tongshan on the side looked at Yihan's pale face. My heart was in my throat. Brother Han, what's wrong with you? It was fine just now. Suddenly he stopped talking. Then my lips started to turn white. Yihan's change took only 20 seconds. Zhu Tongshan was almost scared to death. Yihan waved his hands weakly. It's okay, the live broadcast has been settled. Chapter 28, the first live broadcast, Weilong special. Zhu Tongshan didn't know how Brother Han did it. Otherwise, he would be Brother Han, so awesome. The next day, Weilong's people contacted them on their own initiative. They decided to give Yihan a small batch of goods to sell. For this brand of products, Yihan likes it very much. Everyone loves it, flowers bloom when it sees them, and cars get tires burst when it sees them. A snack that is full of everyone's childhood memories, Lartiaro. And this is no ordinary spicy strip. Branded product, Weilong. Weilong has been specializing in spicy noodles for 30 years. Just ask. When a child was young. Never eaten it. Have you never been greedy? Never thought about it. So Yihan was full of confidence in himself. He had thought it all out and packaged all varieties of Weilong's spicy strips into a childhood special. Sell the feelings well. However, no one seems to buy into his sentiments. Good news, tilde. Tonight, tune into Douyin Yihan's live broadcast room for Weilong's special show. Everyone is welcome to come and support us. After this Weibo post was published, the number of views soared. In just 1 hour, there were more than 100,000 comments. But Yihan took a quick look and saw that most of them were here to scold him. You're also starting to sell goods through live streaming now? You must be crazy about making money. Yihan wanted to say that this netizen understood him so well. He is really going crazy thinking about money now. No way, who eats spicy noodles these days? I don't eat them anyway. I eat spicy noodles, but I don't eat the ones sold by Yihan. If you guys don't want to eat, then I won't eat either. I have to say that these netizens are all quite humorous. After experiencing several rounds of negative news, Yihan has long been indifferent to the comments of these netizens. He even had the illusion that everyone had become gentler towards him recently. At least now he doesn't curse as harshly as before. Previous comment section. TSK TSK. But they all greeted his whole family directly. Yihan thought about it carefully and felt that the turning point should have started after he participated in that episode of The Sound of Sound. It seems that some people have been impressed by his strength. Everything is moving in a good direction. No matter what, for the primary school and road in Dasan village. He tried his best. And so it was, at 9 o'clock that evening. Amidst the scolding from netizens, Yihan's live broadcast room starts broadcasting for the first time. After careful design by Yihan, the live broadcast room was arranged to look like a convenience store. Yihan, wearing a simple white vest and sports jacket, sat at the counter. Next to him sat his assistant Zhu Tongshan, who was dressed similarly, and served as his assistant on the live broadcast. There's nothing I can do. I have no money and can't afford to hire anyone to help him with the broadcast. Even the live broadcast equipment is just their 2 mobile phones. One for filming and one for reading comments. As for the various live broadcasting skills, Yihan learned them all from the internet. There are all kinds of spicy strips on the counter, as well as an old TV series and radio. There are various sentimental advertisements on the background wall behind Yihan. I have to say, the atmosphere of this live broadcast is still very immersive. Although everyone was pouring cold water on Yihan on the blog, when 9 o'clock arrived, quite a lot of people crowded into the live broadcast room. In a short while, there were 5,000 people gathered. The netizen who originally wanted to come in and scold Yihan and then leave. I was actually attracted by this live broadcast with a sense of age. Some people just stayed here without any spine and were ready to join in the fun. What surprised them was that Yihan seemed to have been reborn. There is no trace of the superior feeling from before. On the contrary, it is very down to earth. On the screen, Yihan greeted the camera with a smile. Welcome everyone to my live studio. It's my first live broadcast, please take care of me. If you don't have money, please support me. No, those who don't have money should support others with their money. Yihan is not very proficient in memoizing the oral terms yet. He could only secretly look at the entries written next to the live broadcast equipment, and speak haltingly while reading. This funny look made many people laugh. The anchor is unprofessional, he needs to be retrained. Deduct wages, you must deduct wages. That's it. What should I do? Why is Yihan so silly? I'm almost a fan of him. After working hard to heat up the atmosphere, Yihan started his sales pitch. Today is the anchor's first day on the air, so let's give a treat to the old friends. He picked up a bag of spicy strips, 1 bag. He picked up another bag of spicy strips, 2 bags. 3 packs. 6 pack. He took 6 bags of spicy noodles and looked at the camera with a smile. 6 bags enough? Then the netizens in the live broadcast room began to swipe the screen frantically. Not enough. Yihan made an embarrassed expression. To make you guys happy, I'll add another pack. 7 packs enough? Not enough. My friends, you are making things difficult for me. He gritted his teeth. Okay. I'll use my own money to do this for everyone today, 8 packs. Are 8 packs enough? Zhu Tongshan, who had been acting as a human standee nearby, finally moved. He looked embarrassed as he held down Yihan's hand as he tried to grab the spicy strips. No, anchor, we will lose money this way. Yihan shook off his hand and picked up another bag with great enthusiasm. Don't worry about it, I'm going to give benefits to my fans today. Zhu Tongshan turned around with difficulty and quickly dripped 2 lines of eye drops onto his face. Then he continued to beg Yihan. Anchor. Think twice. We will lose everything. The audience just stared blankly at the two of them pulling each other back and forth. How to say it? As for acting skills, it seems there is some, but not much. The brain seems to be there, but also seems not to be there. Anchor. If you want to put eye drops in, just put eye drops in. Can you not be so obvious? Yihan struggled hard and took another bag of spicy strips. No. I have to let the family members who come into my live studio earn my benefits. Zhu Tongshan was possessed by a drama spirit, his face full of pain. Anchor tilde. Yihan excitedly pressed the bell on the table. 9 packs of Weilong spicy strips, free shipping to your home, not 99, not 19.9, just 99. Get in the car. After this set of rivalry, Yihan was so tired that he was sweating all over. After the items were put on the shelves, he secretly glanced at the background data. He and Pighead had rehearsed this line of speech for a long time. It is said to be very useful. At least, we have to sell 200 orders, right? The next second, Yihan was petrified. Number of purchasers, 1. Take another look at the number of viewers. Nearly 10,000 people. 10,000 people, not even one is willing to buy? It turns out they are all here to watch the fun. Yihan's little heart suffered a critical blow. This generation of netizens is too cruel to him. Or, is this sales performance not eye-catching enough? Yihan could only shout to himself again. Family members, please give me some face. 9.9 per order is a good deal. Then something even sadder happened. Ding, you have a refund message to be processed. The order I just placed was cancelled again. Customer note, sorry, I slipped, please refund me. No way. You can't play like this. What is puzzling is that although no one has placed an order, the number of people watching the live broadcast is increasing. It didn't take long for it to break through the 100,000 mark. Many people were attracted by Yihan's promotion of goods. To be precise, it was the tug-of-war segment that he and Zhu Tongshan carefully performed. However, they are already accustomed to such routines. But for some reason, Yihan and Zhu Tongshan's performance was particularly funny. But they are also very rational. Just watching the show, eh? I just don't buy it. What can you do? Although no one buys spicy strips. But there were actually quite a few people who gave Yihan gifts. There was even a big guy who got 2 big rockets. Yihan also gave special face. Thanks to brother, 666, for sending the 2 big rockets. Otherwise, live streaming is good. 5,000 for 1 rocket, net profit of 1 debutuo. Or he won't sell the products anymore. Just live streaming. However, just watching this is not enough. It keeps on playing. It really seems like it has become a live broadcast room for performing arts. More and more people were spamming the screen with comments, show your talent. Show your talent. Chapter 29, with the song Childhood, spicy snacks are sold out. Yihan also had a great time. No one told him that live streaming was so fun. What else are you bringing? Everyone is asking the anchor to show their talents? Okay. Then let's give it to you guys. What kind of talent do you want to see? Yihan squinted his eyes and read the comments on his phone. Sing? Singing is fine. He is good at it. However, Yihan suddenly had an idea. There is no motivation for a host who only sings. So, if the sales volume of our number 1 link reaches 5,000 pieces, how about I sing a song for everyone? Yihan is very progressive. I learned all the routines in the live broadcast room in no time. The atmosphere is getting very exciting now, and netizens who are busy watching the fun don't care about so many things and are rushing to buy. Plus, the product wasn't too expensive, so sales quickly exceeded 5,000. Yihan did not hesitate and directly asked Zhu Tongshan to bring the guitar to him. What song would be good for the host to sing? Yihan thought about it and soon came up with an idea. Since we are having a nostalgia show today, I will bring you one of my original works, Childhood. Everyone, please remember to light it up. Good. The other party sent a 666. Big rocket. Yihan cleared his throat. Then he began to strum the guitar skillfully. Smooth music flows from your fingertips, bringing a light melody. Yihan quickly entered the singing state. In the banyan tree beside the pond, cicadas are calling out the summer deeply. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies are resting on a tilde. The teacher's chalk is still chirping away on the blackboard. A childhood of waiting for the end of get out of class, waiting for the end of school, waiting for games tilde. Clear and mellow tone. It brings everyone back to the summer of childhood. The quiet banyan tree. Noisy cicadas. The butterfly landed on the swing. The swing swayed slightly in the wind. In the classroom, the teacher was still explaining the questions tirelessly on the blackboard. But the children's thoughts have already drifted away. They were eagerly waiting for the bell to ring. So I can rush out of the classroom and have a good time. Childhood is so carefree. Listen to this song. Everyone couldn't help but start recalling their ignorant selves and their favorite snacks. When I was a kid, I would crush instant noodles first, sprinkle the seasoning packet in, shake it vigorously, and then eat. When there was only a little left, I would pour it all into my hand and stuff it into my mouth. It was so delicious. In the summer, I went to catch crabs with my friends in the village. We picked up a small bucket and roasted them with waste firewood. Suddenly, someone said that they would be unpalatable without salt. So I ran home and carefully scooped up a handful of salt, as if I was holding my entire childhood. In the past, we had to eat spicy noodles secretly without telling our family members. We had to tear them into pieces one by one, but we couldn't bear to do that. Before going home, we had to smell each other's mouths to see if there was any spicy smell. Now, it's all in the past. Instant noodles at 50 cents a pack. A small crab found in the river. There are also spicy strips at 1 cent a bag. It used to be their favorite delicacy. But once upon a time. After they grow up. Are you starting to treat these things as trash? Those childhood memories gradually turned into so-called junk food. By denying them, are we also denying the memory? It's not just their childhood they've forgotten. It's also the innocent self I once was. For a while. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was filled with a hint of melancholy. Everyone listened quietly to Yihan singing. Why hasn't that girl from the next class passed by my window yet? Snacks in mouth, comics in hand. My first childhood love. It's always after the exam that I realize I haven't studied the books I should have. The singing is brisk. Yet there is an indescribable nostalgia. Different people have the same worries in their childhood. Did the girl I like look at me more today? Are there any new editions of your favorite comics? Why is the exam so difficult? Will my parents beat me when I get home? And me, when will I grow up? Everyone at that time was looking forward to leaving childhood. But when they really left, they found that the past was like smoke. The growing up that I once looked forward to actually brings me so many troubles. There is never any end to overtime. A two-faced colleague. An extremely difficult boss. And there is the pressure of the whole family on my shoulders. Everything was so overwhelming that they couldn't breathe. They want to go back to the past. But it was all in vain. They can only keep missing their past selves. More and more people were attracted by Yihan singing and flocked into the live broadcast room. The number of people soared to 200,000. The moment you accidentally glance at the sales volume. Zhu Tongshan widened his eyes in horror. Is this real? Is he seeing things? This number. He couldn't wait to let Yihan come and see. But Yihan had already been immersed in the singing. Whoa 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 whoa. The light whistle sound can be described as a stroke of genius. It seemed as if a low-flying dragonfly passed by my eyes. It flapped its wings and flew across the lush green rice fields. What we see before us is a scene full of vitality. When will I be able to look like my senior classmates and have a mature and grown-up face? Looking forward to the holidays, looking forward to tomorrow, and looking forward to growing up as a child. Some people listened and their eyes gradually turned red. How they wish they could go back to the past. Say something to your once carefree self. Child, don't be in such a hurry to grow up. The present is the best time. But, the past cannot be turned back. All they can do is reminisce. Yihan's singing brought them back to the past briefly. Day after day, year after year. A child who longs to grow up. The last line of lyrics fell. The singing ended with a gentle chord accompaniment. But everyone couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Some people hold their cell phones, but their eyes are not focused on the real thing. His thoughts had drifted back to 10 or even 20 years ago. Some people suddenly felt the urge to go home. I opened the ticket purchasing app and bought myself a ticket home. Go back and take a look. Take a look at your childhood. More people choose to click on the purchase link. He placed an order for himself as a sentimental gift. Maybe I can really find the taste of childhood from this. Finally, Yihan put down the guitar. His expression became serious for once. I hope this song can make everyone forget their troubles for a short while and return to that happy childhood. Not to mention the audience, even he himself was deeply moved when he heard this song. At this time, Yihan didn't know what was going on. Until Zhu Tongshan could no longer suppress his excitement. Elder brother. Where the audience couldn't see, Zhu Tongshan tugged hard at the corner of Yihan's clothes. He excitedly pointed at the backstage screen and signaled Yihan. Brother! Look! Chapter 30, please don't buy it. There's not a drop left. Following the direction of Zhu Tongshan's finger, Yihan saw clearly the numbers displayed in the background. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Currently sold, 120,030 orders. He sold 120,000 orders of spicy strips. At this moment, this number is still soaring at an alarming rate. Yihan was so happy that he couldn't even speak, and advised everyone incoherently. Don't be impulsive, be rational in your consumption and order in moderation. However, the live broadcast room was already full of viewers who were addicted. Rational? Why not? Is it hard to eat a pound of spicy noodles a day? Link number 2 is sold out. Host, please add the order. And link number 5 is almost gone, add a few more orders. Don't fight with me, I want to buy 100 orders. Add more orders. Add more orders. Add more orders. Looking at these comments, Yihan was stunned. Is the song Childhood so powerful? At the strong request of the audience in the live broadcast room, the order quantity has been increased again and again, and the links have been added again and again. CEO Wei Long came to the live broadcast room temporarily and almost emptied his own inventory. Everything that can be sold is sold. Even those that cannot be sold are sold. Yihan was left with only a pair of shorts and a large vest. Someone also asked Yihan to add links to the posters in the live broadcast room, and the 2 TVs. Yihan and Zhu Tongshan could only hold up the sold out sign and cry out to these fanatical customers to consume rationally. Sold out. Really sold out. Please don't buy it. I really can't add to the bill, please consume rationally, everyone. The anchor begged customers to consume rationally. It can be regarded as a great spectacle of live streaming sales. The more they do this, the more excited netizens become. Because of this live broadcast, Yihan once again became a hot topic. Yihan sheds tears in the live broadcast room. Sold out. Really sold out. Yihan's first live streaming sales were impressive. The chosen god of sales Yihan. After the song Childhood, spicy noodles are sold out. Many people who watched the live broadcast spoke online. I prove that this is true. Everyone is eyeing Yihan's pants now, family members, charge. Rational consumption. No. Wild consumption. The more you stop me from buying, the more I'll buy. No more talking, let's continue to go to the live broadcast room. When Yihan was about to close the live broadcast room, many people still refused to leave. They wanted Yihan to find something else to sell. He even asked us to sing the song Childhood again. They continued live streaming until 3 a.m., before they successfully shut down the live streaming room. Finally, Yihan still felt a lingering fear. This live broadcast is really not a job for humans. It's too tiring. Brother, do you know how much sales we made today? Zhu Tongshan held the phone, the excitement on his face almost overflowing. How many? 6 million in total. Now Yihan no longer has back pain or leg pain, and he feels much more energetic. The Wei Long merchant agreed to give him a 10% share. After deducting various miscellaneous expenses, he made 500,000. And it only took him one night. Pighead, I'm going to reward you well this time. Yihan was overjoyed. He has found a way to make a fortune. Apart from the portion that should be given to Zhu Tongshan, this time at least enough money was earned to repair the school and its subsequent maintenance. Maybe we can even start building the road. This bright future. Okay, let's take a rest. Yihan plans to find an opportunity to go to Dasan village again to check on the progress of the construction. However, the phone rang urgently. Zhu Tongshan pointed to the caller ID and said, "It's the merchant who rejected us yesterday." Then he pressed answer and then clicked speaker. The other party's flattering voice came through the receiver. "Boss Zhu, what happened yesterday was all a misunderstanding. Can you talk to Mr. Yi and ask him to bring us some goods? The price is negotiable." Zhu Tongshan felt very happy. When he contacted the agent yesterday, the other party was not so humble. That's so high and mighty. When he heard that the influencer was Yihan, he criticized them to the point of being worthless, and Zhu Tongshan didn't even dare to tell Yihan. Now I heard that their live streaming products are selling like hot cakes. Regret? It's too late to regret. Ha 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 ha. Why call me Mr. Zhu? Just call me Xiao Zhu like you did yesterday. Zhu Tongshan's tone also became arrogant. It was Xiao Zhu yesterday. I became Mr. Zhu as soon as the live broadcast ended today. Isn't it too easy to use the tactic of changing with the wind? The other party was choked by Zhu Tongshan and was very embarrassed. Who knew that Yi Han, a nobody, had such a strong ability to bring goods? He regretted it so much. Oh, we didn't recognize you. I apologize. Please think about it carefully. We are sincere. Zhu Tongshan didn't care. I will discuss the matter of bringing goods with Mr. Yi, you wait for my news. Having said that, he has automatically excluded this agency. Is it your turn yet? Several merchants have already come to us. They have no shortage of orders at all. But the other party took Zhu Tongshan's perfunctory response seriously. Hey. Okay. Please discuss it carefully. I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Tongshan and Yi Han burst into laughter at the same time. I am dying of laughter. Cool. Yesterday you ignored me. You can't reach me today. Yi Han had even planned out what the new school in Dasan village would look like after it was built. The children sat in the brand new classroom, holding brand new textbooks, and reciting the text in unison. Dasan village is no longer as isolated as it used to be. Instead, there is a wide winding mountain road leading to the village entrance, and the villagers are looking around excitedly at the intersection. This road leads to the foot of the mountain, to the county town, and to hope for the future. When he thought of this, Yi Han wanted to fly to Dasan village immediately to see the progress of the village. Brother Han. Zhu Tongshan's call brought Yi Han back to reality. Zhu Tongshan was very curious. What are you laughing at? Just now, Brother Han kept grinning foolishly at the air. If I didn't know, I would have thought he was a young boy in love. Go. Yi Han waved away Zhu Tongshan's hand that was blocking him and made a decision. I'm going to Lin City in 2 days. Dasan village, here I come again. Chapter 31 The God of Wealth is here, buddy, I kneel down to you. Jiangbin Community. Residence number 8002. The doorbell suddenly rang. Here it comes. Yi Han, who was just about to go out, opened the door happily. A pretty face appeared before my eyes. Deng Ziqi. Yi Han hasn't reacted yet, what are you doing? Deng Ziqi's face was red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yi Han. Xiao Ji and brother Bin Bin are still on the way, I came first. As she spoke, she picked up the fruits and gift boxes on the ground. Yi Han just thought of it. He forgot the important thing. I just said that, I always feel like there is something that has not been dealt with in the past 2 days. Now he finally remembered that he and Deng Ziqi had an appointment to meet today. Deng Ziqi acted as a middleman. I want to introduce Xiao Jingteng and Hu Binbin to him. Those two came all their way to ask him to sing a song. This is the God of wealth that comes to your doorstep. Yi Han quickly showed the etiquette of a host. Welcome, come in. He took the things from Deng Ziqi's hand and quickly welcomed the guest into their house. Do you live alone? Deng Ziqi quietly looked around the house and asked nervously. Yes, I live alone. Hearing this, Deng Ziqi felt inexplicably relieved. Even she couldn't explain the feeling. Yi Han didn't notice Deng Ziqi's abnormality, but greeted her casually. Their house is a bit messy, sit anywhere. He searched around, trying to find something at home that the girls could eat. He had forgotten about it and hadn't prepared anything at all. Suddenly thinking of something, Yi Han quickly stopped Deng Ziqi. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Deng Ziqi, who was about to sit on the sofa, looked at him confusedly. Yi Han was seen rummaging around in a corner of the sofa with an embarrassed look on his face. Dig and dig. Finally, he took out 2 pairs of shorts and a pair of socks. When Deng Ziqi saw what Yi Han was holding, her eyes widened in surprise and her cheeks flushed. Yi Han also. That's too casual. Oh, you can sit down now. Yi Han was very upset. Damn, I forgot to put it in the closet last time. He usually lives alone, so he does whatever he wants as he is comfortable, so he doesn't care about so many things. Yi Han rolled up his shorts into a ball and quickly stuffed them into the washing machine. Deng Ziqi just felt a burning sensation on his face. She nodded twice and sat back on the sofa. Huh. Yihan suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world, and pointed at Deng Ziqi. Why is your face so red? Is it because it's too sunny outside? Yihan's straight man remarks made Deng Ziqi speechless with embarrassment. I could only go along with what he meant and say, maybe, it's still pretty hot outside. It's okay, I'll find you a bottle of drink to cool down. No, it's not a problem. Deng Ziqi failed to stop him and could only watch Yihan wandering around in the kitchen like a headless fly. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Yihan is so cute like this. Strange, I remember I bought a box last time. Where did you go? Yihan almost buried his entire head in the refrigerator, muttering to himself as he searched. Seeing this scene, Deng Ziqi could hardly stop smiling. Found it. Finally. Yihan handed a box of iced orange juice to Deng Ziqi as if he had found a treasure. It's too hot, right? Drink some orange juice to cool down. Thanks. Deng Ziqi took the juice that Yihan handed over. Their fingers touched, and the warmth from Yihan's hand was transmitted to Deng Ziqi's hand. Somehow, Deng Ziqi felt his face getting even hotter. Fortunately, at this time, the doorbell rang again. Deng Ziqi's eyes lit up, the savior finally came. If she stayed in the same space with Yihan again, her face would probably turn red like a shrimp. Hu Binbin and Xiao Jingting came together. With the experience of the first time, Yihan is now much more skilled. He exchanged a few words with the two and then welcomed them in. 2 identical boxes of iced orange juice were served. I'm sorry, there's nothing to drink at home. As their host, Yihan also felt that he was being a bit perfunctory and scratched his head apologetically. But for Hu Binbin and Xiao Jingting, this is not the point. They didn't even notice what Yihan handed them, but were thinking about how to talk to Yihan. The two of them were seen sitting on the sofa. Hu Binbin pushed Xiao Jingting and winked at him. Xiao Jingting looked at Yihan hesitantly several times, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Finally, Deng Ziqi couldn't stand it anymore and got straight to the point. It's like this, Brother Binbin and Brother Ting both want you to write a song for their second episode of King of Songs. I wonder if it's okay. The two immediately agreed, yes, you decide the price. After saying this, the 3 of them stared at Yihan anxiously, waiting for his reaction. Although Yihan appeared calm on the surface, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. Just for the sake of you set the price, writing more than a dozen poems is not a problem. How can this be called a problem? This is no big deal. Wait a minute. Yihan ran to the study, took out a stack of A4 paper, and then returned to the living room. In front of the 3 people, he buried his head and started writing quickly. The speed was so fast that they were frightened. Yihan, have you already started writing? Don't you need some inspiration? Isn't it a bit too hasty to just start writing lyrics? Hu Binbin and Xiao Jingting tried to persuade them earnestly. The way Yihan writes furiously. It doesn't look like writing a song at all. Are you writing the final sprint paper? But Yihan was busy writing songs and had no time to answer their questions. Xiao Jingting winked at Hu Binbin. The meaning is self-evident, why do I feel so unreliable? Hu Binbin curled his lips and returned the look, it's hard to judge. Was he really the one who wrote the song Bubble last time? They all looked at Deng Ziqi beside them, and their tacit understanding was very high. Are you sure you didn't find the wrong person? Deng Ziqi nodded wildly and responded with his eyes, it's really him. Although Deng Ziqi was also nervous when she saw Yihan writing the song. But she just believed that Yihan could write it. In this way, the 3 of them were engaged in a lawsuit. Looking at Yihan eagerly. Wrote line after line. After writing one piece of paper, I wrote another piece of paper. At last. Yihan stretched out his body comfortably and announced, it's done. Hu Binbin glanced at his watch in disbelief. Xiao Jingting lit up the screen of his mobile phone in disbelief. Yihan started writing songs just now. Only half an hour had passed. To be exact, it is 28 minutes and 57 seconds. In less than half an hour, Yihan finished writing 2 songs? Who would believe that? The 2 of them had that doubt again. Is Yihan really not here to make people laugh? Deng Ziqi's face was also filled with shock. Teacher Fang Wenshan had told her before that Yihan wrote songs very quickly. But she never expected it to be so fast. A speed that even an Aston Martin can't catch up with. What are you standing there for? Seeing the 3 people dumbfounded, Yihan urged them unhappily, come and see your songs. The 3 of them finally reacted and moved over. Princess belongs to Brother Teng, and Moonlight belongs to Bin Bin. Yihan handed the song sheet to the two of them. Let them each claim their own song. The two of them watched it with suspicion and anticipation. 10 minutes later. They looked up at the same time. Then they exchanged each other's song sheets. Another 10 minutes later. They all looked at Yihan. His face was full of admiration. In unison. Their voice trembles. Brother, I kneel down to you. Chapter 32, Visiting Dasan Village again, there is one more person. How to best describe these two songs. Suitable. So suitable. It's like it was tailor-made for the two of them. The moment I saw the sheet music. Xiao Jingting knew it. Princess belongs to him. Hu Binbin knew it. No one can sing the feeling of Moonlight. These two songs are unique. It suits both of their styles perfectly. And it cannot be exchanged. There is no such feeling when exchanging. Hu Binbin and Xiao Jingting looked like they had found a treasure and happily put the song sheet close to them. Then we won't delay any longer and will transfer the money to your card in a moment. Okay. I like this kind of straightforward party a tilde. Yihan happily sent the two of them out the door. Close the door. Yihan jumped up. Yes. Today is a good day tilde. Everything you wish for will come true tilde. Yihan walked towards the living room while humming a song. After packing up, it's time to set off. He had planned to go to the village today to check on the progress of the construction and give the village chief some money. If we are delayed for a while, it will probably be afternoon before we reach Dasan village. Oh my god! Just at this moment. A figure on the sofa startled Yihan. Deng Ziqi is still sitting there. Sister Ziqi, why didn't you go with them? Deng Ziqi pursed her lips shyly. I'm not going the same way as them. Oh. Yihan looked at his watch. I was completely unaware of the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room. There was only one thing on his mind. Let us get going quickly. How about I take you back? Deng Ziqi nodded hesitantly, happy to be able to spend more time with Yihan, then thank you for your help. He looks very calm. In fact, my heart was already pounding. Along the way. Yihan talked about this and that for a while. After talking about everything that can be talked about, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Seeing Yihan looking at his watch from time to time, Deng Ziqi couldn't help but ask, are you busy today? Oh, nothing. If you have something to do, why don't you go do it first? No, I'm planning to go to the neighboring city of Jiang. Yihan hesitated. Why did Deng Ziqi choose to come at this time? He has always been unromantic. Not realizing that you have broken someone's heart. Jiang City? I haven't been to Jiang City yet, but I heard the scenery there is beautiful. Seeing Deng Ziqi blinking her big eyes and looking at him curiously, Yihan's mind moved. How about you come with me and take a look? Oops, the words just came out without thinking. Unexpectedly, Deng Ziqi nodded without hesitation. Okay. Seeing Yihan was a little surprised. Deng Ziqi shyly stroked her hair on one side. Is it inconvenient? No, it's nothing inconvenient. With a beautiful woman by his side, how could he refuse? Yihan, how long do we have to go? Deng Ziqi walked forward grunting, supporting himself with a wooden stick. The elegant image just now is long gone. I didn't expect that the village Yihan was going to was so remote. They had walked 5 kilometers along the mountain road. Yihan apologized and extended his hand to her. Sorry, it's a bit far. Please hold my hand. Dasan village is located in a valley. It takes at least 2 hours to walk up the mountain road to get in. The second time, Yihan was not as tired as the first time. But for a girl like Deng Ziqi, it's not easy indeed. Deng Ziqi felt a little more relaxed when Yihan led him forward. We walked for another half an hour. Only then did the two of them see the stone with the words Dasan village engraved on it. After walking down this mountain road, I was already sweating profusely. It's finally here. Deng Ziqi was very confused. How did Yihan find this place? What's even stranger is the people in this village. They all seem to be very familiar with Yihan. They all greeted Yihan with a smile. Teacher Yi, you are here. Teacher Yi, please come to my house for a meal. Freshly baked burritos, Teacher Yi, please try some. The enthusiastic villagers forced 2 large burritos into Yihan and Deng Ziqi's hands. The smile on his face is simple and warm. During this period, Deng Ziqi's tense heart couldn't help but relax. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains and clear water, what a wonderful place. The two of them ate burritos as they walked. Deng Ziqi couldn't help but ask the question that had been hidden in her heart. Yihan, why do they all call you Teacher Yi? Yihan tore off a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. I don't know. Maybe I look more like a scholar. After saying this, he started laughing first. Deng Ziqi bit her lower lip, feeling very embarrassed. It's obvious. Yihan must be teasing her. As Deng Ziqi walked, a place similar to an auditorium appeared in front of him. Yihan also stopped. We're here. This auditorium looks old, even the windows above are broken. Through the glass window, Deng Ziqi vaguely saw several figures. Only after careful observation did I discover it. Sitting inside were actually a group of children. They sat upright at their desks, listening to the teacher's teachings with focused eyes. Deng Ziqi was incredulous. Do they study in this kind of environment? This auditorium. It turns out that this is the school where the children go to school. A feeling of sadness welled up in my heart. Don't worry, they'll have a new school soon. Follow the direction of Yihan's finger. Only then did Deng Ziqi see clearly what was happening behind the auditorium. It was a busy construction site. A school under construction stands in the middle of it. It is tightly surrounded by countless steel pipes and protective nets. The main structure of the building has taken shape. The outline of the teaching building can be vaguely seen. Follow Yihan's footsteps. Deng Ziqi saw the situation at the construction site clearly. The construction site is filled with various construction materials. The busy figures of workers can be seen everywhere. They wore work clothes, safety helmets, held various tools, and devoted themselves to their work. The sounds of electric saws, hammering and welding are intertwined together, like an exciting symphony. In the sunlight, the workers' sweat sparkled with crystal light. The entire construction site is filled with a tense yet orderly atmosphere. It makes people feel endless vitality and hope. A voice sounded in my ears. Teacher Yi. Deng Ziqi looked in the direction of the voice. A sturdy middle-aged man trotted towards them. He seemed very excited to see Yihan. You see, the school's exterior is almost finished. Deng Ziqi actually caught respect from his eyes. Yihan chatted with the other party for a few words and actually stuffed a bank card into the other party's hand. The middle-aged man's eyes were red, and he was about to cry. This made her more confused. It starts from the moment you step into this village. The people in the village seem to be particularly polite to Yihan. Why is that? Ding ling ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The auditorium suddenly became lively. Someone shouted. Brother Yihan is here. A large group of children suddenly rushed towards them. Brother Yihan. Brother Yihan, you are finally here. Brother Yihan, we miss you so much. The children ran around Yihan, their excitement evident in their expressions. Yihan also got along particularly well with this group of kids. Have you been naughty lately? You must listen to the teacher carefully and don't be absent-minded in class. I will come to supervise you often. Deng Ziqi looked at this scene and actually felt a little jealous. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Brother Yihan. Who is she? Is she your girlfriend? Chapter 33. It turns out that Yihan has been doing charity work. Looking towards the source of the sound, a little boy pointed at Deng Ziqi with curiosity in his eyes. Now all the children looked at Deng Ziqi. When did a beautiful sister appear? The word, girlfriend. This made Deng Ziqi very embarrassed. She waved her hands, but the children started to make a noise. Sister, you are so beautiful. What's your name, sister? Are you in a relationship? Now, Deng Ziqi was also surrounded. Don't be disrespectful, she is your sister Ziqi. Fortunately, Yihan rescued her in time, and the children's attention returned to Yihan. Brother Yihan, would you like to play football with us? Teacher Yi, come quickly. We have to hurry. They pulled Yihan to the grass nearby. Ask Yihan to play football with them. Watching Yihan playing with this group of children, Deng Ziqi felt the long-lost peace. She works alone in the music industry, and there are countless things to do every day when she wakes up. It is rare for her to have such a pleasant time. Just as she was staring at the grass, a middle-aged female teacher holding a textbook came over. She smiled apologetically at Deng Ziqi. "I'm sorry, the children are not polite. Please don't mind it. Why, they are cute. Although I just arrived recently." But Deng Ziqi has already fallen in love with this place. Tranquil, peaceful, and beautiful. Away from all the strife. Looking at the kind female teacher in front of me, Deng Ziqi asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Why is everyone so familiar with Yi Han? The female teacher seemed a little surprised. "You don't know yet?" Deng Ziqi shook his head in confusion. "I don't know anything." The female teacher sighed and explained to Deng Ziqi. "The school that is about to be built behind you is the Hope Primary School donated by teacher Yi." "Hope Primary School? You said this school was donated by Yi Han." Now, Deng Ziqi's surprise was clearly written on his face. Yi Han donated a school. So is he quietly doing charity? Why had she never heard of this before? All she could find on the internet was various negative information about Yi Han. Everyone said that Yi Han was a corrupt person, gambling, drinking and driving, and had all kinds of problems. Deng Ziqi never believes the rumors on the internet. She always judges people with her heart. Whether Yi Han was gambling or acting like a big shot, she found it unbelievable. The Yi Han she knew had always been a very warm person. But she didn't expect that Yi Han was quietly doing charity in this valley. Why didn't Yi Han say anything? Aren't all the charitable activities of celebrities reported with great fanfare? Some people are unwilling to donate money for the sake of a good reputation. It is often reported that they have committed donation fraud. Even people like this can thrive in the entertainment industry. Why should Yi Han be treated like this? Deng Ziqi couldn't help but feel sorry for Yi Han. He never made the good things he did public, and many people always misunderstood him. If those people knew that Yi Han was doing charity, wouldn't they feel a little ashamed? The female teacher continued. It's not just school. Last time, teacher Yi donated a batch of education funds to buy textbooks, desks, and chairs for the children. He has done a lot for our Dasan village. The two of them looked at Yi Han, who was smiling like a child on the lawn. Their expressions were very complicated. Deng Ziqi then discovered what she knew about Yi Han might just be the tip of the iceberg. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. The female teacher shouted in the direction where the children were playing football, "Children, it's time for class. The next class is music class." However, everyone was still reluctant to let Yi Han go, unwilling to go back to the classroom. Until Yi Han took out the guitar that had been hidden next to him. "This music class is for me tilde tilde tilde." Everyone cheered and rushed back to the classroom. Deng Ziqi finally understood. Why did Yi Han carry his guitar even though the mountain road was so long? It turns out it was meant to be played for the children. Looking at the shiny guitar in Yi Han's hand, the children all screamed in unison, "Wow! So beautiful! They have never seen it before." This musical instrument is called a guitar. Does anyone want to come up and touch it? So, there was a scene of children lining up to touch the guitar. A pair of tender and rough little hands. I can't let go of the smooth guitar as I stroke it. Teacher Yi Han, is the music played by the guitar nice? Brother Yi Han, can you teach us to play the guitar? Brother Yi Han, please play a song for us. The children were chattering around Yi Han. There seemed to be countless questions in the little head. In the end, at the strong call of the children, Yi Han was ready to show off his skills again. Then I'm going to show off my skills. Surrounded by this group of children, Yi Han also revealed his childish side. He strummed the chord childishly. A song called Rice Fragrance, Showtime. The children were lying on their desks curiously. They looked at Yi Han on the podium. His eyes were full of admiration. Deng Ziqi sat aside. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. The guitar accompaniment sounded. Yi Han began to sing. If you have too many complaints about this world, after falling, I don't dare to move forward. Why are people so fragile and depraved? The brisk singing voice has a playful tone, full of rhythm. It makes people sway their bodies involuntarily to the melody. Everyone was immersed in the music at once. For a while, the only sound in the classroom was Yi Han's clear singing. Remember, you said home is the only castle. Keep running along the rice-scented river. I know the dream of my childhood Tilda. The singing brought them to the harvest season. Every autumn, there is always a strong fragrance of rice in the village fields. Standing on the ridge of the field and looking around, you can see golden rice everywhere. They were blown by the wind, making a rustling sound. Every time this happens, it is the most painful time for the children. They had to bring sickles and help their families harvest the rice. After a day, my hands can be worn out by 2 layers of skin. But somehow, they heard Brother Yihan singing this song. I actually miss those rice plants a little bit. No, it's not all rice. They miss it more. It's the time when I played and ran around in the rice fields with my friends. Those tiring and difficult memories of the past suddenly seemed beautiful. The children looked at each other. They all seem a little confused. Living in this poor mountain village, what they want most is to grow up quickly. Adults often say, grow up. Only then can you get out of the mountain village. Only then can you make money. No need to do farm work every day. So they counted on their fingers. When will I grow up? But now, it seems that there is nothing wrong. After school, I ran wildly on the country road with my classmates. At night, we chased fireflies in the fields together. Lying in Grandma's arms. Listen to Grandma singing old nursery rhymes. These are common things to them. Why is it so precious in Brother Yihan's singing? The whole classroom. I'm afraid only the teacher and Deng Ziqi can truly understand Yihan's intentions. Chapter 34. Deng Ziqi is not quite right. The teacher looked at her students with tears in her eyes. Children, don't be in a hurry. The time now. It's the best time. Looking at the young and ignorant faces in the classroom. Deng Ziqi has an extremely soft heart. These kids don't know this yet, do they? The childhood they had is a time that many people can never go back to. Just smile. Success and fame are not the goal. Making yourself happy is the meaning of life. The paper airplane of childhood. Now it has finally flown back into my hands. Is it meaningful to make yourself happy? This is a very simple statement. But it made Deng Ziqi fall into deep thought. About my childhood. Deng Ziqi's impression has become blurred. But she still misses those carefree days. For my musical dream. She went in circles. It seems like I am gradually losing my original intention. The beginning of the beginning. All she wants is the word happiness. But since when? She gradually couldn't find the way she came. Look at Yihan on the podium again. Standing in front of the simple podium, Yihan's smile was so bright. The whole classroom seemed to be lit up by his smile. At this moment, Deng Ziqi couldn't help but envy him. Maybe, Yihan is living happily just like the lyrics he sang. Before they knew it, the windows and door of the classroom were crowded with students. A pair of ignorant eyes stared at Yihan. The children were fascinated by the music and swayed their heads to the melody. Don't cry and let the fireflies take you away. Countryside songs are an eternal reliance. Go home and return to the original beauty. When the last piece of accompaniment ended, the thunderous applause lasted for a long time. Children, enjoy your childhood. This is Yihan's sincere blessing. It's about time. It's getting dark. I visited the children and the progress of the school, and gave the money to the village chief. It's time for them to leave. Teacher Yi, please come and see us next time. Teacher Yi, remember to come earlier next time. Sister Ziqi, we will miss you. The children reluctantly asked to stay. Yihan and Deng Ziqi waved goodbye to them. But they wanted to leave, and the villagers wouldn't let them go. Liu Shuzhen, who was originally supervising the construction of the new school. Seeing Yihan coming out, he hurriedly chased after him. Teacher Yi, are we leaving now? After getting Yihan's affirmative answer, he was anxious. How can this be possible? The village has already prepared a banquet. You haven't tried the willow leaf tea brewed by our village yet. Yihan hesitated for a moment, but still refused. Next time. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Liu Yeshao is a kind of wine brewed by villagers in the mountains. It is said that the wine has a mellow taste and its fragrance can spread for 10 miles. Although Yihan was very tempted by this fine wine. But he can't be impulsive. However, just as Yihan and the village chief were arguing, several villagers gathered around one after another. I heard that Yihan was leaving soon, so I tried my best to persuade him to stay. Just stay here for one night. The banquet is ready, we can't leave now. Besides, it's getting late. It's not safe to travel at night. They really want Teacher Yi to stay. They are unable to repay Teacher Yi's great kindness, and they can only let Teacher Yi feel their sincerity in this way. Under the various temptations of the villagers, Yihan looked at Deng Ziqi for help, trying to get Deng Ziqi to come up with an idea to stop them. Unexpectedly, Deng Ziqi was even more excited than him. Is willow leaf stew delicious? I want to try it. Yihan was speechless. All right. Best friend. The top 5. 6 sixes go smoothly. 7 clever tricks. The 8 immortals' birthday. The sound of finger-guessing games rang out one after another. This was followed by a round of cheers. Drink. It's all done. Good job. Yihan sat among a group of burly men. It has been completely integrated into it. Teacher Yihan, I toast you a glass. Come on, let's have a drink. How can we just drink with him? Give me another drink. Yihan was toasted by the enthusiastic villagers one after another. My brain is almost confused from drinking so much. I have to say, this willow leaf stew is really delicious. It tastes sweet and fragrant, with a lingering flavor. The downside is too intense. 1 cup after another. My throat is burning. No. Yihan decisively chose to flee the battlefield. You guys drink slowly. I'll go and take my time. Hey, don't go. The villagers wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Liu Shuzhen. Teacher Yi is a city dweller. Can't withstand the burning of willow leaves. Don't play it too big. Yihan, who had escaped by chance, was holding a glass of boiled water. He sat down next to Deng Ziqi. He was still in shock. Oh my god. These people can drink so much. If you drink any more, you'll lose your life. Sister Ziqi, are you drinking too? What Yihan didn't expect was Deng Ziqi is even more powerful than her. She had a small jar of willow leaf tea next to her. His pouring cup after cup into his mouth. Yihan was dumbfounded. You can drink so much. Unexpectedly, Deng Ziqi ignored him completely. Only then did Yihan see Deng Ziqi's appearance clearly. The corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose were red. It was obvious that he had been crying. What's going on? Are you okay? Yihan asked cautiously. Hearing this, Deng Ziqi put down his wine glass heavily and suddenly became silent. Just when Yihan was at a loss, a tear slid down Deng Ziqi's cheek. It dripped into the wine glass in her hand, splashing small water. Her eyes were empty and confused, as if she had lost all her life. Yihan was totally confused. It was fine in the afternoon. Why is it like this at night? Deng Ziqi's lips were seen trembling slightly, mumbling something that no one could understand. The noise around her seemed to have nothing to do with her. She was immersed in her own world and couldn't extricate herself. Look at Deng Ziqi's appearance. A bad idea appeared in Yihan's mind. Weren't you bullied by someone? Who is it? Who dares to bully the people he brought with him? Just when Yihan thought Deng Ziqi would ignore him, a hoarse voice suddenly appeared in his ear. Yihan, do you think people can change? Hear this question. Yihan was stunned for a moment. Certainly. No one stays the same. Some people may even become unrecognizable. It seems like I'm stuck in some memory. Yihan's vision also began to blur. My first love was also in this circle. I always thought she broke up with me because of her career. It wasn't until later that I discovered she was the lover of a company executive. And a lot of my negative information came from her. Yihan smiled bitterly. The eyes are very obscure. That person's name is Yusini. She is now a popular young actress in the circle. And he is Yihan. Bear the stigma. A rat crossing the street is chased by everyone. I can only blame myself for having misjudged the person and used the wrong feelings. Deng Ziqi looked over with drunken eyes. Yes, people change. Yihan didn't know what had suddenly stimulated Deng Ziqi. The low pressure on her. It makes people worry about her. Just when Deng Ziqi wanted to say something else, the telephone suddenly rang urgently. Deng Ziqi glanced at the incoming call reminder. pressed the hang up button. There was undisguised disgust on her face. But the caller didn't seem to give up. The bell rang again. Chapter 35. I'll give you a poem called Period. I hope you can figure it out. Aren't you going to answer the phone? Deng Ziqi shook his head and pressed the power button directly. Today, I want to be myself for once. Deng Ziqi was in a very low mood. The person who called me was once very important to me. I don't know why, maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was because I was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Deng Ziqi suddenly felt the urge to talk. I once regarded him as a confidant, a teacher, and even a father. But I didn't expect. Speaking of this, Deng Ziqi choked up. I didn't expect that in his eyes, I was just a tool to make money. At this moment, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were finally released. When I was still a student, he chose to sign me and train me. I have a physical defect and my pronunciation is unclear when singing, so he cultivated my unique singing accent. Every time I release an album, he would invite an international team to create various musical creations. It is no exaggeration to say that he is my mentor. Speaking of this, Deng Ziqi was shaking all over. Yihan silently poured her a cup of tea. He knew who Deng Ziqi was talking about. It's her agent, Zhang Dan. At this time, what she needs is a listener. After taking a sip of tea, Deng Ziqi regained some composure. But I don't know when he started to change. When I had a concert that year, I didn't practice singing day and night, running around the city, and sometimes I was so tired that I fell asleep while putting on makeup. But under these circumstances, he secretly added 8 more concerts without telling me. Once I was hospitalized due to excessive fatigue, but he still urged me to go to the shooting notice, otherwise I would have to pay a huge penalty. Deng Ziqi seemed to be caught in a vortex of memories. Those days of oppression and those unfair terms appeared before her eyes again. Money tree. She's just a cash cow for Hummingbird. A full decade of hard work. All she got in return was betrayal and exploitation. What made Deng Ziqi even more sad was Zhang Dan's change. She did not deny the good things Zhang Dan had done in the past, but she also could not accept his cruelty. Fame, money, desire. It has transformed him from a man with dreams into a thorough businessman. Yihan, what should I do? Deng Ziqi's emotions were on the verge of collapse. She tightly held Yihan's hand, as if she regarded him as her last straw. She didn't know what she should do. The hummingbird was very kind to her. But the hummingbird was also exploiting her endlessly. She stood on the edge of the cliff, teetering on the edge of the cliff, caught in a dilemma. Have you ever thought about terminating the contract? Yihan's words made Deng Ziqi fall silent. She thought about it. But she didn't dare. She didn't dare take that step. This is the company that has nurtured her for 10 years and poured all her efforts and dreams into it. Are we just going to leave like this? And then start over again? After the contract is terminated, she will even be branded as a traitor. She doesn't have the courage to face those hardships. I am a very cowardly person. Yihan saw her hesitation. No more persuasion. Sometimes compared to the so-called truth. What Deng Ziqi needs more is an opportunity. Yihan took out a piece of folded paper from his pocket. I have a song for you. When you are willing to sing this song, perhaps you will make up your mind. He handed the paper to Deng Ziqi solemnly. Yihan had prepared this song a long time ago. But he didn't expect that he would hand it over to Deng Ziqi so early. Maybe everything is arranged by fate. Deng Ziqi opened the paper. The first 2 words catch your eye, period. Har har, period. Didn't she want to put an end to her past? She murmured the lyrics on the paper. You watch a flower slowly sprout. But I see you slowly gaining momentum. It's a pity that we have finally come to a period. After reading the lyrics of a song, Deng Ziqi broke down and lay on the table and burst into tears. Someone understands her. Someone wrote down the pain in her heart. Yihan patted Deng Ziqi's trembling shoulders with pity. He sighed leisurely. There are some things that only you can figure out. I hope Deng Ziqi can get rid of it as soon as possible. But it was the first time Yihan knew about it. Women's tears, so many. Deng Ziqi cried and cried until the party was over. Until the end, Yihan still retained a trace of clarity. The drunk Deng Ziqi was helped to the village chief's house. The village chief's wife is very virtuous. 2 empty rooms had already been cleared out for them. The room is not big but very clean. Be careful. Aunt, please wake up. We're here. Who could have thought? A girl. Is he so scary when he gets drunk? Deng Ziqi first lay on the table and cried for a while. Then he started to get the villagers passing by to dance. In the end, I had to persuade him to let him go. Poor 70-year-old grandma. Even though I'm old, I still got to experience disco. In the end, Deng Ziqi came back wrapped around Yihan like an octopus. Yihan, who sent Deng Ziqi to one of the rooms, was already exhausted. Okay, auntie, just have a good rest tonight. After settling Deng Ziqi, Yihan prepared to return to his room. But he was stopped by a voice neither loud nor soft. Yihan. Don't go. Deng Ziqi grabbed Yihan, her voice full of nostalgia. Yihan looked back and saw a cute sleeping face. Yihan gently broke free and put her hands back into the quilt. The next day, the crowing of the rooster woke Yihan up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Walked out of the room. He stretched lazily with great comfort. Cool. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. When he saw the beautiful scenery clearly, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaimed. Wow. It was just at this time that the sun was rising. This moment. The sun pierced through the clouds, spreading light to the earth. Their whole world seemed to be lit up. The dazzling light made Yihan marvel. An indescribable feeling of awe welled up in my heart. At this moment, a figure walked out from the golden sun. She was wearing a long dress made of coarse cloth. Her figure is graceful and her steps are light, as if she came from a fairyland. The sunlight shone on her, covering her entire body with a layer of golden glow. Yihan couldn't help but hold his breath. He finally saw the man's true face. She has a pretty face, skin as white as snow, eyebrows as pretty as a painting, and eyes as bright as stars. Her long, shiny black hair fluttered in the wind. Rough clothes can't hide her beauty. Seeing Yihan coming over, the man smiled shyly. You're awake. Only then did Yihan come back to his senses. This person turned out to be Deng Ziqi. Deng Ziqi touched the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. I'm sorry, I lost my composure yesterday. Deng Ziqi was very upset at this moment. It's true that drinking can lead to mistakes. Although she had some memory loss, she still remembered some fragments clearly in her mind. Thinking of what she had done in front of Yihan, Deng Ziqi blushed. I thought it was a dream. But when she saw the music score tightly held in her hand, Deng Ziqi then realized that it was not a dream. The two walked side by side, slowly heading towards the country road. Chapter 36. Peaches are 3 cents a pound, you can sell them or not. The climb up the mountain was difficult. But when it's time to leave, I feel so reluctant. Almost half of the villagers came to see them off. They took out baskets of eggs, corn, and sweet potatoes. He kept stuffing things into the trunk of Yihan's car. Teacher Yihan, remember to come and visit often. Brother Yi, come and drink again next time. Brother Yihan, we will miss you. Amidst the farewells, Yihan and Deng Ziqi left Dasan village reluctantly. Deng Ziqi was obviously in better condition than last night. She pulled up the hem of her skirt to show Yihan. Does the skirt I'm wearing look good? The little daughter's cuteness is clearly revealed. Unfortunately, Yihan has a straight male aesthetic and can't see anything at all. I can only answer with my head held high. It's very pretty. Really? Deng Ziqi lowered her head and pulled the hem of her skirt with a smile on her lips. This was given to me by Mrs. Liu. She also said that I looked good in it. Mrs. Liu is the wife of the village chief Liu Shuzhen. After a while, Deng Ziqi took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. Thank you, I have thought some things through. She couldn't hesitate any longer. A short pain is worse than a long one. It's time to put an end to it. Deng Ziqi looked determined. Yihan also breathed a sigh of relief. I finally figured it out. If Deng Ziqi doesn't think this matter through, her future career will probably be completely ruined by Zhang Dan. At this moment, a sweet fruity fragrance wafted into Yihan's scent. Yihan turned his head and looked. Deng Ziqi was peeling an orange. The nimble fingers are flying up and down. The plump flesh is peeled out like this. Only then did Yihan remember that the villagers of Dasan village had put a large basket of oranges on his car. I was just worrying about how to finish it. Give. Deng Ziqi broke off a slice of orange and handed it to Yihan. Let's eat later. I don't have time to spare now. Yihan was about to refuse, but Deng Ziqi stuffed the orange directly into his mouth, looking at him with sparkling eyes. How is it? Is it delicious? The sour and sweet juice burst from the mouth. Yihan nodded. After driving for so long, I felt a little thirsty. He was just about to say something. A small tricycle suddenly came from the side of the road. Yihan widened his eyes and stepped on the brakes urgently. Squeak! The sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The two were startled. Did you bump into someone? Yihan opened the car door in a hurry. Rushed down. An old man wearing a straw hat was lying on the ground groaning. Are you okay, old man? Help the person up. Yihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I braked quickly. The old man should not have been hit. I was just terrified. But Yihan was still worried. Grandpa, can I take you to the hospital for a checkup? The old man waved his hands repeatedly. No, I still have to go to the county to sell peaches. Peaches? What peaches? Only then did Yihan notice that the old man's tricycle was filled with several large baskets of peaches. Some of them rolled to the ground and were broken into pieces. It's already this late, why are you still selling peaches? Grandpa, let's go to the hospital first. We'll take you to the county later. But the old man was extremely stubborn. He shook off Yihan's hand and staggered to the tricycle. He picked up the peach on the ground, rubbed it in his hands with heartache, and put it in the plastic bag. Maybe these few baskets of peaches are the income of my grandfather's family for several months. Deng Ziqi on the side had a serious look on his face. They had no choice but to walk up quickly. Help the elderly pick peaches. Before I knew it, a car drove by in the distance. The people in the car took off their sunglasses, their faces filled with shock. I go? Isn't that Yihan? They saw Yihan picking peaches on the side of the road. What is he doing? Why is he here? Did he hit the old man? I don't know if Yihan's reputation is too bad. His words were actually unanimously agreed by everyone else in the car. It looks like something Yihan would do. Yihan is really a piece of shit. Record it. Expose him. Just like that, several mobile phones were pointed at Yihan. After a while, the car sped away. Yihan, who was busy picking peaches, had no idea that he was going to be on the hot search again this time. Here's what, Grandpa. I've bought all your peaches. Come with me to the hospital later. He pulled a wad of cash out of his bag and handed it to the old man. But the old man refused to accept it. Don't buy so many. Peaches are $1 a pound. $1 per pound. The price of peaches on the market is not low now. Some exquisite peaches can even be sold for more than 10 yuan each. But now the fruit market is monopolized by big merchants. They will try to lower the purchase price as much as possible, then repackage and sell at a high price. If self-employed people like Grandpa don't sell to merchants, I can only set up a stall to earn a living. You will also be chased away by the urban management, and if you are unlucky, you may even be fined. Buying low and selling high has long been the unspoken rule in the market. After all, it is the farmers who suffer the most. But the simple old man insisted on not accepting the stack of money that Yihan handed over. No, that's too much. In the end, Yihan could only propose a compromise. Do you have any peaches left? I'll buy them all. Hearing this, the old man's cloudy eyes lit up. Yes. He grinned and thanked Yihan. Thank you, young man. So Yihan and Deng Ziqi parked the car aside. I got on the old man's tricycle. The tricycle bounced up and down. Take them to the village where the old man lives. Yihan only knew it after hearing his grandfather's fragmentary description. Their village is a famous peach-growing village in the surrounding area, called Daoyuan Village. Almost every household in the village makes a living by growing peaches, and the peaches they grow are sweet and juicy. But because we don't use pesticides or introduce new technology, so the peaches don't look very good. But this doesn't mean there will be no sales at all. Why doesn't anyone buy such good peaches? Speaking of this, the old man's face turned bitter. In previous years, there were merchants who bought peaches, and we sold our peaches to them. It's too cheap this year. I'll lose money if I sell it. As a result, the price kept going down, and it was impossible to sell it. That's why I sell peaches myself. Yihan understood. I'm afraid someone is maliciously lowering the price, making it difficult for the growers. When almost reaching the village entrance, a large truck caught Yihan's attention. A group of people surrounded the car, talking about something. When he saw the big truck, the old man's face showed anger. Here they come again. This group of shameless people are here again. Who? Yihan was confused. The one who collects peaches. Before Yihan could react, the old man slammed on the brakes of his three-wheeled motorcycle and squeezed into the crowd. What the hell? Yihan was stunned. The two men surrounded in the middle should be the ones who came to pick the peaches. Faced with the villagers' questioning, they were very disdainful. 30 cents a pound, take it or leave it. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately exploded. It was 50 cents the day before yesterday. How come it has become 30 cents now? The man is very arrogant. It's 30 cents today, 20 cents tomorrow. Chapter 37. Isn't it just a few thousand kilograms of peaches? I want them all. Yihan guessed it roughly as soon as he heard it. These peach vendors must have known about this a long time ago. In order to make more money, they deliberately joined forces to lower the price of peaches. If no one picks the peaches, they will rot in the fields. For the villagers who make a living by growing peaches, this is tantamount to a disaster. Yihan couldn't help but despise them. Some people even lost their dignity in order to make money. The old man who just brought them into the village should be very prestigious in the village. As soon as he appeared, the villagers surrounded him and confronted the peach vendors. The old man was already so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. 3 cents is too low. I can't accept it at this price. His words were echoed by many villagers. It's really too low. This year is not a good year, please leave us a way to survive. Give us a little more, San Mao, how can we survive? Some people were wiping tears from their eyes and begging in a pitiful voice, which made people feel very sad. Deng Ziqi looked reluctant. What should I do? Is there any way to help them? Yihan shook his head. Unless we buy their peaches, the villagers will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Deng Ziqi lowered his head and was about to get off the car. Yihan quickly grabbed her and asked, what do you want to do? Deng Ziqi's eyes were red. I'll go buy all their peaches. She couldn't bear to see the villagers being bullied. Yihan was shocked. Are you stupid? Can you buy thousands of kilograms of peaches? This one sentence made Deng Ziqi stand there in a daze. Yihan asked again, where do you put it after you buy it? Let it rot in the ground. Yes, even if she could pay to buy these peaches, what would she do with them after buying them? Are we just going to watch it go to waste? That is the fruit they harvested with every drop of sweat. Deng Ziqi also became anxious and asked helplessly, what can we do? She wanted to help, but she had no idea how to do it. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see. Yihan comforted her. When he looked at the crowd again, a plan had already formed in Yihan's mind. Buying it is not a problem, the problem is how to deal with it. Why doesn't he take advantage of his situation? On the other side, the quarrel between vendors and villagers has entered a white-hot stage. The vendors' attitude was clear. They are unwilling to raise the purchase price. The market has changed this year, and they are not the only village selling peaches. Even if they are unwilling to sell, there are still many villages willing to sell. But this price is too low for the villagers. Those peaches were watered with buckets of water and loads of fertilizer. Is it just going to be ruined like this? For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Yihan saw this and couldn't help but feel terrified. Now is the season when peaches are just coming onto the market, and a pound of peaches costs at least 5 or 6 yuan. But for the villagers, 1 pound can only be sold for a few cents. Is this too cruel for them? Customers who want to eat peaches can't afford them, and farmers who grow peaches can't make any money. Who made all the money? And who will protect the farmers' rights? The villagers were reluctant to agree, and the vendor got angry. The next village is still waiting for me to buy. If you don't sell, I'll leave. After saying that, they were about to return to the car. Seeing the vendors were about to leave, the villagers became anxious. Add a little more. Give us a little more profit. Their tone could almost be called as pleading. Unexpectedly, the vendor started to curse. You stinky farmers, if we didn't collect the peaches, you wouldn't have anywhere to sell them. Still asking for a price from me? Get out of here. He pushed the old lady who was blocking his way away and said impatiently, "Sell it if you want." The old lady was pushed to the ground and wailed, "Ouch, it hurts so much." The villagers were outraged and they blocked the vendors. How do you push people? Apologize. It's too bullying. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Someone even took the opportunity to hit the two men on the head twice. But they were still arrogant. "If we don't pick the peaches, you can just wait for the peaches to rot in the fields. Humph, if you have the guts, just transport it out and sell it yourself. Why didn't you act so arrogant when you were begging us to buy it?" "That's right, if it weren't for my pity for you, who would come to this godforsaken place to pick peaches?" These words completely angered the villagers. Someone shouted, "Fuck them." Other villagers rushed forward. Just as a fight was about to break out, a voice suddenly appeared. "I'll take the peaches. 2 pieces." Hearing the sound, everyone fell silent and turned to look at the source of the sound. Yihan was standing behind the crowd, and he reiterated, "I'll take the peaches. 2 yuan a pound." Why did Yihan go there? Deng Ziqi glanced to his side in confusion. When did he run over there? Hearing this, the villagers gathered around in disbelief. The old man who had just brought Yihan here had a serious expression on his face. "Kid, don't say that. There are at least 1,000 kilograms of peaches in the village. It's okay. I want them all." At this moment, Yihan spoke with great passion. "Who the hell are you? Why are you pretending to be so rich?" The 2 vendors who were beaten pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Yihan with sinister looks on their faces. How can they make money after Yihan messes things up like this? Without him, the villagers would have to sell their goods even if they didn't want to. But Yihan was tall, and he looked down at them almost condescendingly. "Do you think the market administration will take care of your disrupting the market price?" Hearing this, the 2 men were a little panicked. They just want to bully the uneducated villagers in the mountains and make a profit. "If I get caught, I might end up in jail. Peaches at 3 cents a pound." They themselves feel guilty. The 2 looked at each other and said something harsh to Yihan, "Just wait for me." Then he drove away in dejection. Bar. The old man spat at their backs with great disgust. He turned to Yihan, his expression softened. "Kid, are you serious about what you just said?" The villagers gathered around and said, "This is no joke." "Yeah. Don't lie to us. I've never seen peaches at 2 yuan a pound before." They still didn't quite believe what Yihan said. But Yihan was very determined. "I want as many as you can get, 2 yuan per pound." Deng Ziqi behind him was stunned. Just now Yihan was stopping her from going up to buy peaches, but now he rushed up himself. Seeing Yihan quickly paid the deposit and negotiated the details with the person in charge of the village. Deng Ziqi still didn't react. Until they both set out on their journey home again. Deng Ziqi was silent for a while before coming to his senses. "So, what are you going to do with these thousands of kilograms of peaches?" Yihan's image today was so subversive. It had a huge impact on her. She really didn't expect that a notorious artist could be so soft-hearted in private. "No problem." Yihan already had an idea. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Start live broadcast. Chapter 38, The Peach is Not Sweet. Is a little sweet enough. 3 days later. Yihan's second live broadcast is about to begin. This time, he was going to sell 2 tons of peaches from Dayuan village and several other villages. There are also some oranges and seasonal fruits from Dasan village. He has already thought of the theme a special on fruits. We are just saying. Good people can be. But you can't just be a good person blindly. The moment Yihan decided to help, he immediately thought about what to do next. Of course, it's not enough to just buy the peaches, you also have to find a way to sell them. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. So Yihan came up with the idea of starting a second live broadcast. Since we're selling peaches, how about some tangerines, oranges, apricots, and plums? After 3 days of emergency packing and preparation. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast officially begins. Family, that's right. I'm live streaming again. Guess what I'm selling today, tilde. Looking at the whole row of big peaches behind Yihan. Netizens said, "You didn't rob a village, did you?" "I don't know, but I'm definitely not selling peaches." "This peach, are you sure you didn't pick it up?" Yihan automatically ignored the unfriendly comments and began to introduce today's products. First of all, it's our main product today. It's the peach in my hand. Looking at the strangely shaped peach in Yihan's hand, netizens were silent. This peach. So ugly. Whoever buys it will be fooled. Yihan was mentally prepared. This kind of peach has a unique name, it's called ugly peach. The name was just chosen by Yihan. Very vivid. Although peaches look ugly, they are sweet. Yihan took a bite of the peach in front of the camera, revealing a satisfied expression. It's juicy and really delicious. How sweet. Sweeter than first love. But netizens don't believe it. Sweeter than first love. Who the hell believes that? It's sweeter than first love. How sour is first love? Only a fool would buy such an ugly peach. Yihan promoted the product for a long time, but no one placed an order. Brother, you guessed wrong this time. Zhu Tongshan on the side was very depressed. He didn't know what Brother Han was thinking. I bought so many ugly peaches and brought them home. Doesn't he even want it if I give it to him? It seems that the peaches are not selling well. Yihan suddenly had an idea. Pighead, bring me my guitar. Brother, are you going to sing again? I don't think anyone will buy your song no matter how you sing it this time. Although Wei Long only sold spicy noodles and dried tofu last time, it is still a big brand after all. Guaranteed. But this peach. Yihan didn't explain so much. After getting the guitar, he spoke directly to the camera. Don't you believe that this peach is sweet? So, next. This song is a little sweet. I'm giving it to everyone. Before the audience could react, Yihan started playing the guitar directly without even buffering. Pick an apple and wait for you to pass by the door. Sent to you to quench your thirst. Like Coke in the summer, like cocoa in the winter. You are the right role at the right time tilde tilde tilde. The cheerful singing suddenly made the live broadcast room lively. You made me see a flower bloom in the dry desert. You're the one who makes me want to write a love song for you every day. With the most romantic refrain. You echoed softly. The eyes confirm our choice. What happened? Why can't I help but smile as I listen to this? It seems a bit sweet. The audience in the live broadcast room all had smiles on their faces. I couldn't help but shake my head along with the song. I couldn't help but think of my most youthful time. When I was in high school. Do you still remember that classmate with a high ponytail? Does she know her obscure love? Did she eat the breakfast placed on the table? Was the ice soda on the desk given by her? At that time, life was always heartless. Although simple, it is also very happy. Listening to this song is like putting a spoonful of honey in your mouth. Sweet. It makes people feel better. You made my world turn pink from that moment on. It's you who made my life depend on your cooperation from now on. Love needs to be carefully carved. I am Michelangelo. Carve the happiest style with heart tilde. Pink bubbles seemed to begin to appear in the live broadcast room. Zhu Tongshan supported his face with one hand and moved his head in rhythm. A happy smile appeared on his face. Hee, so sweet. What to do if you want to fall in love? This song makes all those ugly peaches and oranges in the live broadcast room look good. Maybe, it's really sweet. The song was only halfway through and 5,000 orders of fruit had already been sold. The other side. Deng Ziqi was humming a song. At the same time, he placed an order for 50 boxes of peaches. I really didn't expect Yihan to have this skill. Listening to this sweet song. Who can still resist the desire to buy? Even Deng Ziqi was amazed. Yihan is simply a genius in sales. This is what we call monetizing skills. Singing and singing. Yihan's smile became full of flirtation. Use time to miss, love is a little sweet tilde. This wish will not change, love is a little sweet tilde. Beautiful love tilde tilde tilde. Just ask you if it's sweet. As soon as the song was sung, the shopping cart was completely sold out. Damn it. I bought it anyway. There's nothing I can do. Yihan is such a good singer. I can prove that it's sweeter than first love. Place an order for a box first, and I'll settle the bill if it's not sweet. I paid for this song. Yihan read the comments with a smile and interacted with the audience. Thank you for your support tilde. Even though you seem to dislike me in your words and deeds, I know you are truly in love. This sentence scared everyone. Oh, what are you talking about? I already told you that this is for your song. Please don't be so self-indulgent. I really vomited. Although everyone seemed to dislike Yihan, more and more people came to the live broadcast room and the atmosphere was strangely harmonious. It seems that netizens this time are very stubborn. Yihan slapped his forehead and came up with an idea. Okay, since no one wants to see me, then I'll go off the air. Meanwhile, late at night, the conference hall of the Ministry of Agriculture of Province Z was still brightly lit. Minister Gao Mingyuan is scolding someone. The Farmer Assistance Program is the project we value most this year. But until now, there is still no solution to the current plight of our farmers. You should reflect on whether you have fulfilled your duties in this position. Chapter 39. Once again at the center of storm, the blame is cast from the sky. Looking at the rows of heads bowing in front of him, Gao Mingyuan was furious. In the past 2 years, the development of agricultural products in the province has stagnated, and the higher-ups have sent several groups of people to inspect. Every time he does, he can't help but criticize harshly. If this continues, he will probably not even be able to sit on the position of Minister of Agriculture. However, it is very difficult to change this situation. Nowadays, the times are developing too fast, the labor force in rural areas is becoming less and less, and the area of farmland is gradually shrinking. For young people, working in a factory screwing screws can earn more than farming in their hometown, and everyone aims to escape from the countryside. Therefore, the survival issue of farmers is now a matter that the Ministry of Agriculture attaches great importance to. Especially some of the current individual farmers. They are often elderly farmers who can only make a living by growing fruits and vegetables. However, in recent years, buyers have long been accustomed to cooperating with vegetable bases and large orchards, and are dismissive of the products of individual businesses. How to keep individual businesses alive requires careful consideration. Many districts and counties have reported that many agricultural products are unsaleable this year, and thousands of fruits and vegetables are rotting in the fields. Gao Mingyuan once watched a video that he still cannot forget. An old farmer was sitting on the edge of a field wiping his tears, with rotten cabbages all behind him. The old farmer cried and wailed, "What should we do? How can we survive?" The hoarse cry was like a loud slap in the face, making Gao Mingyuan feel ashamed. He still doesn't have the courage to watch it a second time. I want the three of you to come up with a plan to solve the current problem of unsaleable agricultural products in the province. The meeting is adjourned. Gao Mingyuan left the meeting room angrily, leaving behind a lot of complaints. 3 days. Isn't this going to kill us? It's not like we can just sell it whenever we want. It's so hard to run a business as an individual business owner these days. Minister Gao is such a pain in the ass. I returned home exhausted. Gao Mingyuan sat on the sofa with a sad face. Next to him is his daughter Gao Qianqian. Seeing his daughter giggling while holding her cell phone, Gao Mingyuan's nagging nature was immediately aroused. Final exams are coming up soon, so stop playing with your phone. Gao Qianqian pouted and said nonchalantly, "Dad, please stop worrying about me. Can't you just relax for a while?" After saying that, she laughed into the phone again. Could this girl be in love too early? Gao Mingyuan approached suspiciously. "What are you looking at?" Unexpectedly, his daughter, who had always been very defensive of him, showed him her phone openly this time. "I'm watching the live broadcast, Dad. You must have never seen this kind of singing and selling at the same time." Gao Mingyuan became interested. Live streaming? It seems to be very popular in the past 2 years. Gao Qianqian hates her old-fashioned father so much. "You are too old-fashioned. Live streaming is a big new industry now." Gao Mingyuan was rarely surprised, the effect is so good. Gao Qianqian introduced him. "For example, this Yihan, the fruit he sold this time has exceeded 20,000 orders, isn't that amazing? 20,000 orders. Fruit. Is there anyone who would buy such ugly peaches?" Gao Mingyuan asked in surprise. Gao Qianqian showed off to her dad. "You don't know this, right? As long as the anchor is good, tens of millions a night is not a problem." Hearing this, Gao Mingyuan began brainstorming. Why didn't he think of that? Live broadcast. If those unsaleable fruits could be sold through live streaming, wouldn't that solve a major problem we have now? However, if you want the live broadcast to be effective, the choice of the anchor is also very important. In that case. Gao Mingyuan thought for a moment, then dialed his secretary's number without hesitation. Find a way to contact a host named Yihan, as soon as possible. Everything is sold out. Yihan wants to go offline. This group of people who always claim to dislike Yihan. But he refused to let him go. Stop. Stop talking about 50 cents. Don't go, let's chat for a while. I was wrong. Can I stop vomiting? Let's chat for a while, Tilder. Before they knew it, everyone seemed to have been conquered by Yihan. Har har. I thought of you guys. Yihan laughed wildly 3 times, not trying to hide his pride. Huh, are you impressed by his charisma? Yihan browsed the comments proudly. Suddenly, a few words in bold font caught his attention. Return the goods. Car accident. Yihan was confused. What are you posting? What do you mean? In just a few minutes, the entire live broadcast room was occupied by these keywords. The originally harmonious atmosphere began to become full of smoke. Yihan returns the goods. Did you cause that car accident on Weibo? You are such a scumbag. Get out here and apologize to Grandpa. Yihan, you are nothing. Until this moment when it became a hot topic for the NTH time. Yihan finally understood. What is the real black physique? People sit at home. The pot came from the sky. I don't know which passerby took this photo. It happened to be when he was negotiating with the old man selling peaches on the roadside. The shooting angle is also amazing. The small tricycle that was hit the 3-wheeled vehicle. There are peaches rolling everywhere. Combined with Yihan's previous crimes, we have already come to a conclusion about what he did. It wouldn't be a good thing anyway. Damn it. Yihan got into a car accident again. Grandpa is so pitiful. I feel so sorry for those peaches. Grandpa must have worked very hard growing them. Yihan is really a piece of shit. What happened next? Did you compensate the blogger? Even more eye-catching is coming. The person who posted these photos and videos. He actually said, Yihan hit someone and ran away. Run. Away. Yihan suspected that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. I feel a little sorry for myself. He was so good at taking photos that he captured him bumping into an old man. Why didn't you take a picture of him picking peaches, paying money, and following the old man into the village? What's more? Because he braked in time. He didn't hit anyone at all. Grandpa went to the hospital for a checkup. Nothing happened. Yihan howled to the sky, is this world too cruel to him? I just settled the matter with Subai, and now I want to do something good, but I get scolded instead. Is it easy for him? It goes without saying that he will become infamous again. Brother, I checked. Zhu Tongshan came running over anxiously, that road is too remote, there is no surveillance, there is no way to prove. The further he spoke, the lower Zhu Tongshan's voice became. How many times has this happened? Brother Han has been pushed to the forefront again, suffering these unprovoked disasters. Brother Han, why did you run to such a remote place? Zhu Tongshan really couldn't understand. Brother Han has been acting really weird lately. I worked so hard to earn money, but there wasn't much extra money in my bank account. A few days ago, I got a batch of fruits and happily started a live broadcast. If it were in the past, Brother Han would never do these things. But now Yihan has no time to pay attention to Zhu Tongshan. Today's live after sales service exploded with customers who read the news and asked for returns and refunds. That's right, Yihan was forced to appear on the legal news. The title is so explosive. A well-known artist named Yi fled the scene after an accident and has refused to show up so far. Some people even wanted to call the police to arrest him, and righteously scolded him on the internet. They reacted so strongly just because of a misplaced photo. Yihan wanted to laugh after reading those rumors. There is no way. It takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. What some people care about is not the truth, but the carnival of rumors. Yihan didn't intend to explain anything about this. Is clarification useful? No. Time will tell. But Yihan himself is not in a hurry, but others are. For example, Subai.